It's a just hit play because it's a perfect buffer because it's the 40-second delay.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, what are you watching? What are you watching?
No comment.
You like this e-girl cop, bro?
Mm-hmm. She
You
got
show-
braces.
You-
That's funny as. She has no shape to her. She's a straight line.
yeah, she's the e-girl squad.
Fake e-girl. She does have braces. What the fuck?
They're making what country is this? They got little girls being policed.
I think maybe Indonesia.
Okay, audio time.
Pixar movie in the hopes it would help keep law and order in the subway.
Well, that was just
It's funny because it's
September,
fat.
But now, as
It's
Fox
a fat
Richard
cop.
Kova shows
It's
us,
the
the
fattest
Nightscope
robot you've
K5
seen, right?
is being put on pause.
It was just 4 months ago
Looks
when Mayor
like
Eric Adams
it's
boasted
very
about
slow.
his newest Crime Stopper.
We're taking existing technology.
I hate New York politics so much.
Being able to communicate with people.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Wheels.
The Nightscope K5 robot, once meant to patrol the busiest transit stop in the subway system, 42nd Street, is now no longer deployed in transit, according to the NYPD.
Bro, the robot got fired. He's too fat. You fat fuck. You fucking loser.
Stopped to snap
You
photos
fucking
of the now
loser.
former robotic cop.
Like where that power cord is, it was always parked there. It was out. I've never seen it move.
I've just seen it standing over there, but I've never seen it rolling.
K5 weighs in at 400 pounds, is equipped with 4 cameras that allows it to send back live video without audio to the police department that patrols the subway station's mezzanine level. But what exactly?
I'm very surprised it never got graffitied.
What
that surprises
How do you
me.
know? How do you know?
They would mention it, surely.
Exactly did it do while it was out patrolling? Riders say they don't really know.
It's a joke. It's a Roomba. I mean, I'm unclear what its purpose was.
There have been some concerns raised over privacy with K5. Last summer, the Legal Aid Society called for investigations into the NYPD's use of surveillance technology. They tell us tonight they're happy to see K5 behind glass.
There is a local
law
called the Post Act that requires the NYPD to be transparent and tell the community about new surveillance technologies that it acquires and open for
new surveillance technologies that it acquires.
Oh my God.
The NYPD didn't do that in this case.
I'd like to see it in action.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Tonight that K5 is not retired, nor is it
this
abandoned.
guy's a high voice.
Bro, let him retire. Let him retire.
Let him die in peace.
No one knows yet. But here on the 42nd Street subway
You
station,
know Streets LA and how he does he fucking has a whole thing with the food robots where he's always like every time he sees one he's like, who's this now? And they all have names and stuff. And there is this one, it was like burnt to a crisp, but he said somebody torched the specific name of the robot. And I'm just like, wait, you can identify the remains of them?
3, 2, 1, ignition.
Yeah, moon landing.
And liftoff. Go SpaceX, go IM-1, and the Odysseus lunar lander.
It's fucking
Odysseus?
Sick. Look at all that CO2 burning up the atmosphere. It's fucking awesome.
It's always amazing, isn't it? To see that. In just hours, the Odysseus lunar lander could be the first U.S. spacecraft to land on the moon in more than 50 years.
Fake.
Odysseus began its journey into space a week
Not
ago
real.
And could land on the moon about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time.
How do they pass through the radiation belt?
Not guaranteed.
This is fake. This isn't. This is fake.
Just last month.
Look, they can't even show us real footage.
Moon is computer animated.
It suffered a malfunction. Never made it to the moon. It burned up after re-entering Earth's atmosphere. Japan did successfully land a rover on the moon last month, though. Its moon sniper sent back these pictures after landing successfully there.
Fake.
Cool on the surface. Here with us now, so happy to be joined by NASA Administrator, former U.S. Senator Bill Nelson.
Oh God,
let's just
U.S. deep state here to lie to us.
I in my calendar to watch this with my kids today at 5:30 p.m. So
banner update.
Being optimistic, assuming a successful landing, what can we all learn from it?
It's going to be a scout for us because next year we're going to the moon with humans. And about 2 years.
This man is.
I can't
This
afford
man-
shirts. Subscribe to the Patreon to buy me a shirt.
This man is not real, bro. This is a moon
No, I
monster.
told you, he's a deep state.
This is a
deep
moon
state
monster,
agent.
bro. Do you hear how he's talking?
The deep state agent. I already said this. We knew this.
2 years from now, we will land.
Human
on the
beings
moon.
don't sound like that.
First time in over a half century. So what we're doing is something different this time. We're going to the moon not as a government mission, but as a
Update the
commercial mission,
Huh?
which saves
I told you
NASA
I need it. I
lots
just
of
said I
money.
need it. I need
But
the
we've
name
got
for it.
6
I needed. I
instruments
told you to
on
send it.
that will give us a lot of information about
Mhm.
this very difficult region to land in, the South Pole of the moon. And that information is going to be very important to us as we then send humans to the surface of the moon.
Can we talk a little bit more about the importance of landing on the south pole of the moon, where the goal eventually is to build a lunar base? That's a goal
When
not
we
only
get
we have, that's a
monetized,
goal that China shares,
like
for
that
example.
is gonna fucking happen. We already were monetized. We're demonetized, and they're probably gonna keep us in limbo forever.
Yeah, it's great news.
Scientists believe, there's ice there, and boy, that can mean a whole lot of things for the future.
Oh boy, ice.
Would it be possible for both countries to have a base there?
It is possible, and that's another reason why, following on the Outer Space Treaty, we have implemented the Artemis Accords. Now 36 countries have signed them, and it's basically a declaration of our peaceful pledges as we go out and explore to the moon and further. And why that's so important is when you go to the South Pole region, and a lot of other countries like China want to explore, it's important that we do so in peace. Yeah. Now, of course,
Moon
we're
wars.
concerned about
Moon wars.
a lot of the so-called civilian space
moon
program
wars.
with China, of course, that is a lot of military as well.
This is all a
Can I ask you
ploy
about
to start the
another,
moon war.
big concern?
Yeah.
Our team here at CNN,
Nukes
Kristen
in
Fisher,
space.
that whole team,
It's already
they were
starting.
the first to report that Russia is attempting to develop a nuclear weapon
Called
for
it.
space, essentially a giant electromagnetic pulse. It would
This
create
is
a
why you
huge
watch
energy
us.
wave and potentially destroy or heavily damage a number of crucial satellites. What's your level
Good,
of
there's too
concern
many.
after learning this?
Kill him.
Well, again, going back to that treaty on outer space, there's a provision in there that says no nuclear weapons in space.
My resolution?
The
Airstrikes.
exploration of
Bomb
space
them.
should be peaceful
Bomb them.
purposes.
Keep bombing
Now,
them.
as to the
Bomb them
specifics,
again
I'm
and
gonna
again.
refer, to the White House and to the Department of Defense. Let me say that we have an international space station up there. We have 15
Putin.
international
Menacing
partners,
Putin.
and Russia is
I'm
one
scared.
of the partners.
Yeah.
The cooperation with Russia goes back to 1975, the Apollo-Soyuz mission. And we've peacefully cooperated with Russia ever since. We built the space station together. We operate it together. But we want that to continue. We don't want these other issues that are anything but peaceful to get in the way.
Yeah. I mean, it is remarkable what that relationship between the United States and Russia has withstood in space, despite everything else, despite Russia's war on Ukraine, for example. But this reporting from CNN that I just mentioned
Wow.
is from
They even
three
show up to the UN
sources
together.
familiar with U.S. intelligence. If this is the case, if this happens, would that
We really have to turn moon
jeopardize
landing into
significant-
Russia's going to kill us all.
Insane, right?
You know, this,
Like, how
and
crazy
like
is that?
obviously, like if you watched us, we pointed out that this is like not a thing. Like, oh no, like it's like, oh no, Russia's testing this type of weapon. Oh, crazy. No shit.
Yeah. Like, what do you expect?
It's public information.
Next. More space. Hopefully less Russia.
All stations, this is
Fuck,
Mission Director on IM-1. We're evaluating how we can refine that signal and dial in the pointing for our dishes. What we can confirm, without a doubt, is our equipment is on the surface of the moon, and we
Absolutely
are transmitting. So, congratulations, IM team. We'll see how much more we can get from that.
Nobody believes people on the mainstream press anymore.
Oh yeah, if
Where's
it's
the
on the
landing?
moon, where's the picture?
Show the video.
Excellent call from our mission director.
Oh yeah, I see a bunch of data and math.
I see nothing.
CEO.
Where's
the
my
landing?
live feed to the moon?
Come on.
Steve Altus.
Yeah, if I could just pass on a few words to the entire team in Intuitive Machines at Superbab and here in the Mission Control. What an outstanding effort! I know this was a nail biter.
And they're giggling because they fucking know it's a lie.
We are transmitting, and welcome to the moon.
This is a great office setup,
Houston,
though, bro.
Yeah. Odysseus has found
I
his new
gotta
home.
imagine if we had a writer's room arranged
An
like that.
excellent call, and this
Like
People would hate it, though.
the room that was on before.
Yeah, people would hate it though. People want like their fucking space, you know? Like they don't want to be
they
like
do.
they don't want their monitors stared at all day.
Yeah.
is our team of Intuitive Machines mechanics and their families, their friends, everyone who has
Guys, where are we
sacrificed so
getting
much
those updated
to
pointing
make it
files to,
this
our
far.
stations?
Where's video? Where's the video? These motherfuckers.
There is
really
no
historic
video.
words. Welcome to the moon. You know, it's
Real
Is he gonna
historic words.
vomit?
Welcome to the moon. Welcome to the moon.
Is he gonna vomit on screen again?
it was,
I
it
don't
was
think
a
there is a
shame.
video of
We've
it.
seen
It's-
so
I
many
don't-
control
I don't,
rooms.
I don't think they put a fucking live feed to the moon.
Mm.
Just the animation.
Yeah, what the fuck? We got jibbed. This is a joke. I want
Oh my
money
god,
back.
you have the wiggliest butt right now, bro. That's the longest I've heard him do it.
Is this the actual footage?
And I just want to make sure we have that exact
that it?
wording. Our equipment is on the surface of the moon.
That
So
looks
when will
fake.
we really know and get pictures of all of that and the details?
So we should get the first pictures 30 minutes after landing. And
Where
that'll
is
be
it?
a picture that was taken by the lunar lander.
Where's the video?
itself. And then if everything goes according to plan, if all of the equipment is
And check the
functioning
next
and
one.
intact,
The next one is
between
after.
an hour.
This is war. That's the only moon ones.
So this dude talking about us, talking about how the moon isn't real.
Maybe that's funny.
Is this about us talking about how the moon isn't real, bro?
It's not real. What are you talking about?
Okay, thank God. No, the CNN people. Thank God. Come on, man.
There's no other one. What are you talking about?
There was 3 in there.
Maybe it's blocked in my country because YouTube sucks.
Oh yeah, because it was like an NBC thing.
Yeah. Jesse Walters.
I'll grab it though. I'll open it on mine
Okay.
real quick.
Mhm.
It's just gonna take a minute to load. Stall with
That's fine.
sound bites.
Bitches
leave. Govern me harder, daddy.
I will never understand.
Okay. Let's see this.
A
Jack,
doofus.
you can't watch this. It's banned in your country.
5 years after Neil Armstrong took one small step for man, a private U.S. company has taken one giant leap for mankind's future.
That's not the quote. It's not the quote. Right? This is controversial, but if you look it up, I'm sure
Mhm.
Adam Savage or somebody else will explain it to you why that's not the quote. The quote is small step for a man, not man.
Was it
says
really?
a man? Yeah. He has like a specific accent and the way the tape is. You have to like actually listen to it.
Okay.
It's like a weird audio thing.
CBS's Mark Strassman reports on today's
Funny enough, I
historic
learned that in journalism school.
moon landing.
Tonight, the Odyssey of Odysseus has ended on the moon.
Fake.
The first American-made spacecraft kicking up lunar dust in more than a half-century.
As our equipment is on the surface of the moon.
Jubilant. Mission control of Intuitive Machines in Houston. The first commercial moon landing ever. The final descent from 18 miles above the lunar surface, a continuous engine burn for 10 minutes. By touchdown, Odysseus had slowed to 2 miles per hour.
This is the assembly room.
Intuitive co-founder Steve Altima showed us the historic moonlander up close last year in Houston.
That cardboard on
His
it?
company envisions a
It looked like it.
$100 billion lunar market.
We're delivering
Jesus
scientific
Christ.
payloads, engineering demonstration payloads, but not the humans themselves.
And you believe the moon is the next economic frontier?
The moon is certainly that next step for space exploration.
Just like AI is,
Odysseus
huh?
landed near the lunar South Pole, carrying less than 300 pounds of cargo.
I think this is way better than we're doing it because Russia has space nukes, angle CNN, right? Because really, it's there because of fucking capitalism.
Yeah.
Instruments
Capitalism
from NASA,
did this. This is the true end of the Cold War right here. Capitalism victory.
an Intuitive customer. The space agency hopes to have astronauts moonwalking there by the end of the decade. Some
Jesus
craters
Christ.
there never see light, so cold they may contain ice, and water is critical
Whoa.
to long-term space exploration.
NASA plans to basically hire these companies to send payloads to the moon like you'd call an Uber or a Lyft. But these companies have to make it work first, and that's
No, it is not like calling an Uber or a Lyft. It is a fucking rocket leaving the gravitational orbit, bro.
what we're seeing today.
Not since the end of the Apollo era has an American lander parked itself on the surface of the moon. This mission will last roughly a week until lunar night freezes the solar batteries. Quite an achievement, Nora.
Yeah, really, really exciting. Mark Strassman, thank you so
Okay,
much.
so we're not going to see any pictures. I'll look
guess
it up
not.
if there's pictures. Okay. Go ahead. I'll see if there's pictures.
Google is shutting down its woke AI chatbot in less than 2
Oh my
weeks.
God, bro,
The
hang on,
program
hang on.
called
Time out.
Gemini
Before we start this one, this is so good. I need you to look at the thumbnail for this one and pull that up so people can see the actual thumbnail. Here, I'll do it. You gotta fucking pull it up on. You can't pull it up from there.
Wait. I think I know how to.
I'll grab it.
Yeah, you do it.
Yeah. So check this out. It literally says, Jesse Waters, this is war, right? That's what the caption is, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead and start this one from the top. This is what's the war over? Could you ever guess this was what the war would be over?
No.
Google is shutting down its woke AI chatbot in less than 2 weeks. The program called
War.
Gemini facing backlash for its politically correct but historically inaccurate responses to users' prompts. One phony image depicted a founding father as a black man. Another prompt producing
This is
images
war,
of black and
Jesse
female
says.
figures
This
when
is
asked
war.
to
Yeah.
show ancient
Black
Roman
AI,
emperors.
blackface
Google
AI.
addressing the criticism, saying we're
it's funny
working to
because
improve these
they're
kinds of
acting like
depictions
it's
in-
woke when this is blackface, right? Right? So it's literally not. It's literally not woke. It's blackface, guys.
Fools.
Immediately.
It's
Gemini's
literal
AI
digital
image generation
blackface.
does generate a wide range of people, and that's generally a good thing because people around the world use it, but it's missing the mark here. Jesse, the executives seemed to be surprised that this was happening, and it seems to me it's almost like when Bud Light didn't realize that they were
Oh
doing
my
this big
God.
partnership with Dylan Mulvaney and they
Oh my
lost all
God.
this market share. I mean, something like this, you got to be on top of it.
Yeah, when I first saw the picture of the Black Viking, I immediately thought it was some Scandinavian guy in blackface, and I was deeply offended.
It was.
So then I
Oh
Google
my
AI the Swedish bikini team, Dana, and they were all black.
Hmm.
And then I Google AI Baywatch, and David Hasselhoff had this enormously magnificent afro. And then I Google AI'd
Listen to what they say.
NHL hockey player, and I got a picture of Michael Jordan on skates with no teeth. And then I started digging deeper, and I started Googling AI, the Jamaican bobsled team.
Yep.
All black.
They are.
And then I Googled
Are you making this up?
terrorist.
Yes.
And the terrorist was the
Yes,
Unabomber,
he
Ted
is making it
Kaczynski.
up. Did you hear that?
And then I Googled a Fox News host, and it came out to be Harold. So I dug deeper.
Hilarious joke,
I Google
bro.
AI'd OJ.
Okay.
And it was just a glass of Tropicana.
Mm-hmm.
So I Google AI deeper, OJ Simpson, and OJ was white, Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Very confused by all of this. And then I Google AI Dennis Rodman, and it was a picture of
Oh
Rodman
man, how
with a
long
blonde
can you
wig
keep
and a
the same
dress.
joke going, bro?
And they realized that was a real
That's
picture.
accurate. That was.
Right.
Regular
But what
comedian
you're
here,
really
bro.
looking at here is
So funny.
what's my point?
Yep.
Yes.
What's your point?
I'm
Come
asking
on,
you guys
tell us.
what my point.
Huh?
This is a war on the white man, Harold, and like the war on Christmas, I am down for the struggle.
This is fucking
They've
awesome, bro.
1619
Is this the, did I
projected
tell
the
you this is
internet,
the greatest
and
Fox
it's probably
News clip
because of this
ever?
one engineer.
Did I not tell you
This
this is they will not top this ever. This is the one.
Hold on. Do we still have it? Did you remove it?
What are you looking for?
I'm in Spain without the S.
What are you talking about? This is hysterical.
Awful.
It's a war on the white.
Who was some
Jesus Christ. They've really been riding this for a while.
Geek Squad guy who is probably had white guilt, and they hired him to basically rewire the internet based on his insecurities. And he's basically
bro.
erasing all the white men and then spreading everything
I love
else
how they
into the
listen,
black people.
like,
and I figured,
listen how he can just go on this like weirdly
Mm.
racist tirade, right? And all it is that there was an error where it was like showing historical figures improperly in a fucking
Yes.
Google AI bot.
Mhm.
Yeah, bro, they purposely programmed it in to make them black. It's not an error. Yeah,
Sure,
that's why they took
100%.
it down in response. Like, what is this story
Uh-huh.
that you're milking out to 10 minutes here? Like, oh, okay. The AI made some silly stuff because it's a dumb AI. So they're taking it back. Nope.
Groundbreaking. Yeah. Groundbreaking.
Breaking news, bro. It's a war on the white man.
figured, why would this be happening? Because they told us that white European heritage was evil and oppressive.
Oh my god.
Bro, it's
So
AI.
why would they be
I hate him so
infusing
much.
black people into white European heritage? That
It
doesn't
doesn't
make
have a
any
brain.
sense. So I must think to myself, Jesse Waters, is it really because the left actually does feel?
It's a program. It's code. It's
so
ones and
fucking
zeros.
wild,
You fool.
bro.
It's insane. What a dickhead.
Feel like the white European heritage is glorious, and they just want to spread it around to black Americans? But then I thought to myself, why don't they just make the black history
doofus.
as glorious as it is? And then I thought to myself, Jesse Waters,
Oh
in
my God.
200 years, will Jesse the
They
Fourth
laughed at that.
Google
They
his
laughed at black history
great-great-grandfather?
being glorious.
What will I look like, Greg?
Bigoted
Sunny
fucking
Hostin.
losers.
You got enough hair.
Yeah.
Harold, what do you make of all this? Like Jesse really paints an interesting picture.
I'm trying to get through the thought process. Jesse had a lot of thoughts there. A couple things. They
Did
clearly
he?
made a mistake here. I think, and they've got to figure out how to get it right. But the history of our
Correct.
country is a glorious
Story
history.
over.
It's a
They
big
made a
history.
mistake
It's a
here. They
sprawling
got to figure
history.
out how
It's
to
something-
get it right. End of story. Moving on. What? 10 more minutes? Oh, okay. I guess I'll just ad lib up here for 10 minutes about this story.
Sometimes it's a little ugly, sometimes it's beautiful, and sometimes challenges us to try to make the present better. This in the future better. This is
Bro, what if
maybe they
that was,
thought they
what
were
if
doing
it is a
something to
conspiracy
make it
like
better.
Jesse
I
says?
can't quite put
Dude,
my hand
what
on
if
it.
the
Maybe some
program
more
is
thoughts from
actually
you,
a
Jesse,
coup?
will help us try to
Bro,
come up with something
Black Red
positive they were
Guard
doing. But hopefully they get this right
posted a meme
because
that
this
was
is something
mad
we're
funny. It's just him in the corner and then like a weird, like I think nerdy white guy over here, and he goes, me, and it says like Yakub creating white people.
going to rely on a whole lot in the future. and Harold V.
This guy doesn't.
I
This
want him
guy
to know
looks
that
like
Harold
a
III, my son, his
woodman,
grandfather,
a
great
man built
grandfather, was
out
a
of
good
a
guy.
log cabin. You know, like there's nothing
And
behind
we
those
don't
eyes.
have it.
There's cold, lifeless eyes.
Right,
Black
if I don't get this
eyes.
stuff right.
I think, Judge, when we talk about AI and artificial
Look how white
intelligence,
people.
makes
Oh
it
wait,
sound like
bro,
it's just
that
being
is
made up.
that's
like, in a
could be
lab.
Frederick Douglass. That image was fine.
Mm.
There was one black guy, Frederick Douglass, with the founding fathers. It's only a little out of place, but we can at least explain that.
True.
But by
It's
itself,
only
generating itself,
almost
but
100 years out of place, but that's better.
it's not. There are people behind the AI, like creating it, and so there
my
is
God.
an executive function here, and that's why. Is that why Google stopped it? I mean, could they face legal problems?
You know, I don't know if they could face legal problems, but I think they're losing their credibility. And, you know, Jesse was referencing, or
I know, the main host.
the fact that, you know, whoever is feeding this information.
Jimmy Dore. I don't
to
know about
Google,
Jimmy
and
Dore.
pretty much the
Jimmy
world,
Dore,
we
I
get
think
our
he's
information.
too old now. He also looks like a man who is made out of a log cabin. They carved him with a chainsaw at the fair. But the rest,
from Google, right?
What?
Have you look at, like, I don't know who did it, but like there's like a whole like documentary they did where they like interview Pearly Things like family and stuff. And like, what an enigma. Like it's like you see well, it's like it's hard to tell. It's like if she's a grifter or she really has been sold into this red pill nonsense. Like I think she realizes how much money is there. She got addicted to the likes and the clicks, right?
Yeah.
So it's hard to say if she actually believes it or not. But I think she's gotten to the point where, like, I don't know, because it could just all be like, hey, I'm getting money, I should keep doing this and learn the algorithm on how to be, you know, basically a Nick Fuentes Nazi, but to the level where I don't get demonetized. But she fails there too because she constantly does. More of a Canadian, more of a Canadian TV face.
Well, the guy who's in charge of providing that for Gemini AI, if you follow his tweets, his tweets go like this: white privilege is real. Do your part to
Oh my
recognize
God.
bias at all
Oh
levels.
my
Jesus
God. He
only cares
tweeted
about
one
white
time,
kids.
white privilege was real. That solves it. You found the conspiracy.
That's it. That's the smoking gun.
And this is America where racism is the #1 value. Now, this is the guy who's feeding the information to the AI, and this is the hire.
The guy who,
and
it's literally
so
the guy at the
we
desk
shouldn't-
who tells everyone else what to do. The CEO is not a fucking job. Right? It is not a fucking job. It is a position where you have a percentage in something to make off your capital. It's your money's job. You're not even relevant to the scenario, bro. He tweeted a fact. Like boards could tell the CEO to leave. Right? The board has done it to Steve Jobs, you know? Like
yeah.
Elon Musk is just in a position where he has most of the shares. Because the rest of the board sold him off.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is create a level playing field. But as they do that, they're erasing history. And it's very consistent with what they did with the statutes.
The only relationship that wasn't
history.
that it showed she had is like she actually was dating a black guy. And it wasn't a serious relationship, but it's like that's Pearly Things, right? So before all this red pill stuff, she was not dating her own race and like values that she claims to have now, right?
Grifter.
History
anyway,
and where we were and how far we've come. But this left-leaning agenda is fake news. It really is fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
It doesn't show the hurdles that we've had to overcome.
Are we done with this?
Bro, don't you want to see what what's his name? The 100 Gex guy has to say?
Fine.
Come to get to where we are. So, for example,
let's see what 100 Gex has to say. He's supposed to be the comedian.
AI has a potential to
She's been the worst. She's been the worst out of all of them.
For it.
Always.
But this was part of that.
Well, that's because remember, it's not the AI isn't racist. It's or biased. It's the people who create it. So you're never going to escape it because bias is baked into the human system.
That's not how it works, bro.
I actually asked.
You can't literally
Gemini,
code this shit into AI. They learn.
No.
They learn from people. They learn from input.
Need input.
Waters where to pay. Now I picked.
Hang on, I got to get to the stream. I'll send you the link for the one to follow this up too. Let's keep playing.
This because Gemini is designed to be inoffensive, and to them, whiteness is seen as offensive in their brain. But they go, determining whether Jesse Waters wears a toupee is impossible to definitively answer. No public statements from Jesse Waters or reliable sources confirm or deny the use of a toupee. That's how they operate on everything except race. And then they said they were missing the mark on this. They produced black Nazis. When a guy put in World War II German officers, they got black and Asian Nazis. That's not missing the mark. They're not sorry over the mistake. They're sorry that they got caught. These are powerful entities that have to be monitored by us.
Wait. What do you mean?
Beliefs.
What do you mean? So suddenly it's bad that the Nazis were black in the picture. So they weren't, and they weren't. Then you're saying that wasn't a problem.
They're offended that the Nazis were black. I wonder why.
He's not. He's trying to say that Nazis are black. I think. Okay. Anyway, thanks 100 Gex. I sent you the link for the one to follow this up with. You're gonna love this shit. This is gonna.
Is this in the
no
stream
in the
playlist?
chat.
Yeah, is it in the stream playlist?
Yes, but just click it there. So it's like somewhere in the stream.
Google is now changing gears and publicly apologizing after its new AI software created images of Black, Native American, and Asian people when prompted, but refuses to do the same for white people.
You hear that? That's what was that? When prompted.
After the soft.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
So when prompted, this is the actual story. When prompted, it could make George Washington black, but it wouldn't make a black person white. Is that what I'm getting? That the issue is here? Not.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, so they weren't even close on the 5 to what actually happened. They didn't even get the initial part right.
And this is Fox News too. That's funny.
I know.
Racially diverse images of our founding fathers and other historically white figures. Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady is live with more details on this. Hi, Kelly.
Hi there, Emily. And yeah, you know, when Google controls roughly 80% of the search market, you see this happening with its chatbot, and it raises concerns about historical inaccuracies, companies potentially pushing specific narratives. Now, to Google's credit, they have paused their Gemini image generation product, but before they halted it, we actually tested the product for ourselves. So we asked it to generate an image of a pope. We got a black pope and a Native American pope. And in some cases, users found that Gemini told them it was inappropriate to assume all popes were white. So what we discovered is it's really difficult to get Gemini to generate an image of a Caucasian male in general. We've got pretty much everything else. You had female astronauts, lawyers of color. Those, of course, exist, but Gemini showed everything but white males for the most part. Now, Google has acknowledged these issues. They said, quote, or rather, they will release a new version soon. And then they told Fox Business, we're working to improve these kinds of depictions immediately. Gemini's AI image generation does generate a wide range of people. That's generally a good thing because people around the world use it, but it's missing the mark here. Elon Musk jumped into the fray. He's not giving his AI competitor a pass, saying, quote,
Of course Elon tunes in with this bullshit. What an idiot.
Go back. What did she say, though?
It broke.
I was just trying not to talk with food in my mouth. She literally said a competitor.
It's broken.
Just refresh.
People. That's generally a good thing because people around the world use it, but it's missing the mark here. Elon Musk jumped into the fray.
You have more than enough
He's
to hire competent hackers and running a competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
It's is killing Western civilization.
His
Google does the
competition. He's
same
not going to
thing.
let his competition get off clean.
Mm,
What was
yeah.
that? Why? Well, weird framing.
Yeah, very weird framing, especially from the
It's
news.
almost like he's competition, so he's going to chime in for two reasons here. One, because he wants to make
Yeah.
the competition look bad, and two, because
And capital
he's
interest.
a weird man. Weird man.
Yeah.
They always have been. They always have been.
With their search results. And so it brings up a broader concern. For a lot of people, Google is synonymous with informing yourselves, right? It's a verb, Google it. And so you've got search algorithms that are built by people.
It just keeps
AI
giving me
that's
black
built by
people when I
companies
try
with
to
a specific
Google verbs.
narrative. We can think we're doing our own research, but it's really
It's
impacting
like,
what we know.
I typed in, what is a verb? And it said, did you mean Harriet
Kelly-
Tubman?
Thank you so much. All right, bringing this conversation out to the couch.
So much.
Sean, what say you?
Outnumbered. Oh, God. We need a
first off,
panel
Google has
discussion on this
apologized, but
shit
they're
on
not
Oh
smart.
another
my
Fox
god!
News
Again?
show.
Jesus Christ! All right, fuck
Oh, my
this.
God. Who's on this panel? Is Kaylee on this panel?
No, I don't.
How do you? That might be Kaylee on the left.
If you Google anything on any political issue and then look at the results, I've got to go down
Who
like
is
6
that guy?
pages to
Is this
find
Fox
anything from a
Business or
No
Fox
idea.
News?
conservative news outlet. They push this fake news, left-wing garbage on.
Uh-huh. I tried to Google lasagna recipe and it just keeps showing me the bio of Milkowitz.
All of time.
So Kaylee?
Yes, and it was Kaylee. See, bro, I just know her profile. I'm a better. I'm a better. What would we call her fans?
Not all of history is
Don't know.
It's got to be like Macanini. There's a lot in there we could make a pun with. Mac Attack. It's the Mac Attack.
good, but we can only improve upon history and make a better
I'm a bigger
society if
Mecca
we
than
know the sins and the ills of the past. So this is someone trying to erase history.
Oh my
And do we want
God.
Silicon Valley as the ones trying to do that? I mean, remember when they tried to enter a poem admiring Trump and AI, this was not Gemini, but just AI would not generate a poem admiring Trump, but they would for Biden. So my point is, I don't want Silicon Valley deciding what life should look like in the future, because it would be a life where we Republicans had no voice or no say.
You guys are so oppressed. You guys are the victims. Oh, woe it's you.
Google is shutting down its woke AI chat.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much.
What do you? No.
Oh my
Kaylee
God.
Macanini is so good at being the fake Christian girl. She is an anal queen. All right, we all know it. She takes it in the butt. Like
Our democracy is
we all know it. We all know it. She's definitely one of those girls.
under attack. The perpetrators
Could be louder.
of this attack are those who, in the name of saving our democracy, are destroying it. I don't use these words lightly. Every one of us who loves this country.
Didn't you speak at an anti-war rally with Nazis?
Hey, didn't
Cool.
you run as a Democrat?
And who cherishes peace and freedom should be very alarmed by those who, driven by their insatiable hunger for power, are actively undermining all that we stand for. And almost every single day, if you're paying attention to the news and the headlines, there is some new assault and some new attack. Now, it's the Democrat elite and the swamp creatures in Washington who are doing all that they possibly can to keep us, the American people, from a very simple thing, having the freedom to choose who we want to be our
Bigoted
next
fucking
president.
losers. Damn, bro, that's got to
And
be
it is
like
clear
the
through their
gayest shit
actions they
I've
have
ever
no
heard
respect for
from.
Oh, I had to read it twice to get what he was saying.
Us, and they have no respect for our fundamental rights as citizens of this
Tulsi is
democratic republic.
literally psyops. She actively deployed like last year in psyops again. She's like
Oh, that's
active
funny.
military psyops. It's crazy. She sucks.
They are so terrified that we, the people, may make what they think is the wrong choice. That in the name of protecting democracy and saving us from ourselves, they're actually destroying our democracy and taking away our freedom.
Yep.
Now, we look throughout history and we can see many examples of evildoers who find some justification, who believe that they are doing the right thing. And so today we see the Democratic
Okay,
say,
hang on. Hold up, Tulsi. Question. Okay, so are we maybe we could say this, like, if we're talking about the things that we're talking about like inclusivity. Okay, where was the evil inclusive person? Right? Because like I can think of something like maybe we could say that about Mother Teresa, right? You know, there's a lot of controversy around her because she just was the home of the dying. It was like, here's a mat to die on. That's all she did, is give people mats to die on, right? And then she went out and did all these like trips to get fundraising and stuff. Like she didn't like.
That's all
she believed that suffering brought them closer to God. You know, like that. You could say maybe that's a little controversial, but you're trying to like draw up comparisons to people who just don't want to be killed for being trans to Hitler.
Yeah. Didn't you know? Basically the same thing.
Yes. Yes, she is. This is true as well.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's hilarious. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. She spoke at the Nazi rally in DC, so
this is the Nazi rally. It's Cpac.
Oh yeah, true.
The last Cpac gave us
basically
one of the
is
best sound
yeah.
bites, bro.
Which one?
Maybe we don't have it anymore.
If the American people elect Donald Trump again, they warn us he will destroy our democracy. They say he will be the dictator in chief, that if he's elected, it will be the last election this country sees.
It's a bit dramatic, but definitely will erode democracy.
It is so crazy, it's laughable.
Uh-huh.
But they're justifying their actions by telling.
You were the one speaking at the rally with literal IRGC and Russian agents, right? That was you? That same stage with Jackson Hinkle? An actual Nazi? Those guys? That one? Yeah, that one. That's the one, right? Cool. The one that was riddled with Russian flags. Yeah, that one. Got it.
Themselves that they need to destroy our democracy in order to save it. It's lunacy, and it's the mindset and mentality of dictators. They are waging a multi-front battle, and they will stop at nothing until they're successful. I'm going to go through a few of the many examples. You've seen how Colorado, Maine, 32 states have taken some action or another themselves in an unprecedented way to try to remove the leading Republican candidate.
It was, ladies and gentlemen, we're all domestic terrorists. We don't have it anymore.
Yeah, that's funny.
The updated them a lot were like lost.
These people are single.
Huh?
I said when I did the updates, a lot of them have been lost in the transition.
Okay.
Handedly deciding that somehow they alone have the authority to take away our right.
What happened to states' rights?
As citizens to decide who we want to be our president. We see in Congress, a progressive congressman, Ro Khanna from California, someone who I've known for years.
True.
He's so desperate to take Trump off the ballot. He's demanding that the chairman of the Federal Reserve, a position that's supposed to be nonpartisan and apolitical, take action and intervene to stop the former president from getting reelected. On December 27th of last year, Representative Khanna said in a post on X that Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, quote,
red flag. Anybody who calls Twitter X, red flag. Get the fuck away from them. They are awful, awful people.
Rates now, given most of inflation was caused by supply shocks. If he doesn't, he may be the person most responsible for the return of Trump. The Democrat elite and their cronies, they're using our criminal justice system to prosecute and distract the Republican presidential candidate in the midst of his campaign. As we know, Donald Trump currently faces 91 charges in 4 criminal cases, 44 on the federal side, 47 on the state side, all felonies.
Epic.
This most recent ruling in New York, the real estate case, charging him a $355 million fine plus nearly $100 million in interest for a business transaction where there was no victim or
Elon
complaint,
Musk
where all
cried the
parties
other
made
day
money.
that just so y'all know, I'm paying like $11 billion in taxes, and all the comments are like, "Good, like go fuck yourself."
Nobody gives a shit. Pay more.
Yeah.
So egregious that even people who are not fans of Donald Trump are standing up and saying this is crazy and criticizing this judge's decision that from the very beginning has been a very clearly politically motivated hit job.
Sure it has. Did Donald Trump give you
This
a
is
ring?
the truth.
He was counting heads at the same time and got you to
how much left
make
of
this
her
statement?
yapping do we got? She yap even halfway through yet?
Nope.
Let's jump 5
Let's
minutes.
get
See if she's yapping about something
Concern for the
relevant then.
future of our country.
Oh, okay, future.
And the possibility that we can only come from one place, and that's a sincere love and concern for the future of our country and his care for the American people.
Unless, of course, they're
Nazis?
colored
Oh,
or
wait. Damn it. They like the Nazis.
A minority or gay or anything they don't like, and then you can go fuck yourself. But if you're a conservative and want to bend the knee to Trump, guess who gets a spot? That's you. Hope it's worth it.
But we've got a lot of work to do ahead of us. Now is the time for us to act motivated by our love of country. We've got to take all the outrage and sadness
blood
and
and
fear
soil.
that we may feel, caused by those in power who have no care or respect for the will of the people. Take all of those feelings and let that motivate us to take action, to find strength in knowing.
So it's just so
that they
funny
are
how
doing what they're
diverse
doing
the
because they're
fascists have
afraid of
become,
us.
right?
Yeah.
So it's like so funny because they're talking about, oh, we're not going to move from this line. They're going to keep moving the line, moving the line, moving the line. And it's like they clearly don't actually care about any of these things. You know,
No.
like they're not. It's like, you know how they're like, I'm not racist, but that it's like, no,
Yeah.
you're not racist as long as they agree with you. As soon as they don't, then you're racist against them.
Exactly.
You know, like you're all like they have all these people that it's not like they even tokenize these people. They do, you know, like they're going to be like, we do have black Republicans.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
exactly.
blah. They do a little bit, but not compared to fucking Nancy Pelosi doing her fucking kneel with the African
With the
garb and shit.
Cringe. Extra cringe. Super cringe, even.
Just like we see foreign dictators are afraid of democracy, the Democratic leaders so afraid of a free people and a free society, and the possibility that we, the American people, might make the wrong choice in this election by choosing someone other than them.
Oh my God.
They are doing all they can
Oh my
through
God.
the power of law enforcement, the criminal justice system, national
Sure.
security
Yep. You guys are
doing
so
all that they
persecuted.
can to stop us from
You guys are the
exercising
victims.
our
Yep.
freedom. They forget that we, the people, are the ones with the power.
Yep.
But we have to use
And we've all
that
said
power.
it, bro.
We
If Donald
cannot allow them
Trump was not in the
to get
race right now,
Mm.
so this also to keep in mind is like Nikki Haley's rhetoric would be completely different, right? The tempo she had to take leading up to that was she had to stay in like the Trump closet about how they'll say nothing bad about Trump, right? Because they don't want to lose the Trumpers, because they need those like people who like Trump a little bit, but they're looking at the other guys, right?
Yeah.
So she got to the end where she can be fundraised like to infinity. But if Trump wasn't there, her rhetoric would have been completely different. It may not have been her at the end at that point, but just saying, she would be talking about completely different shit right now. So we already think in this MAGA-verse that she would be Biden if she was the candidate. Imagine if it wasn't the MAGA-verse and she could actually talk about like actual Republican values and stuff and like code signal more into those values than like the MAGA extremism. She would destroy.
It would be
She
completely
would
different,
fucking crush, right?
She would be the obvious choice.
Maybe actually vote for the person who's going to beat Biden, because like even if Trump gets there, he's not going to do it.
No, there's no way.
Away with this. Our democracy is under attack, and it's up to us.
Sure it is.
We have to hold those responsible accountable at the ballot box. We have to send this strong message to leaders in both parties that those who abuse their power and undermine our democracy and our freedom will not be tolerated. If we do nothing,
oh, you're not tolerating
if we
people?
turn a blind eye to those who are weaponizing our
So you're talking
criminal
about what
justice system against their
Oh, wait.
political-
So what you're actually talking about is that you're not going to tolerate law and order, the police force, you know,
Shut them all down.
the prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, comrade.
telling us who we are and aren't allowed to vote for, telling us what we are and aren't allowed to say or see or hear.
Cpac,
It
where
will
I'm
set a
from, we
dangerous
call it
precedent for every
APAC.
election and presidency in the future. And it's democracy as we know it will be finished.
Uh-huh.
What do you think, the lizard people are challenges in our entire political system? And those challenges are not limited to one political party. There are politicians from both parties who are more interested in serving themselves and their own interests than they are about serving the needs of the American people.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to give up without a fight.
Yep. These
On
are
January 27th,
you're describing a
1838,
politician.
President Lincoln delivered a powerful speech to the Young Men's Lyceum of
Yeah,
Springfield,
because she that's the thing is like she dyes the rest of her hair, and it's not like this gray grew out. She dyed it in, right? So you can actually see that it's more yellow at the bottom than it is gray at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So she dyed it already, and that's why halfway down it's kind of yellowed because she went to this look. It just takes her hair that long to grow. It's almost got the dye all the way grown out, but she put that white stripe in herself to look cool. She should have gray hair right now. Just imagine her right here, completely gray. Same look.
I reckon she'd
You
look
trust
better.
her?
And he said, quote, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up, defend our right to bear arms, not only to defend ourselves and our love, this new free democracy was, and how susceptible it would be, and it still is, to those who abuse their power to try to take away our freedom. So we have to defend our right to bear arms, not only to defend ourselves and our loved ones, but to serve as that important check on the abuse of power by an increasingly tyrannical government."
How's that been going? Huh? Who's doing that? Anyone?
Epic.
No?
Okay.
Nobody. Oh, that's right.
Okay. Let's get to the
Cool.
next speaker. I'm sure the next speaker will have more to say, and it's totally going to be, oh God, no!
Thank you.
How did they want a form on? How did they do it?
Thank you very much.
Why are they cheering for this guy of all people?
You're a true leader. Thank you.
Cringe.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you, everyone.
Did they bring hype men for him to put into the crowd?
I don't know. He loves it though. He fucking loves this.
Did they say you're our true leader or you're a
No,
true
you
leader?
are a true leader.
So they got to know who he is just because of how so I haven't watched in this angle, right? Because it doesn't really cross my radar to look up Fox News reports about El Salvador's prison system, right? But they gotta love him because he's locking up all the migrants that they think are coming to the country, right?
Yeah.
So they think he's literally saving them from like these gangs.
Must be.
With his mass incarceration policies, because that's
It's
probably
possible.
how Fox would frame it, right?
Or they'd
So they
frame it
probably
as
do know
cleaning
who
up
this
crime.
guy is.
Yeah, 100%. I guarantee that they cover him all the time.
So they're even woken up to know different Latin American leaders and South American leaders, because they definitely know Milei of Argentina as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's all I see. Thank you.
They still won't stop, bro.
Dear Matt and Mercy, thank you for the kind invitation to have me here at Cpac. It is truly an honor to be here just a few days after our presidential and legislative elections, which, by the way, they pulverized the opposition. They say globalism comes to die.
Yeah, one of the things I was saying about this guy is that like this was the most legitimate dictator landslide election that's probably ever happened because they always all win by 90%, right? But like even though he did do policies that crack down on opposition, at the end of the day, he would have won anyway with the majority.
Unapologetically fight against
So,
everything
you know,
and
he didn't
everyone
need
that
to do
stands
all
for
this
it.
stuff, but the people like him because because that's the thing. New York did the same thing. So in the 70s, to clean up New York, they just mass arrest black people. And
Yeah.
New York's prison population exploded. That was their solution to crime.
Yeah.
Go to the poor neighborhoods, right? So that's what they did. They went to the poor neighborhoods where everyone has tattoos. So everyone in the jail looks like a gang member because it's trendy to get tattoos in those poor areas.
Fight for your freedoms. Fight for your rights. The next president of the United States must not only win an election, he must have the vision, the will.
They referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
And above all, he must be able to identify the underlying forces that will conspire against him.
Oh, don't just you can turn up the gain.
Are already taking over.
Just turn your gain all the way up and keep your mic close to your mouth.
You may not see it yet, but it's already happening. You don't see it as clearly because people are designed to see linear changes, not exponential ones. We don't always recognize how fast a problem can multiply and spiral out of control.
Who the fuck is on that sound right? That's drag.
Boiling frog. Once the water boils, it's already too late.
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here. I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
Just like the frog, people become complacent and they don't realize how bad things are getting until it's too late. Well, I know, of course, El Salvador is a lot smaller country, setting aside the differences.
But you know what we have in common? Gun violence. You know, we both have to kill people in the streets with firearms.
Isolated problems in the 60s and the 70s.
Chirp, chirp,
we
chirp,
failed
chirp,
to
chirp.
realize as a country the severity of them until it became a civil war. By the time we reacted, it was already too late. We were already boiled like the frog. And it took us 50 years, 2 wars.
Bro, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. These people want a civil war. Now you're saying about how civil war is bad. You're getting out of line here, bro. You're definitely not coming back to Cpac. Saying civil wars are bad.
Wrong rhetoric. Wrong rhetoric. You need to encourage the civil war. Take a note out of Tim Pool's book.
And a near miracle to get our country back.
I don't trust him.
Crazy.
His hair, the way he looks, it just looks.
Oh, racist. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyone
Mexican,
with
right?
like Mexican, who's the racist now?
As your friend, I want
No,
to
all
issue
brown
this
people
warning
look the
so you don't
same.
make the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s. It is not easy to pull yourself back once you're in boiling water. In fact, all the experts said it was impossible.
Yeah, like climate change. Uh-oh, you're not coming back. You're talking about how climate change is happening. You're not coming back to CPAP.
To get out of hell. You can still jump before the water
the
boils.
chinchillas are fighting.
Some might say I'm exaggerating, but we can clearly see the signs of a declining society because our own hit rock bottom decades ago. It's like when we see someone getting sick. First, it's maybe just stomachache or a headache or a small fever.
So it's like
But
the.
if you don't do it later, the bubble will burst.
Oh my god. How far through were we?
You get a little sick, you get a little stomach ache.
Oh my god. Someone tell me what the time code was. Oh my god, that fucked everything up. What was the time code? Someone tell me.
Who elected them? They attorneys and prosecutors. Most of them even perform satanic rituals.
Satanic rituals?
And these the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s.
Oh, here we go.
failed again to look into the science. But if you don't deal with the disease,
Here we go.
because our own hit rock bottom.
Got it.
decades
Never
ago.
mind.
It's like when we see someone getting sick.
Just past your cam. Yeah, how are they going to know the time code when it's covered?
Or small fever.
Oh, fuck me.
Y'all done
If you don't deal
fighting?
with the disease, it will only get worse, and then it may be too late.
Maybe.
Even after our first war,
Wait, so
in
you're
El
saying we need
Salvador,
healthcare?
We failed again to look into the science of the second civil war that was coming.
The science of
Civil War again.
After a
Here we
million
go.
people fled the first war, a lot of them came to live in ghettos here in the United States, where the gangs were formed. When former President Clinton deported a lot of those gang members without telling us they were gang members. They were
There you go. It's America's fault.
They roamed free and recruited young
Bro.
people.
Hilarious.
Thousands of
Bro,
young
He's literally
He
come to
just
America
said
to
he
be like,
deported
it's
them
your
without
fucking fault.
evidence. He deported them without
yeah, that
evidence.
is
Just
pretty
he's
funny.
just like, hi, I arrest them without evidence.
Salvadorans to join the gangs. At first, they seemed like petty criminals, but they began to change and transform until they became the unscrupulous terrorists that we know today. Most of them even perform satanic rituals. This has been well documented. The government back then didn't
It's a
deal
satanic
with the
baby
disease,
blood.
nor did the
Adrenochrome.
next administration, nor did
Makes
the
you
ones
young.
after that.
Suck the baby blood.
The disease that had begun with mild symptoms got worse and worse. It became a cancer.
Okay, they are done.
That seemed incurable. We are already seeing these symptoms in the United States. Big cities in decline like Baltimore, Portland, New York.
Baltimore.
just to name a few.
Oh my God, Baltimore is one of the
Places
best
where crime
ones
and drugs have
for
become
Spanish-speaking people to pronounce. Have you ever seen that video? It's just a girl who's I don't know what language she speaks, but she's trying to name U.S. cities, but she doesn't speak the language at all.
Okay.
It's
No,
dude,
I
she's
haven't.
so cute.
I haven't, no.
I'm gonna pull it up. I'll find it.
Okay.
Give me a minute. Keep
become the
watching.
daily norm and even accepted and promoted by the government.
Yeah.
How many young people have you lost to the streets of Philadelphia or San Francisco to fentanyl? Did we see these apocalyptic sites 15, 10, 5 years ago? Can you imagine how it will be in the next 5, 10?
Really
15
easy
years?
to find, actually.
Imagine if he actually knew the reason why shootings and mass shootings happen. And it was the media.
Well, considering that he is from a country where it's the most similar in gun violence to America, it happens for different reasons there. He doesn't have the analog there. He has it's a completely different culture of how it happens. So it was like the third results. I just said trying to pronounce U.S. cities, right? So this girl is also like Hispanic, right? So this is when I'm saying whenever they say Baltimore, like how I like it, you know, like there's just certain pronunciations that are in certain languages that sound really good.
Okay.
This is trying to pronounce American cities. Okay, so the first one is New York. New York. New York. Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Chicago.
That was actually how you pronounce it, though. You know,
Oh, really?
That's closer to like the actual Chicago. That's how you say it there, right? So that's how you pronounce it. So she just said she was closer than how most people say Chicago. Chicago is what she said. Chicago, which is pretty much what it is.
Chicago. Chicago.
That's hilarious.
Baltimore. Baltimore. It sounds like Baltimore. Okay.
That's hilarious.
The same thing was happening in El Salvador. In the span of
She says Baltimore much cuter than this guy just did.
The country and our society. They evolved into a parallel government, controlling elections and even political parties. Every aspect of the daily life of most people was controlled by the gangs.
Mm-hmm.
Murder capital
Is that how it
below
is in America? Is it?
is a
Interesting.
tragic title to hold. Getting rid of that was the bare minimum we had to achieve in order to even start thinking about rebuilding our
We
country.
just like, I don't know the exact thing. Like they just did it. Like I don't know if it was as good as the last one, but they did just renew this tax credit shit for the kids. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly
And they're
what the policy is, though. I didn't look. I just saw child tax credit renew, and I said, okay, and I threw it aside. It doesn't affect me. You know, it's something that I support, but it's like it has zero effect on my life. So it's like whatever. It's like I'm behind you. I'll be back here. Like if it comes up and I vote for it, I'll vote for it, right? But like I'm all for it. But
yeah, the conservatives aren't pro baby or anti abortion or anything
it's that George
like
Carlin
that.
joke.
They're anti women. That's what it is. They're just they want to
the
control
George
women.
Carlin
That's the
joke is
problem.
literally like how they care. Like his punchline is like they care about it until it's born, and then it's fuck you.
Ah, yeah. I mean, it's true. It's very true. Yeah, but it's just about control over women's bodies. That's all it is.
But jumping out of the water when it's already boiling.
No, that was my joke leading into this. Is that there's no way they could be worse than Orban, right? Oh God, because he comes out.
All right, let's skip.
You're no strangers to that. Here in the United States, we deal with they persecute political opponents. In El Salvador, we don't weaponize our judicial system to persecute our political opponents.
Bro, you did. You did that. You did that. Good night, Fudge.
Good night.
Practice that may sound familiar to you, but we don't do that there. Who's the dictator?
Did someone just yell out Putin?
I don't know.
They fucking did. Typical.
The global elites in the media, they work in conjunction, they run some stories and publish them, send pictures to reinforce their agendas. You're no strangers to that. Here in the United States, we deal with that in El Salvador too. That is the free press that they talk about?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, it is.
I always criticize the defenders of institutionalism. Not because I don't think strong institutions are paramount and necessary for a democracy, but because I find them very hypocritical.
I'm not exactly listening, but it sounds like what he's saying is very funny.
As they are trying to impose on
just
others.
horseshit.
I know, but not like the.
But there's yet another
Not like the company
that
works
is more dangerous
stops
than a
when
simple
stream
double
starts.
standard.
That's why it's good that there's two of us.
Institutions were created to serve the people and not the other way around.
True. Well, at least they should be.
Somewhere along the way, those people forgot their fundamental purpose, which is
Yeah, it was about the formation of the
institution
nation
itself.
state.
When the judicial system was created, it was created out of
Oh,
the
look how small
necessity
his
to bring
hands are. That's funny.
justice.
Small guy.
But now it seems like survival and control of the judges, of the AGs, among others, are paramount.
I'm over this. I'm bored. Biden dog.
We're living it.
You're living it. Yes, you are. Kamala's hubby, Dougie Fresh, saying out loud what the entire country knows by now. The Biden White House is just one big season of Veep, and we all can't wait for the series finale. In case you haven't seen it, Veep's a comedy about an incompetent and vindictive female VP as she claws her way to the top. Sound familiar?
You know what I would like to tell people, but obviously I can't?
No, stay here.
I should be president because it is my turn.
Are you ready to?
It sounds more like it's based off Hillary Clinton.
Hey, remember, wasn't Joe Biden vice president before this?
Yeah, he was.
Step into the role and do whatever the country would need.
Absolutely ready. But thank God our president is in good shape, in good health.
Because words have many meanings, and what we mean to say when we speak those words can mean so many
Oh
different
my God.
things. We can confuse our own meaning and misspeak.
The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
And for today's episode of
Bro, how do you stop? She was just about to talk about the coconut tree.
I know.
They stopped her before she got to the coconut tree.
Oh, it's
Bro,
so good.
his
That-
chair,
that whole
the chair
quote
not
is
fitting
so
under the
good.
desk though. How much does it bother you?
It bothers me a lot every time I see it.
House, forcing the presidential pooch to live with some relatives.
Boo.
Cujo turned the White House staff.
We
into an
stand the
all-you-can-eat
ACAB
buffet.
dog.
Documents show
Bro,
Commander Biden
he turned
bid
the
and
White
attacked
House
Secret
staff
Service
into an
members at
all-you-can-eat buffet. What a great!
least
Hey,
20
Jesse, you told a funny for once.
He's a good dog.
4 times. And that's just Secret Service. One incident forcing a White House tour to stop as janitors mopped up blood from the floor. Commander also terrorizing Biden's beach house, where one unlucky soul got 6 stitches after suffering a severe, deep, open wound. Commander's rage was a real treat for the
they're
media.
also rescue dogs,
Listen to his name.
right?
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so I'm pretty
Ah.
sure. Yeah, so he rescued these German shepherds, and you have to think about for a rescue job, for a rescue dog, it's got to be really stressful. The type
Yeah.
of environment Joe Biden's
Oh,
in,
for sure. Yeah.
like you're not going to be picking up positive vibes from Secret Service because they're all going to be walking
No.
like robots.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I was a dog, especially a rescue dog, I would be fucking
Mhm.
like, who are these super police? Fuck
Yeah.
out of here, bro.
Commander, he's in charge. He's
I'm
a
a bite your
They weren't just all little nicks either.
Oh,
I've
look
been in
at
a
him.
similar situation. It's rough. I don't mean that as no, I didn't mean that as a stupid pun. Like it's difficult, but
Absolutely.
the dog has to go.
No.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Jill Biden would fit right in with the cast of Veep. The first lady, who can't pronounce bodega, compares Latinos to breakfast tacos and once stood in front of a huge sign that said Hunter High. Well, she's apparently the secret sauce that keeps her husband's mojo running. Listen to this top of story.
Okay, Hunter
Yeah, you-
High. Who cares?
You hear that? She fucking gives him gobbies every night. Good for him. Fucking good on him. Okay. Why are you pondering about their sex life, you weirdo?
Vital part. Dr. Jill Biden.
Bigoted
is
fucking
it.
losers.
She likes power. She wants to stay.
Oh
she
my
wants some
God.
sense of revenge.
Oh my God.
A lot to bite into,
Awesome.
Greg, here.
I love
So much, guys.
that Doug
A lot to
says
bite
that
into.
It's just like Veep. I mean, does he know that in Veep, the VP is an idiot? At least he didn't say his marriage is like The Walking Dead. You know, he could have done worse, but that's really, he obviously doesn't watch the show. I think about the dog, we need to call it what it is. It's an incisor erection.
I'm
It's
done.
the work
We
of
got to move.
extreme
We're done.
MAGA
No way we're continuing with this video after that
The
one.
problem is, this is someone we're talking about could win the Republican nomination.
Uh-huh.
And he's going to be in court March and April, May and June. He, by his own words, said he's going to be spending more time in court than he is on the campaign trail. That's a problem. Republicans will not win if Donald Trump is the nominee.
Now, she's
Bro.
trailing in the polls by double digits, but did yesterday's Fox town hall with Nikki Haley move the needle ahead of Saturday's
I
primary?
can't.
What do
I
voters need
can't
to hear?
show the audio for this, but like, let me just. I'm just gonna show a pause screen, real quick. It says it's that band, right? It says "Love what you can do in Unreal Engine." And it says "Made a music video for my band using Unreal Engine." So that's that whole like video that they made was done using Unreal. They literally
That's
fucking animated it with a gaming software. Who's right? I wasn't listening.
Hear from her or from Trump to make their decision. So we decided to ask them. Raymond's back, and he's joined in Greenville, South Carolina by a panel of undecided voters, Jason,
Oh boy.
Tracy, Eric, Dakota, and Matt. All right, Ray, it's great to see the panel there. What's everybody saying?
Well, you know, I asked everybody, Laura, before we started, what was the big issue for them, the number one issue as they go to the polls?
Immigration.
And what was it?
Immigration.
Immigration, the border and immigration. Why? Jason, you are a pastor.
Yeah.
Why are you concerned about this issue?
Just the amount of
Yeah, you are a pastor.
Yeah,
Since
no,
then,
the
you've
amount of
become a
kids that I have
thumb.
to touch. It's great. I love it.
Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to show a little
also-
bit of something with the Pods
Oh
in
my God, it
America
looks
with Mehdi Hassan, because he made great points about something that I tend to. You fucked with your cord when you grabbed your mic, just so you know. Might have loosened it a bit. It was a crunch.
That's fine.
But anyway, it was a counter argument for something that I say for my points with Israel a lot, and just like he's 100% right. But even though I still disagree with him, I think that it's like valid to show somebody who also knows what they're talking about and have a different perspective than mine.
Fair enough.
That's in there.
It's always good.
Somewhere. So
Yeah. Okay. Tell me what the number is.
I'll find it in a second.
And the resources that
First, don't you want to hear about how all these people care about the border?
Mr. No Neck here. Can't wait.
used
thumb face
to help the homeless here.
Tracy, you also very concerned about the border and what to do about the 10 million people who've come into the country under Biden.
That's what I'm worried about, the logistics of finding these people and sending them back home. Now, Nikki Haley said,
Here's a solution. Don't. Problem solved.
Well,
no
also,
resources
like
required.
literally, like the bill is like as lib as you can get. It's literally like it's opening more ways. They say this all the time. I just want them to come here legally. I don't care about the migrants. I just want them to come legally. That's what the fucking border bill was. That's literally what it's literally what you always say. Fucking
Yep, and
idiots, bro.
Trump killed it to count heads. It's
Brain
great.
rotted idiots.
Yep.
Not just
E-Verify
right wing
is what she would use, and that's great.
Yeah.
But criminals aren't looking for jobs, and E-Verify won't affect them. So I'd like to know how we can get them before they commit a crime.
Dakota is a student here in South Carolina. You're concerned about the.
This just in, we have an opinion.
I'm going to pull it up at the time code, the Media Sun thing that I wanted.
We have a breaking soundbite opinion.
My resolution:
This is how you deal
airstrikes.
with migrants.
Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
Get them.
Border, why? You would think students wouldn't be concerned about this.
I'm honestly really concerned because at school I study criminology, and my colleagues are just talking about it.
Civilians were killed, and that's what we're going to continue to try to
from
do.
the border, and how it's just ravaging even our campus.
And Matt, your big concern.
Well, you know, the wall has not been completed. We've got to.
Oh my God, the fucking wall.
Why are you gay?
Mehdi Hassan actually was guest host on this, right? So I guess that's like I say the guest host because it's yeah, your thing is loose. Your cord is fucking up. Told you. So literally he's here for 40 minutes ad break, and then he also talks about Trump and Tucker ad break. Like he's literally like it's like it's more of like an interview, but he also like is just on a podcast vibing about it. But anyway, this is the main reason he came on is to promote this article he wrote.
Because you have a fantastic piece out in The Guardian today.
Come on, YouTube. Right when I hit play.
Epic.
But seriously, like, and that's the thing. This is like a lot of people who like have counter arguments and disagreements to like what I say about Israel and stuff. A lot of them are
arguing that President Biden.
So when I say this is the best counter argument that I've heard against stuff that I say, which is like what I think is the common analyst opinion, really, about the situation, like it is way far the best because nobody else is like really engaging with these arguments in good faith.
No. It's always charged.
Gaza right now with a phone call. You point to an example of President Reagan in 1982 who stopped Israel's bombing of Beirut.
Anyway, so the framing was Biden could end war with a phone call.
He could, theoretically.
With a phone call. Can you give us sort of that brief history of what happened back in 82 and how you think it applies to what's happening in Gaza today?
So yeah, in 1982, Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, very pro-Israeli, just like Joe Biden. The Israelis were led by a very right-wing prime minister, Menachem Begin, a former terrorist. Just like today you have Benjamin Netanyahu, very right-wing leader. And Begin and Ariel Sharon, remember him, was his defense minister, and they go into Lebanon. We don't have time to get into why they went into Lebanon, but they're in Lebanon, and they're bombing Beirut. They're trying to defeat the PLO, who are hiding in tunnels, Tommy. Sound familiar? And they say, we will not leave till we wipe them out. And in the process of trying to wipe them out, they're killing thousands of civilians in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. And at one point, the nightly news is showing an image of a child with limbs missing. Again, sound familiar?
Horrible.
Ronald Reagan apparently sees this. He writes later in his memoir, these images shocked me. And he calls Begin and he says, you need to stop this now. What we're watching is a Holocaust. Reagan used the H word, Tommy. And Begin says, I know what a Holocaust is. Don't try and lecture me, Mr. President, along those lines. And yet 20 minutes later, Begin rings back and says to Reagan, it's over. I've told Sharon to stop the bombing. And the reason I opened the piece with that anecdote is because Reagan apparently put down the phone and said to his deputy chief of staff, I didn't realize I had that kind of power. Now, whether he meant it or not, whether it was snark, who knows? But American presidents have a lot of power, Tommy. You know that. I know that. You know that from working in the White House. I know that from covering presidents for decades.
I love that he literally acknowledged the reason why I started with this anecdote, because something we always say, as soon as somebody starts bringing up history, like, just stop. Like, it's always going to justify something. So he's pointing out that it's like, yeah, this is an anecdote. It's not necessarily relevant. It's just...
Yes.
And the idea...
Also, like, Lebanon is a different country. Technically, Palestine is Israel. It's a de facto territory of Israel. And also, the terrorist attack that happened has a whole different motivation. It would be like trying to, like, if America was being as brutal as Israel was in any of those wars, right?
Yes.
Like, good luck telling America to stop if it was that mad. So, I think that he definitely could do more, though.
Hear that Joe Biden today, and I get it, a lot of listeners of Pod Save America will say Joe Biden is trying, he wants to stop the war. We keep hearing leaks that he wants to see
I say this all the time.
He doesn't like Netanyahu. He's effing and blinding about Bibi. But what can we do? Israel is upset after October the 7th, rightly upset. It wants to take out Hamas. We don't have the leverage. And the purpose of my piece was to say, not only do we have leverage in the form of arms and finances and diplomatic protection, but we've always had leverage. Ronald Reagan could do it. George Bush Sr. could do it. And Joe Biden can do it too. He can make that call. And one of the things I cite in the piece is Israeli officials have said openly, we can't do this without America. Defense Minister Gallant, early on in the conflict, when he was asked, why are you letting aid in by his own right-wing backbenchers, he said, the Americans told us to. What are we supposed to say? No? Yitzhak Brick, a very top Israeli general, Tommy, said, if they turn off the tap, everyone knows we can't carry on fighting. So the Israeli military officials are saying, we need the Americans. And yet our government is not saying, all right, then do what we tell you to. And that leads you to the very unfortunate conclusion that the Biden administration doesn't want
I almost went to Beirut after the blast.
It's that it won't.
So I think, look, first of all, I share your enormous frustration with how Gaza is being handled by the Biden administration. We can get into some of the policies we think would make things better in a minute. But I think the argument's a little bit overstated. I think it's somewhere between, we can't do anything and one phone call. And my argument would be, I think Israel today is very different than 1982, just because of, decades of economic growth, frankly, decades of U.S. military assistance that has made them increasingly less reliant on the U.S. But I think the bigger problem for Biden here would be Bibi Netanyahu, because for those who don't know, Netanyahu is only in power because he cobbled together a coalition of some of the most
they're literally presenting all the things I say,
racist ministers in Israeli politics. And some of those ministers, like a guy named Itamar Ben-Gvir, could topple his coalition government at any time. And so what Netanyahu is primarily worried about is, if they withdraw support for the coalition and he has to face an election, Netanyahu's party, the Likud, would get crushed according to polls. He'd lose the PM job, and he would lose any future hope of using his power as prime minister to get immunity for the many crimes he has committed and is facing.
Nope, he was right. He was talking about immunity for crimes. He was right. I was about to say, no, it's the crimes. He was right. Should have let him finish.
Prosecution for. I think you are absolutely right that Biden pressed Netanyahu to stop bombing Gaza back in 2021. It was reported in books that he said, all right, you're out of runway. We got to stop this.
And they stopped within days, and Netanyahu was gone from office within a month.
That's exactly right. I do think, though, the security situation and the politics are changed after October 7th. There was a recent poll by the Israel Democracy Institute. It found that about half of Israelis would oppose a deal to end the war in Gaza if it included the establishment of a Palestinian state and peace agreements with other Arab countries.
Who gives a shit?
Another poll found that 70%
well, that's a shame. If you keep going, it's going to be recognized as Palestine anyway.
Like, look at ending apartheid. Let's see how many people cried about that too. Fuck off. Who cares?
It's a statement that, quote, the entry of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip must be stopped until the Israeli prisoners are released. I say all of that not because I think it should impact what the U.S. does or what you and I think is right or wrong, but just to acknowledge that there's a scenario where Biden trying to tell Netanyahu what to do and then Netanyahu telling him off ends up being good politics for Bibi. And maybe there's a scenario where Bibi goes around Biden to Congress and gets some sort of veto-proof bill passed of assistance. So look, I think there's a lot more that Biden can and should be doing, but I think there are some limits to our leverage.
So let me say two things. One is on the specific Israel example. I think, as I pointed out in the piece, I point out not just Israeli officials, but people like Bruce Riedel, who worked for 4 presidents, saying, no, we have lots of leverage and we don't use that leverage, not because it's complicated, not because Netanyahu can go around us, but because of domestic political reasons that we don't want to use. That's one issue.
Okay. So I was just checking to be sure. So right here, apartheid was not democratically ended, right? So apartheid not democratically ended, but after it ended, the ANC then did win the democracy, right? But like, because of how the elites were, I want to know if there's a percentage of how many the white Afrikaners, as they would be called, how many of them supported ending apartheid, if a majority did or not.
So, that and you mentioned 2021, Biden literally called Netanyahu and said, stop this, and it worked. So that at some point we have to ask the question, how much this is about Biden and not about Netanyahu? Uncomfortable question, I know, for a lot of the listeners. And number two, I would say, just on a general point, not just about Israel, Tommy, and you and I have discussed this before, sometimes there's value just in the fight. Right? We have a president right now whose poll numbers aren't so great, who is getting beaten up on all sides by members of his own party, by members of the media, and by, of course, the Republican Party. And sometimes there is value in the fight. Netanyahu is not a popular figure. If Biden picks a fight with him and Netanyahu tries to go to Congress, tries to go to Speaker Johnson or even Chuck Schumer, I don't think that's bad politically for Biden in an election year where actually cozying up to Netanyahu could cost him states like Michigan, could cost him a lot of young voters, people of color, Arab American voters. So I think there's a moral reason and a strategic reason to put pressure on Israel to end this morally unsustainable and strategically disastrous war. But I also think there's domestic political reasons why picking a fight with Netanyahu is far from a bad thing to do.
Yeah, I'm in violent agreement with you there. So some things I'd love to see. I mean, to your point about Biden's
when
approach,
Jack gets back, we're switching back to the other.
To date, they have had this approach that's called the hug Bibi strategy, where basically Biden says he'll disagree with Netanyahu privately, but they don't want to show any daylight in terms of public messaging. And that included Biden literally jumping on a plane, flying to Israel, giving Netanyahu a hug on the tarmac. It's become this sort of iconic image. I think we need to, I thought that approach was a mistake from the beginning, not because I think poorly of Joe Biden, because I think incredibly poorly of Bibi Netanyahu. He's a corrupt, racist, bad leader who, a year ago was trying to shred the Israeli judicial system, right? You had literally millions of protesters on the street every single weekend protesting him.
He also, Tommy, wants a Trump president.
Oh, absolutely.
They're not hiding this stuff.
They say it out loud.
Who you mentioned a moment ago said, if Trump was in office, we'd be able to do whatever we want. And Netanyahu clearly is counting down the days to a Trump presidency. So the idea that Biden is helping a guy who has always undermined Democratic presidents. You remember Bill Clinton famously emerged from a meeting with Netanyahu and said, who the F is the superpower here?
Right.
Barack Obama was humiliated by Netanyahu, who turned up and undermined his Iran negotiations in Congress on American soil.
Yeah, he failed on that front, but
But tried to,
he was a real pain in the ass, that's for sure.
went to Congress and tried to undermine the U.S. president. So this idea that Biden, Obama, Clinton should try and appease a man who has always tried to undermine them in party political terms seems to me absurd from a domestic political calculation.
Yeah.
I know that Biden has a friendship with Netanyahu going back decades. Whatever, right? We're in the middle of one of the worst geopolitical crises of our lifetimes. We're in the midst of one of the worst. A former UN official told the BBC this week, Tommy, that the kill rate in Gaza, by his calculation, the kill rate, the rate of killing is higher than in
This guy seems to know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, that's only like the first 10 minutes. We're obviously not going to look at the whole thing, but I think these are all like, the thing is that what he's not addressing is we don't know. I think he's right about everything he's addressing. Like, this was bad, that was bad, that was bad, that was bad. But we still don't know what kind of pressure is being put, what kind of threats are being made. But I think the big thing is that he is right, that going up against Bibi Netanyahu, and because the thing is Biden's strategy is to not look like they're going to protect democracy by going after people who are ruining it, right? If he took that angle where he's like, nah, fuck Donald Trump, and then he said, fuck Bibi too, right? If he went on that anti-dictator, anti-thing, like, he would look way stronger.
Yeah.
But their strategy is, don't talk about Trump. Don't even acknowledge it. Don't even act like you're part of it. It's not even you, because it's the judicial branch, right? That's their strategy to engage with it, is don't mention it.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good strategy. I think this guy's right. Anyway, let's hear. I don't want to hear all about immigration. What's their next issue on these people? Because I definitely don't care about their opinion on immigration, because it's just going to be wrong.
Continue the war more than just throwing money
Russia. Here we
Who
go.
supports more funding for Ukraine? Oh, I got one in the back. Matt's doing this. Why?
Well, I'm all about, defending Ukraine from Russia, but I would at least like to know where the money's going to. There's got to be some sense of
Oh my God, there's no
accountability,
money,
and we
my
continue
guy.
to send so much.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. It's material support. It's fucking equipment. It's how much the equipment is worth, because they're supposed to be paying for it later because it's a loan. So at the moment it's coming out, but it's going to pay back later. This is called investment. It's capitalism. It's weapons sales. You fools.
Much money, but when is another country going to pay their way?
Yeah, go ahead, Tracy.
I'd like to see us squeeze Russia financially so they're not able to continue the war more than just throwing money at Zelensky and not knowing where it's going.
I would like to see, accountability. Where's the money going? Who's getting
Oh
it?
my God.
Are they, Ukraine just lost the city, and they said they had no weapons. Where's the money for that?
Yeah. I know that some of you also were very concerned about inflation and what it's doing now. That was kind of the second tier issue. Why is that so important? How are you feeling it in this community, Eric?
Going to the grocery store, you can't even buy a hamburger to make a hamburger helper nowadays. It's so expensive.
Oh my God.
They can't afford it.
Oh my
What are they gonna
God.
do? They can't afford it.
Oh my
The
God.
other big issue, you heard
You're in South Carolina. Cookout is probably still $4 for a meal. Shut the fuck up.
really raise a little bit of it.
Eat shit.
She has made
so
the
cheap.
age of Donald Trump.
South Carolina is the cheapest place I have ever lived. It is insane. It's dirt cheap. It costs nothing to live there. Great. What were you saying?
Nothing. I'm just trying to figure out how to do. I don't remember how to generate the QR code from this son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because I did it
Joe
before.
Biden, central to her campaign. Does Donald Trump's age concern you all?
No.
Oh, that's right.
Not
Okay.
me.
No.
I would say in general, we should try to go more towards younger people running for office.
Okay.
Nice.
Laura,
you have another question.
Well, I think the bottom line is, what do you think our role should be in the world when we're $37 trillion in debt and we can't defend our own border? I mean,
Oh my fucking God,
people
these
are being called
people.
pro-Putin sympathizers
Ugh.
if they don't think we're spreading ourselves too thin.
Oh my
Do you
God.
think the pro-Putin sympathizer
Don't worry, Jack. I'll save you in a
line by
chat second. I'm
Haley
just
and
testing
others
this.
is
Ugh.
that fair or accurate, given what so many voters and obviously Trump believes?
Fucking idiots.
No.
Go ahead, Jason. I see you nodding.
Yeah, no. We're like I said, we're spending way too much money. No American veteran should be homeless in this country.
Yeah.
True.
You wanted to add?
Oh, so now we're pro housing
It's not
people.
necessarily that we're standing
guess
by
so.
Putin,
But only
not,
if you
supporting funding for
fucking
the
put your
Ukraine.
life
The
on the
issue
line
is
for the country.
We need to know where the money's going,
Invading
and why
another
haven't other
place. Yeah,
countries
great.
who want Ukraine to win this
Epic.
war why haven't they paid their fair share?
Yeah, Tracy, they really have
Nice,
tried to
look at
pitch this, though, as if you don't support sending more money to Zelensky and Ukraine, you're a Putin sympathizer.
How about becoming energy independent and squeezing Russia out of all
Oh my
the
fucking
oil
God.
that he's
Oh my
selling to
God.
Europe and China and whatnot? And then he won't be able to fund
All right.
more.
Dakota,
You want to move on from this?
Yes, I definitely think
Yes.
that energy
Okay, so-
independence is very important.
Oh,
We
they're
built
so
docks
ignorant.
in Germany to give
So-
them energy because when we
they're
were
so
making it under the
ignorant.
Trump administration.
Anyway,
They're so ignorant.
this year. So I added another. There's a third link down below for Ukraine. An air reconnaissance unit also needs car repairs down there. This is the QR code. I'm going to leave it up. You can also pause if you want to scan it. But they're trying to raise money for car repairs as well. The air reconnaissance team. You already got the next one ready, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then if you have extra money after helping Ukraine, we're of course fundraising for our NGO to help journalists in war zones and countries without freedom of press. We need money for the paperwork. It costs money to do the paperwork. It costs money to certify things. So we just need basically a little bit of money coming in that we can just save up and hopefully get everything going by the end of the year. Like I said, it will be a nonprofit, so you'll be able to get tax write-offs too if you donate billions of dollars to us. So you know what a billion is.
Donald Trump returning to comfortable territory, facing questions at a very friendly town hall on Fox News. No surprises there. He's making some claims that aren't all there. CNN's Daniel Dale joins me now with a fact check of what Trump said and what's actually true in it. Let's start with the
Yeah, let's go.
about
The
Ukraine.
CNN telling us what's true. Let's go.
First thing I get on
Yeah,
the
so
phone
we'll
is
look at
the
there's other
European
clips that
nations
we'll see of
who are
his
in
town
for
hall because
25%
there might be
where
double
they're
clips
in
and
for
stuff. So be on the
Okay.
lookout while we're doing this because multiple people might report on the same thing. But I grabbed a bunch of stuff from his town hall that some of it's down below with like the Hassan and Kyle Kalinske stuff. If we want to jump away from news and go to those idiots.
Yep.
But yeah,
$200
Hassan
billion
watches the
they're in
entire
for
thing. So
$35
We
billion.
spent about $100 billion so far, but it will be 160.
It's a difference of $150 billion. They've got to start paying up.
So Daniel, what's going on there, really?
Abby, those numbers appear pulled out of thin air. They're not even close to true. According to one reputable tracker of aid to Ukraine, the Kiel Institute, which is based in Germany, it is actually EU countries and EU institutions that are far outpacing the US when it comes to aid commitments to Ukraine. 156 billion for the EU, starting in 2022, around when the war began, to 73 billion to the US. Now, those are commitments, not allocations, not actual spending. If you look at actual spending, it's closer. But even then, Abby, the EU outpaces the United States.
There's
That's
also,
pretty funny.
Daniel, a claim that Trump made about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Let's listen to that.
Oh, let's fucking go.
I went in, got in, and I stopped Nord Stream 2. Most people don't know what that's the Russian pipeline. The most important economic deal plus, I call it economic plus, much more than economic, ever. I stopped it. I told Germany, you're not having it. I told all of Europe, you're not having it. Anybody that wants to have it, they're not dealing with you. I ended it.
What are the facts in that one?
You hear this a lot from former President Trump that he ended or killed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. It is also not true. What Trump actually did, Abby, was approve sanctions on some of the companies working on the project. But here's the critical thing. He only did that about 3 years into his presidency when the
They're
pipeline
real.
was already about 90% completed.
The last 2
And
days,
even
they've
after
been
he
little
imposed those
nightmares.
sanctions, the Russian state-owned company behind the pipeline said, okay, fine, we'll just complete it ourselves. And before Trump left office in December 2020, they announced that construction was resuming. Germany announced in January 2021, again before Trump left office, that they were renewing permission for construction in their waters. So whatever he told Russia, Europe,
That's
Germany,
hilarious.
he did not kill that pipeline.
We're not fact checking them, but that's funny if that's true.
Look, there's another topic that he keeps coming back to. This time it's the classified documents situation at Mar-a-Lago. Let's listen to that one as well.
Oh, the documents in the shitter. Let's go.
Bush took them. Everybody, Reagan took them. Everybody took them.
Oh, everybody did it, so I did it too. They did it first. He's a fucking child.
What's called the Presidential Records Act.
He's a literal child.
Absolutely allowed. That's why they passed the act in 1978. First of all, I didn't have to hand them over. But second of all, I would have done that. We were talking, and then all of a sudden they raided Mar-a-Lago.
He really is. He's an actual child.
That are true or false, Daniel?
This is like upside down imaginary history. I counted at least 4 inaccurate claims in that short segment. So number one, Reagan and Bush did not take classified documents home.
At least 4 lies.
This claim
Wait,
last year
I
Trump
cannot wait to tell
he
you.
was not allowed to take these documents. It is in black and white in the Presidential Records Act that all official records belong to the government after a president leaves office. Allowing a president to take documents, classified documents home was not why this act was passed in 1978. In fact, it was
But
the
Trump
opposite.
said
The
it,
act was
so it
passed
must be
to make
true.
sure that the
He doesn't
government, the
lie.
people, own presidential
CNN
records,
lies.
unlike
Trump
Richard
told me
Nixon
you
tried to
guys are
take them
fake
home and
news.
destroy some of them.
This
And
can't
then
be
the
the
last
truth.
claim that we were talking, we were having friendly chats, and then all of a sudden the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago. In fact, the FBI search in Mar-a-Lago came more than a year after the National Archives started its polite asking to try to get these documents back. So Abby, it was not even close to something sudden.
Yeah, I mean, repeated.
Cool. Next one. Ooh,
We're
dramatic.
back in Greenville, South Carolina with President Trump, and also we're joined by South Carolina Senator
Trump bootlicker.
Tim Scott. Thank you
Woo!
for being with us.
Pom skit. Let's go.
All right, we've spoken some on the show tonight about the Black and Hispanic vote, which seems to be trending more toward the Republican Party, specifically because of the America First agenda of President Trump. And this new Siena College poll is showing that President Trump has 41% of the Latino vote, 26% of the African American vote. What is he doing, and what can he do more of to even expand that?
Well, he's been very, very successful. When you look at the years when he was our president, we had the lowest unemployment rate in the history of the country for African Americans. The first time
Sucking
under
his dick.
6% because of Donald
I mean,
Trump.
I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
I'm like a Southern preacher, so I got to stand a little bit.
Hi,
So,
everybody.
we had the
Actual
lowest
Nazi
Hispanic
here.
unemployment, the
They
first
referenced
time
the
under
Protocols of
5%.
Elder Zion. I
Indians,
mean, I wrote that
first time
book.
under 3%.
That's a great
Women,
book.
a 70-year low, overall population, 50-year low. And on top of that,
I'm fucking
who's
better
the
than you.
president who brought the most money in for historically black colleges and universities? Donald Trump. Who made the funding permanent for the first time?
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
It was actually who signed the Opportunity Zone legislation bringing hundreds of billions of dollars into the poorest communities in all of our
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
Success breeds success. 40% of African American men.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your pee-pee
It's
is
crazy. He's so much
gigantundo.
more charismatic talking about Trump than himself, bro.
It's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing.
Order. Hispanics trust Donald Trump more than Joe Biden because they have common sense.
On the issue of crime, Mr. President, people think, oh, well, it's the economy of the border, but crime is an important issue for all Americans, especially inner city,
Totally out of
underserved and
our
underprivileged
common
people
sense.
from all backgrounds and ethnicities. But African Americans are, as you've talked about in D.C., I'm from the D.C. area. It's just horrific what's happening to the people who deserve it least.
We have to be very tough, and we have to respect
be
our
very
law
tough.
enforcement, and we have to give them back authorization to act on our behalf.
Oh, I didn't realize he was on
One
the
of the
stage with Donald Trump. That's so much
Yeah.
more pathetic.
Isn't it?
things that I'm very proud of. And this was given through strength. Well, some of the most conservative people wanted it, but a lot of liberals wanted it too. And Tim was one of the people that really was pressing, and his voice is very important to me. Criminal justice reform. We got that done. And a lot of the African American population has never forgotten that. Opportunity
True.
zones. Tim came to see me
We're
about
finally
that. He said,
talking
"I have
about
an
Trump's
idea."
only like good policy, domestic
Yeah.
policy. That is
Mhm.
that, and you know who's the reason why that policy happened?
Kim Kardashian.
And Kanye West, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's an idea that we've tested and all, but the problem is nobody could get it through. He came to me, I
He
loved
was
it.
a Jewish
and I think
doctor.
it's the greatest economic development program that I've ever seen that nobody talks about.
Absolutely.
It's been so successful with
Safety in these communities, though. It was something that you haven't talked a lot about. You came out
Tim Scott
strongly against the
Tim
central
Scott's
bank
just
digital
a smart pick.
Yeah.
Like he's
currency, which would be
the evangelical pick, like he had with Mike Pence, and he's got the race card in his back pocket.
Yeah.
They call me racist, but I pick a black man to be my VP. I literally selected this specific token, and I'm now tokenizing this race. They call me racist. That you know it's gonna happen.
It will happen. Yeah.
a government-controlled digital dollar. China
I don't
obviously
know
has its own
anything
push
about
in
this
the
person.
Chinese digital currency.
I think we have a thing on where there might be something in the list more about the VP picks, but I don't even know anything about this person right here. Hello.
See, but isn't the
Are
next
you
logical
anti-gravity,
step
or
for
do
you
you
to
want to come
embrace
out?
Bitcoin, because Bitcoin obviously is decentralized, the government can't get its hands on it? What about Bitcoin and all the young people, including African Americans, who are very interested in
Well,
it?
a lot of people are doing it. I always liked one currency. I call it a currency. I like the dollar, but a lot of people are doing it, and frankly, it's taken a life of its
A
own.
lot
They
of people
probably
are
have to
doing
do
it, he
some
says.
regulation, as you know, but many people are embracing it, and more I'm seeing people wanting to pay Bitcoin. And you're seeing something that's interesting. So I can live with it one way or the other. I've always liked one really powerful thing, and that's called the dollar.
Mr. President, one final comment to the people here, the voters in South Carolina, but beyond, who are watching across the country, about what's at stake in this election coming up, given everything that you're facing.
I actually think the life of our country is at stake. I think that this is the most important election we've ever had. I used to say that 2016, and I meant it 100%. This blows it away. We had bad borders in 2016, but nothing like we had problems in 2016. But this is magnified times 10. We're going to lose our country. It's going to be a disaster, and we have to do something. And, you know, it's basically very simple. We're going to get back to energy. We're going to drill. We're going to take care of inflation. He caused inflation when he allowed energy to go through the roof, because energy involves everything. If you're making donuts, if you're building buildings, if you're driving trucks, everything is powered in one form or another by energy. He allowed it to go from nothing to almost $100 a barrel. I had it down at $35.
Now LNG exports.
LNG, he cut it out. I approved plants in Louisiana that were up for 15 years. They couldn't get approved. I got them approved in 24 hours. Nobody could believe it. $10 billion plants. So what I'm saying,
I got an idea.
It's called Make America Great Again.
I'm gonna make the chinchilla his head. Look, now Trump's gonna be a chinchilla. They'll play it. They'll be like he's talking to people.
Again, it's so simple. And when people ask me the question, and we're going to have inexpensive energy, that's going to help us get rid of this horrible inflation. You know, he really had 38% inflation. If you look at it over his term, it's 38%. Anybody that made anything, it doesn't matter, because the inflation was greater than whatever they made. We're going to get prices
take it a
down.
while.
We're going to bring this country
Oh,
back.
hang on. I
We're
didn't
gonna make
save it.
America great again, greater than
I
ever
just
before.
didn't save the
and we can
layout.
still
That's
do
fine.
it.
I'm sitting here
Soon
like
we will
looking at it
never
on
be
my
able to do
screen,
that
but it
because
didn't
it'll be
update
too
the
far down the
layout.
line.
One more question. When you are,
I was about to ask, doesn't it make him sound
first interview
saner?
of the
But
White
it was
House.
literally after.
I think
It has already ended now.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click
Shut up,
here to
Sean.
subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews.
Shut up. Nikki Haley throws
Speaking
shade.
of our military, let's talk about national security. The world is on fire, literally. You've got
Climate
a war
change.
in Europe.
Literally.
You've got a war in the
Climate
Middle
change.
East. You've got North Korea
Literally.
testing intercontinental ballistic missiles
Literally.
capable of hitting the U.S.
Wow.
You've got China doing
Literally.
cyber attacks on our infrastructure.
Wow.
You've got Russia
Be
blinding
scared,
satellites
guys.
so that we can't see if a missile is coming or or that they can take out our entire infrastructure.
Wooden space nukes.
We have to have a leader that has moral clarity, that knows the
No,
difference between
I don't know if this
right
is a
and
good
wrong. And we have to have a leader
good way to do it.
whose sole focus is to prevent war. That's our number one thing. We have to prevent war. And you had Donald Trump say in Conway that not only would he not defend our allies, but that he would encourage Putin to invade our allies. Now think about that for a second. Donald Trump is siding with a thug where 500,000 people have been wounded or killed because Putin invaded Ukraine. Donald Trump siding with a dictator who kills his political opponents.
Crazy, you just can't get him
Donald
out of
Trump
there.
is siding with a tyrant who arrests American journalists and holds them hostage. Donald Trump is siding with a man who's made no bones about the fact he wants to destroy America. And he's siding
It's a bit dramatic.
with him over the allies that stood with us after 9/11? In that
Good rhetoric, I guess, for the
he
noob.
went off the teleprompter.
He's
He
sleepy.
made all of our allies more vulnerable, and he put every member of our military who are in those areas in danger. When you
Wow,
are
like
trying
this
to
guy.
be a leader, you've got to be sober. You have to know
This guy.
what to say,
This guy sounds like he sucks. This guy she's talking about.
When I was at the UN, I told countries what America was for and what America was against. I didn't care if they didn't like me, but I wanted them
See,
to
we already
respect
turned one person into a Trump supporter just by making a chinchilla his head.
But America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends. After 9/11, we needed a lot of friends. But Donald Trump said something else
Bird
that
is
night.
going to come up with a new metric for how she can still win after South Carolina.
Now, Mike,
Same way Band Rights come up with a new theory of victory.
fair game, whether you like it or not. But what bothered me, you make fun of one member of the military, you're making fun of every member of the military.
No. You're allowed to make fun of the Navy and the Air Force for very specific things, and the Marines for very specific things. She's just lying. She doesn't know anything about the military.
He did say he had bone spurs, that's why he couldn't serve.
She hit him with the bone spurs.
That's funny.
Did you serve,
He
Nikki?
hates that.
No, but I'm an army wife. I professionally get dicked down by the milkman. That's my job as an army wife.
Who lost their lives in service were losers and suckers. Then he goes to Arlington National Cemetery and he says, what was in it for them? He just doesn't get it. Our men and women don't sacrifice for kicks and giggles. They sacrifice because they know freedom's not free. They sacrifice because
Kicks and
it's bigger
giggles.
than
I
about
hate that.
themselves.
You know what would have been better if she said shits and giggles. That would have been better. Now it's cringe.
Well, I think. Well, the thing is that the part of the things that she's running against is the crudeness of Trump. So
true.
I think it's actually better if she is as like primped and proper, like the Southern Belle type of approach is just going to hit way harder.
Yeah, it does have that appeal. Yeah, you're not
You
wrong.
know, like there's got to be guys out there that love their wife more than they love President Trump, and she might have that
Surely.
wife vibe.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Saving our country. He's never been near a uniform. We all know veterans. We all know people who've lost.
Well, first it was a no, and now it is a go. President Biden is now considering taking executive action on his border crisis. He tore into former President Trump for doing exactly this, taking executive action and responsibility. He's repeatedly blamed Republicans for keeping his
Oh, look, he
party's
doesn't even
efforts
wanna look at
down
y'all.
to
He
solve
knows.
the crisis. And he's insisted his hands were tied.
he
He had
hates
no
y'all.
power to take any action.
Now, desperate times, apparently, if you look at his polling, he might just have to take a page out of Donald Trump's playbook. And by the way, those plays work. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Remember just
Jesus
last
Christ.
week, Joe
Faulkner.
Biden said he couldn't do any more on his own.
Have you done everything you can do?
Oh, here they go bitching because they got him when he's got aircraft in the background.
All I can do. Just give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got it off. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right.
Well, as you might imagine, that didn't go over well with outspoken far-left Democrats like Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, crazy.
She hit social media with, doing Trump impressions isn't how we beat Trump. Seeking asylum is a legal right of all people.
Wow.
In the face of authoritarian threat, we should not buckle on our principles. We should commit
Crazy.
to them. AOC.
You mean
So
that
is
someone
President
inside the
Biden desperate
Democratic
enough to
Party
anger his
is
base?
actually criticizing the
Well,
party
yes.
and not kissing their ass and licking their boots? Crazy.
Border is a disaster.
Would you
A Fox
and
News
also, you know what's
analysis
dope
shows
about
that
this
nearly
specifically with AOC is that this is one of the things, unlike Palestine, where she can be really direct with, because New York City is voting for her. Like that's where everyone immigrates to. You're muted.
Even though it's like the most expensive place in the country, which is wild.
Well, normally you like, so there's there's people who will move outside the limits and work inside it as well.
Yeah. It's totally unaffordable though to live inside the city. Like there's no way.
Just depends where you live.
I mean, there's no fucking way that there's any job
bro,
that
I
you can
guarantee
do
you,
and enjoy.
If you can tolerate living on the same street as the Dominicans, you'll find really good housing for cheap, right? And let me explain. Let me explain for a second. Dominicans have a certain stereotype inside the city. Okay.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the Dominican New York City barbecue?
You've told me about it. It sounds great.
And that's the thing is like I'm like I don't care about that type of shit. But
Sounds
I
like
normally
it
lived
sounds
in Puerto
great.
Rican neighborhoods.
Come on.
Hit play. I have to find it, bro.
Yeah.
7.3 illegal immigrants crossed the southwest
gotta
border
load, though.
under Biden's watch, a
Mhm.
number greater than the populations of 36 individual states. And according to Border Patrol data, the United States has released an estimated 2.3 million illegals
Oh no.
since 2021.
Oh no. Right. So like this type of method that they're using, even though they're putting like beer bottles and shit on it, right? The way they're actually interacting and cooking with the pig is actually extremely clean, considering it's like, see how it's on a sidewalk, you know?
Yeah.
But this cinder block, like this is like if you do a DIY barbecue pit, this is what we'll build it with. If we need to like cook something in a barbecue, we'll use cinder blocks wherever we are, right?
Yep.
So then they have the actual sticks on it, right? So like they're not actually touching the food, or like, you know, everything is free floating. It's just cooking.
Yeah.
And of course there's music here that I can't play.
That looks great. That looks like a fucking great time.
Yeah, so like New York City cracked down on illegal barbecues, basically.
That's
Isn't that
awful.
funny? This goes
I
on
hate that.
all night. They're out there playing football, partying, drinking, riding
Cool.
motorcycles down the street, you know? So
Okay.
like, obviously if you're working every day, it might be a little much for you, but like they have a reputation, like they like take shit from every other ethnic group in the city. They're like the low caste among like the population in that area.
Sad. They look like fun.
Well, it's because of that, because they're always out partying, that they have this reputation, right?
Hilarious.
Peter.
And Harris, I've been told many times during this president's time in office that he is, and this is a quote, stopping the flow at the border. But now with what they're doing, they are basically admitting that that hasn't happened yet. I am told by a White House official there's a policy paper floating around the West Wing that's
Oh my
consistent with
God,
what
brother
Illegal
Spider-Man
First
is wanting to
ordered,
saving me from
President Biden
crazy
considers it
Iblis.
impossible for anybody to claim asylum anywhere but a port of entry. The timing of this order is iffy, but a White House spokesperson is telling us no executive action, no matter how aggressive, can deliver the significant policy reforms and additional resources Congress can provide, and that Republicans rejected. We continue to call on
I
Speaker
just want
Johnson and
everyone
House
to know
Republicans to pass the
that I betrayed his trust to get this. Okay? He kind of peed on me because of it, but I betrayed his trust and I manhandled him when I was petting him. You know, he is going to hold this against me, and I'm doing this for you, stream, just so you can get up close chinchilla shots. I ruined our own relationship with my chinchilla just so you could look at his little head.
Bipartisan deal to secure the border. And this could be part of the urgency. The U.S. BP chief, Jason Owens, writes, over the weekend, U.S. BP agents across the southwest border apprehended 10 undocumented subjects with violent criminal histories, including murder, rape, and drugs or weapons trafficking. So far in fiscal year 24, Border Patrol has apprehended 6,400 subjects with criminal convictions.
Oh my God.
Joe Biden made the decision through executive orders, through illegal acts, to open the border. He's allowed drugs, criminals, terrorists into our country. It makes no sense to me. He's a disaster president. We need to have a big win in November in the House, the Senate, and the White House to turn this country around. We are in a crisis.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Something that we heard from candidate Biden, now President Biden, from the beginning is that it was his goal to put in place a more humane immigration system than Donald Trump had. But based on everything that we are hearing about what is possible, this does have a lot of the same notes of the Trump border policy, the Trump immigration policy. It would make sense that it could be revealed in about 2 weeks at the State of the Union, but I'm told that the timing of this is completely unknown, even to officials here. Harris.
Wild.
Yeah, so he wanted to be different.
Okay.
Republican Senator Mitt Romney is retiring. We've covered that Mitt Romney is one of the few Republicans really willing to just call it like it is when it comes to MAGA. And
the party
I know
collapse
that it's
continues.
easy to say, well, when you're
remember
retiring,
I
it's
showed you
easy
the
to
other
do
day
it.
a bunch of them
And to
retired.
some
Yeah,
Like a
that's why I said
shitload are
it.
just leaving. They're
Epic.
just going to be like, "Well, I can't work with these fucking fascists anymore."
Yep. Can't wait. It's great. Let's fucking go.
degree that's true, but there are lots of Republicans who have retired or been on their way out and have not spoken as freely as Mitt Romney has. Now, I'm not glorifying Mitt Romney. I didn't vote for him in 2012. I preferred Barack Obama. But if the Republican Party were made up of Mitt Romneys, the country and the world would be far better.
Mormons?
Wait. This has been a thing in Melbourne for a while. I think in like 2015, the population of Melbourne became more immigrants in the population of Melbourne than people born in the state. So that's kind of cool. It drove a lot of people crazy, but people just forgot about it, and now it's like 60-40 or some shit. Yeah, shit happens. Who cares?
Off than we are. Here's Mitt Romney, plain and simple, when asked, will you vote Trump in November? Ultimately, he will probably be the nominee. Mitt Romney essentially saying, if you're a rapist, you're disqualified as far as I'm concerned.
I will not be voting for former President Trump. I mean, I must admit that I find sexual assault to be a line I will not cross. And the people I select to be my president. But I also disagree with a number of the character issues that the president has demonstrated.
So there you go. Once you are found.
Is that it?
Back, ma'am.
Cool. We've got a minute Well, a 20-second clip, 3 minutes of
Yeah.
him rambling, a minute of
Mhm.
a minute of an ad.
He literally is just like the left-wing Daily Wire guy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
With how he runs it.
Cringe.
What is
This
it
is
that excites you about
this is
Donald
cringe.
Trump?
You know, honestly, it's just because we really don't have another candidate that's better. None at all. He's done
Bigoted
could be
fucking
loud. Any
losers.
president has in decades.
In terms of what? Can you be specific?
Financially, he didn't get us involved in bullshit wars. that
Oh
we
my
don't
God.
belong in. We don't
Hi,
belong over there.
everybody. Actual
everybody
Nazi
we got.
here.
What do you think he should
I mean,
do
I
if
really
he's
don't
president
know
again
which
about
of these
Israel and
Nazis to
Palestine?
support. They're
Pull
both
everybody out.
pretty good
We don't
options.
belong over there. It's not our problem. We need to worry more about what's going on here than over there.
But we really don't have soldiers.
Man, their rhetoric has really changed since the last time I gave a shit about what they were saying.
Has it?
Yeah, it really has.
Sounds the same to me.
Mm.
Israel's fighting this against
And we
Hamas.
need to stop giving them money too. We need to stop giving Ukraine money. They're a bunch of Nazis over there.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys even
They
knew the real
referenced the
story about
Protocols
what's
of
going
Elder
on over
Zion. I
there.
mean, I wrote that book.
It's sickening.
That's a great
Do you
book.
think that Biden has made it worse?
This is
in
literally
Israel
what
and Palestine?
Nazis should support.
Yeah, yep. Isn't it funny that these guys are just blurting out Russian talking points? Isn't it funny? Complete stooges. Complete agents.
Has made absolutely everything around the world worse. Not just our country, around the
No.
entire world.
Talk
Is there
about
anything
shallow
that Donald
understanding
Trump
of
could do now to
geopolitics.
lose your support for president?
Absolutely not.
I mean, what if he is convicted of these crimes?
If he's convicted of these crimes, then he's convicted. But
That doesn't bother you, though?
it does not bother me at all. No.
What about what he said the other day about NATO?
Absolutely.
You agree that
Absolutely.
that we should support Putin if he goes into another NATO country?
Absolutely. If they don't pay,
Russian
we
agent.
don't back them up.
There you go.
And even like support Putin who's going in and invading?
Absolutely.
But why support Putin
Psychos.
and not support Ukraine and not support Israel or Palestine now?
Because Putin's real to everybody's face.
Oh my
He's not
God.
a bull like half these other government officials around the world.
Now,
These elite guys
So
that run
dumb.
everything.
So dumb.
just a reminder that, like you said it, Russian agent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Russia does a ton of infiltration on far-right movements. A lot of
Mhm.
them are Russian-backed stuff.
Mhm.
Iran does a lot of shit with far-left movements.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how horseshoe theory works,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's not a real thing. It just happened to be a thing here because both sides end up working for Iran and Russia.
Yeah.
Well,
And then
Russia,
their
Russia has
narratives
both
collide.
sides too.
Yeah.
And have all of our government officials as a puppet, puppets. That's what they all are.
Supporting the Russian president is something that has not been American tradition, to say the least. To do that seems extreme to a lot of people. Why does it not to you?
To me, when you saw Trump,
It wouldn't be extreme to support Russia. It's extreme to support Putin. It's a very particular thing. It's not the country, it's the person. I don't know why this is so hard for people.
and president, Korea backed down, Russia backed down, everybody backed down. There was a peace everywhere. The second Biden got into office, war was talked about.
No. He is quite literally repeating Russian information warfare talking points, my guy. If you don't know what you're talking about, yeah.
So, like, okay, what? Can you go back a second? I forgot what you. Just need away, and I wanted to comment on what he said.
That run everything and have all of our government officials as a puppet, puppets. That's what they all are.
Probably further
Supporting
back.
the Russian
It
president.
was like when I was.
About what he said the other convicted of these crimes.
If he's convicted
No, I
of these
definitely was here
crimes,
for this part.
then he's convicted.
After?
That doesn't bother you, though?
It does not bother me at all. No.
It was
What about
supporting
what he said
Putin.
the other day about NATO?
That's the one.
There we go.
You agree that
Absolutely.
that we should support Putin if he goes into another NATO country?
Absolutely. If they don't pay, we don't back them up.
And even like support Putin who's going in and invading?
Absolutely.
But Why support Putin and not support Ukraine and not support Israel or Palestine now?
Because Putin's real to everybody's face. He's not a bull like half these other
This is
government
why I walked
officials
away.
around the world. These elite guys that run everything and have all of our government officials as a puppet, puppets. That's what they all are.
Supporting the Russian president is something that has not been American tradition, to say the least. To do that seems extreme to a lot of people. Why does it not to you?
So the funny thing about this narrative and what this guy's saying is that every single person who legitimately believes conspiracy theories also talks like this. It's very deeply connected. That this inability to critically think your way out of a conspiracy theory is directly linked to being unable to decipher information warfare narratives, and also a lack of media literacy intentionally kept by these people and the people that they watch, because they tell you that everybody else is fake news to only watch them. It's literally a cult thing. Like, how do people not see this? It's so obvious.
Real news.
To me, when you saw
I only
Trump
watch
and
Falun
President
Gong media. They always tell the truth.
Korea back.
Yeah, of course. And what we're saying is just Pentagon talking points, of course.
And Australia.
We are the CIA.
We're very open about
Russia.
the CIA.
Yeah, the A is for Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Should back down. Everybody back down. There was peace everywhere. The second Biden got into office, war was talked about everywhere.
Hey,
Now we're at a point
don't
where
shoot my wall, please.
World War III. Now we got people coming in. We have
Ukraine was at
terrorists coming
peace until
through our border
2022.
into our country.
They
in front of
bombed the
Biden's
bomb
face,
bass
and he's doing nothing
for
about it.
10 years.
He can bring all of his troops over here all he wants, because that's what they
Well,
are.
you did
All
this,
these
and now I
immigrants
missed
coming
what we rewound for, bro. You paused literally at when he asked the question, and now I missed it because
No.
we went on this rant.
everything and have all of our government officials as a puppet, puppets.
It was after
That's what
this,
they
I
all
think.
are.
Supporting the Russian president is something that has not been American tradition, to say the least. To do that seems extreme to a lot of people. Why does it not to you?
To me, when you saw Trump and President, Korea back down, Russia back down, everybody back
That's
down.
what it was. Korea backed down. That's what I wanted to
second Biden
comment
got
on.
into office-
Bro, Korea backed down. That's what you think that happened there? How? How?
Yeah, no,
Where did Russia back
conservatives aren't
down?
self-aware.
Where did
Yeah,
Russia
they
back down?
Never.
You mean when we
Stupid
fucking obliterated them in the fucking gas field? Is that when is that him standing up to Russia? When he fucking gave half of the northern Syrian territory America controlled? Like any way you look at it, he definitely didn't do it there, right? It doesn't matter if you're a neocon who wants to control all of Syria or not.
Mhm.
Like any way you slice it, he definitely backed down to Putin there. Then there's Kirkuk, right? Definitely gave that to Iran. Where's this backing down? What about letting MBS fucking butcher a journalist and then selling him frigates and using them as a billboard?
Yeah,
American
exactly.
bombs that dropped on 40 children in Yemen were the only time
Mhm.
that he stopped selling, being so public with those weapon sales to
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. 40 children
Mhm.
had to die in a single explosion.
Yeah.
Where was this peace? I don't want
Yeah.
peace. I want problems always.
And here you see an example of a Russian agent. The argument is not wanting to have Russia be destroyed.
Now he's going to be like, oh, anyone who disagrees with you is an
The
agent.
argument is to not have Ukraine invaded and their territory stolen by an imperial force.
It's crazy.
That's
It's
the
funny
argument.
because you could just look at the bottom of the screen and see 3 different Ukrainian fundraisers going on and
Yeah.
pretty much make the determination of what side we're on there.
Mhm.
It's really not that hard, bro.
War.
Everyone who
Talked about
disagrees
everywhere.
with
Now
you
we're
is
at
an
a point-
agent.
Yeah, it's not like we literally started on the Ukraine war tracking Russian disinformation networks. Yeah, no, that's definitely not what happened for the last 2 years. No.
You ever read the dictionary? Agent, a person who acts on behalf of another person or group. Oh. Okay.
Crazy.
person who obtains information for a government, typically in secret. Well, you know, a trained intelligence agent. Well, that's not an agent. That's an intelligence agent, huh? Well, there's a lot of definitions for this word, isn't there? I love this one. This one is like nerve agent. The chemical effects, because that's what they say is like the that's why they're called agents and stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about World War III.
Never gonna happen.
Now we got people coming in.
Another red flag.
Yeah, that's it's not. It's gonna like a big war could happen, but to think like World War I and II are characterized because they're like similar.
Yeah.
They're in the same period. It's not World War III. Nuke going off, not World War III. It's going to be the nuclear war or something. Then
yeah, exactly. It would be something like that.
Into our country, right in front of Biden's face, and he's doing nothing about it. He can bring all of his troops over here. I
was just talking about this earlier, right?
All these immigrants coming in through the.
So earlier I was talking about this. I was talking about how I can move myself up because when comments come up, we're both covered. I was talking about how like Tim Scott, right? Like being tokenized and stuff. So they talk about how everything's like they want intolerance and like and all this like racist stuff, right? And like the thing is that it's like I'm not racist, but and my thing was like, yeah, they literally I'm not racist, but until you disagree with me, as long as you're like proto-fascist too, you'll be accepted, right?
Yeah.
Bro, do you think I'm like pro-Cuban Missile Crisis or something? It's 2024. The Cold War is over. Get the fuck over it.
Like we often say that the embargo on Cuba should end.
Yeah.
Like,
literally
that
like that's our like anytime we cover immigration, I bring up how that's part of the
Mm-hmm.
policy that they were advancing was
Yeah.
that Mexico would take over all Cuban immigration for the United States if they ended the embargo. And nobody wants to tell you this. Nobody in the American news. Actually, they did once. Remember? Somebody brought it up. Who was that? Who did we watch where they said something?
It would have been
about
one of the
Mexico?
lefty sources.
It might have even been someone in Congress who said it.
Possibly.
I don't know. Well,
It might have been Democracy Now.
We don't really watch them on the show, though.
No, it wouldn't have been on stream.
No, I remember. This is what I'm saying. Is I recall on a stream.
Okay.
And I was like, "Whoa!" They acknowledge Mexico doing most of the work. They didn't acknowledge the Cuba and Venezuela
Yes, I
stuff.
remember this, but I don't remember.
They did
what it
mention
was,
that Mexico was doing the work. There.
Yes. It was. I think it was like News Nation or something that we didn't expect. It was like something like that.
If we had real
Order,
fans.
all the men, they're all military. It's been noted and documented. He's bringing people over here to start and get votes, to lock up every patriot, to make it so that we can't even organize as a group anymore.
What is your group? Because I see the D for Detroit Tigers up there. What?
We're Proud Boys. We don't hide from anywhere, anybody. We're out here. We have no reason to hide. But the second they decide they want to try and pass this bill,
hi
everybody.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
Here. And when they do that, they're doing that to every American.
Totally out of our common sense.
National Guard, everybody. You don't want to take on your own country. We're at that tipping point right now between the U.S. citizens and our government.
Proud Boy in this
where
coverage.
they're treading a very thin line.
Right? Like this like, oh, we're gonna speak out about our positions on Ukraine when a Proud Boy is on screen. Great optics, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of people. People that are way bigger than anybody else that
all right, I'm done with this idiot. Like it was funny when he was saying that Ukraine was all fascist, that's for sure.
This is the Dollamore Daily, and I'm Jesse Dollamore.
Okay, this is definitely a clip one, right? Yes, we just want to go to Matt Walsh crying on that one for sure. Hey! Fucking that motherfucker. I took my eyes off him for 1 second. He climbed on top of the door and was fighting Bishi. And then he fell.
You cheeky fuck.
Hopefully he didn't hurt himself. He's been hurting himself more, which makes him more agitated and defensive, so he gets more hurt.
Yeah.
And stubs his toes more.
Silly rat.
Watch Matt Walsh.
This is from The Hill. Comedian and Last Week Tonight host John Oliver is urging Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to resign, offering $1 million a year to do so. Oliver railed against the conservative justice during the 11th season premiere of his weekly show on Sunday, saying Thomas has made the lives of Americans demonstrably worse.
You mean he made a joke? Is that what you're crying about? You're having a sook over our joke? What are you doing? You are pathetic.
And promising him a brand new luxury recreational vehicle if he agrees to step down from the high court. We have this clip of this.
Yeah, I wonder why this is a joke. Is it because he's known to be corrupt and taking bribes and stuff? Oh, wow. I thought comedy was alive and well. I thought it was legal to be comedic on the right wing, huh? Wow, it's almost like there's these obvious bribes and there's no oversight in like the Supreme Court, so they can't do anything about it. Crazy, bro.
Comedy bit, I suppose it's supposed to be. Here it is. Watch. You know, I have to say, I actually despise John
we can't
Oliver.
actually show that.
Maybe
How did he
more than
show
I
that without
despise
getting
anybody.
claimed on Matt Walsh's show?
I don't know.
Yeah, and I understand that's quite a statement because I have nothing but seething contempt for all of them. And you know, and you might say to yourself, well, John Oliver, yeah, he's a smarmy, sniveling little British douchebag. Sure, he looks and sounds like an overgrown weasel.
True.
Sure, he's the personification of the term skinny fat. Sure, you know, he's like Harry Potter if Harry Potter
this is
superpower
so weird,
being extremely unfunny. And sure, all of that is true, but there are still plenty of other.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
He's definitely gay.
Soulless, blood-sucking leeches in the media in Hollywood who are worse than him. I mean, you might say all that to yourself, and that's true. But for me personally, John Oliver is especially obnoxious, and I think it's that while being a dim-witted hack like all the rest of them, he also pretends to be a comedian. That's the part that offends me on a personal level. And you know, by the way, it should also be said that yes, that whole segment was a federal crime. You know, just that small little detail. So,
oh my God, what a loser!
Openly bribing a federal official.
Oh my God, it was a joke, you clown! Jesus Christ!
Justice is a crime. I mean, that's
Matt Walsh. Here's what you don't know. Here's where it becomes a crime. When he bribes the official, right? So the things that makes Trump having crimes, right? It's because he literally records himself saying he's going to do a crime and then does it, right? That's what makes the free speech a crime, when it becomes associated with a crime. You can say, I'm going to kill everyone. I'm buying these tools to kill people. If you don't kill people, it's really just a joke at the end of the day.
Punishable by up to 15 years in prison. And I would love to see.
They're charges that they throw on top of a case, man.
Yeah.
2024. He should really go after John Oliver and try to put him in prison for bribing a federal official. 100% he should do it.
It's a joke.
Wow.
Hey, YouTube, thanks for listening.
Shut up.
This is Inside the Right. As always, I'm joined.
They don't obey gravity.
No clip. Yeah.
They don't obey gravity. What is that?
Are we listening? Are we listening to this?
What was that one about?
Talking about Trump, something fatal admission.
Okay, I don't care.
Okay, great.
All right, Fox News alert. Donald Trump making a bold prediction when pressed on a potential
Gravity.
Biden
Who
rematch.
needs it?
Watch.
Will you challenge him to regular debates, regardless of the concern about the moderators? I know that's always annoying, but
moderators.
Challenge him to a debate regularly on focus specific topics. In other words, so it's not a wide-ranging, just one debate on foreign policy.
Well, I'll do it right now on your show. I'll challenge him right now, and we can do you can do anybody you want. I don't think he's going to debate, though. I really don't think so.
Neither are you.
Tommy Ryan joins us now. So Tommy, wide-ranging interview with the president, but this is the part that really got my attention.
Oh, it's
a lot of folks have been talking about revenge. What will Trump do? This is what the president had to say. Watch.
We're going to get together through success. When the country was at a level that we had the best employment numbers in history. Everything was good. And this country was coming together. Then we got hit with COVID, but this country came together. I don't care about
This is what the president said right here.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right?
Will be success.
What do you think, Tommy?
I love it. It's a great point to make. I think Americans, whether they like Donald Trump or not, whether they like his character, his performance, I think they liked their lives under Donald Trump.
One of the most pathetic things is women supporting Trump. It's like next level.
So on this campaign trail, he needs to reiterate that over and over and over again. Hey, listen, you might not like me. You never might like me, but you did like your life. And he has to lead with that. He has to remind people the policies. He has to remind people of what things cost in the grocery store, the gas prices. He has to remember that he ended endless wars. He didn't get us into any new wars. That's what he has to remind the American people, because his challenge is going to be bringing more voters into the fold. He's got diehard supporters. The base is still with him, which is quite obvious from the primaries we've seen so far. He needs to bring more people in, independents in, and that's the way he's going to do it, Lawrence.
I think, Tommy, you're talking about that unity message. And I think the reason why he's going there, because he's looked at these numbers. This is regarding Joe Biden. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of Biden among New York State voters? And 46% said that they have a favorable view. 50% say an unfavorable view. Donald Trump also talked about last night about going to the Bronx, going all across the country, in places that would typically vote for a Democrat. But he says he has a shot. What do you think?
Well, I give him a lot of credit for showing up, because Republicans for a long time have had that problem of not showing up where they don't feel wanted or welcome. So he has to show up everywhere. You know, I think it's a little optimistic to say he might win states like New York.
Bro, look, you got a question.
Sorry, hold on a second.
Okay, I'll just sit here with a pause stream.
Or California. I think he should probably focus a little more on the swing states. But saying he's going to show up in places that might not always be friendly to him, that takes a lot of courage, a lot of guts, something our current president certainly doesn't have.
Especially, tell me, when there's been such a change of mood with everything that's happened with immigration. I'm seeing Black and Hispanic voters that are just frustrated with the Democratic Party. I'm not saying that they're going to vote for Donald Trump, but a lot of them may stay home. Biden was pressed about a plan B. Now, you used to live in California. This is what the president had to say while the helicopter was still going. Watch.
Oh, but here we go. They're talking about the helicopter. I told you they were going to do it. We already saw this. I told you.
Okay, question. Let's go. U.S. puppets. Well, there's a video about this from Friendly Geordies. No, Trump, because let me explain to you how Australia works. So, Australia used to have an identity. Australia no longer has an identity. Australian politics basically disintegrated under John Howard when the immigration policy was going on, the stop the boats thing, when they sent people off to concentration camps on isolated islands. And Australia's identity just diminished and vanished. And ever since then, ever since we were able to get American TV, American politics has slowly bled into the country, and Australia has slowly become basically America light. So the reason that I care about Donald Trump not getting into office is because Australia's democracy is already basically non-existent. So if Donald Trump's rhetoric, hold on. If Donald Trump's rhetoric,
bro, no democracy.
If Donald Trump's rhetoric gets, if it bleeds into Australia, Australia is already a very racist country. no matter what people tell you, it is casually racist. Everyone is a little bit. So imagine an ideology like Donald Trump becoming popular in Australia. So don't. Please. That would be great. That's why. I hope that explains enough for you. Anyway.
Plan B for 2024. Does Gavin need to stand by? Are you
Friendly
ready?
Geordie.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm looking at you. We're looking at you. Sir, nothing
Hey, is this another? I'm in front of my helicopter shot.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Bro, that was
He
your
didn't
clip.
directly answer the
Can we go
question,
back
which I
and see
thought
their
was
clip
somewhat-
Friendly
real quick?
Geordies.
Bro, let's go back and see that clip real quick. That was epic. This is what they're criticizing.
Mr. President,
Today.
come
Ready?
in, sir. You're going to California. Is this about coming up with a plan B for 2024? Does Gavin need to stand by? Are you ready? Yes, sir. Well, I'm looking at you. We're looking at you. Sir, nothing
whoa. Tommy?
What the fuck? I don't understand what's the big deal.
So,
I don't
what was
get
it? Tommy Loren's big scandal? What did she do? I swear to God, she got into some shit. Or maybe she's just easy to make fun of. Right.
Maybe. I don't know. Do we care what Tommy has to say? Not
No. Trump shoes voted
Donald
worse
Trump
at Sneaker Con. He's asked to leave.
So Donald Trump is out of money, and he's been out of money for a while now, and he has been engaged in a number of grifts to try to build up money that he would need for running a campaign and defending himself legally. He's onto these lovely golden high tops now. They look like shit. They're very
I didn't
funny.
even
They
know
look
there was
like
a
shit.
T on them.
I love them.
Yeah.
They look
Did
so
you not
bad.
see it?
Oh
The
boy, here
fucking
we go.
Awful.
Here we go. Another story time.
Oh my god.
Do you live there?
Okay.
Do you live there?
I'm just gonna say do some research. Yeah.
Hey, where did
it's pretty
that one
fucking
lady
obvious.
who tried to kill Libyans in the Mediterranean Sea move to after she got ran out of her country for crimes against humanity? Where did she go?
$100. It seems like this is a very standard, like there's some factory in China that makes some version of these high tops that costs like $12 to produce, and they applied a gold paint to it and they're selling it at 400. This isn't some bespoke made in America bullshit. This isn't some like custom craft. They're making some wacky shoes. This isn't even the only thing that he's selling too. Like it's not just these shit. There's like some other shit like cologne or whatever. But I saw this Forbes article, which actually made me laugh out loud when I was reading it to see
anecdotes of real life.
Okay, editor's pick. You probably won't find Donald Trump's gold sneakers in collectors' closets. From Sean Harper, a contributor.
Hey,
who
where
is
did that
apparently
sex
a
pest
diversity,
who got
equity,
ran
and
off of
inclusion.
Blaze Media move to fit in more?
Oh, that's right. He's in Melbourne. Great.
Oh, the
Just
horse
what
guy
we want.
again. Yeah, I foreshadowed him with the goblin quote.
Inclusion or DEI expert. I'm just going to read this out loud, okay? Former President Donald Trump unveiled a shiny new shoe at SneakerCon in Philadelphia. Many urban footwear enthusiasts will likely agree that the high-top sneaker, quote, goes hard, which is a strong statement of approval. The shoe looks like what many rappers, hip-hop stars, and fashion models are wearing right now. That's true. They look like shoes, yeah. People do tend to wear those. It's therefore no surprise that Trump's latest product drop sold out within 2 hours. People can't get them on the official product website. The
I don't
Never
know
Surrender
why
high tops are strikingly gold
you
with
would
a red
Bro,
bottom trim.
this dude literally like
ever
he
want
could sell mushroom dick dildos that are molded on his mushroom dick and they would
Yeah.
sell out instantly.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
This is literally, bro. How did you? This dude's over here reading my mind. This is exactly what I was thinking.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Also, a good example of racism in Australia is every time there's a wave of migrants, the migrants are given a hard time, not just by the white Australians, but by everybody, because there's like this mentality that you have to earn your spot. So you just get given shit until you like.
How could you be racist? Didn't you all vote to like give the Aboriginals you genocided a voice, right? Didn't
voted against it.
Oh,
Yeah,
but you
great.
still gave them a vote, so
Mm.
that's cool then.
Yeah,
'cause as long as they
cool,
get the
yeah.
vote, then it's good.
Yeah.
Like,
There's less than 3% of the population is the Aboriginals. That's pretty cool. What a great place. Zero fucking help for them. When they get COVID, they get put in a fucking camp. Yeah, cool, great. Yeah, no, that's not racist at all. New South Wales gave them campers to isolate. Northern Territory put them in a fucking isolation camp. Yeah, that's cool. Then shut down Darwin to find 3 that got away that weren't even tested negative for COVID. Yeah, cool. That's epic. Do you reckon they would have done that for white kids? Nah, not at all.
The sides are embossed with a gold T. The letter also appears
Just to
atop
name a
both
few.
shoe tongues. A metallic red and blue American flag lines the upper. Bold, gold, and tough, just like President Trump, is how they're described in the website. Only
No, there's not.
1,000 pairs were made.
what is a
each with its
willingness to
own unique
integrate
number,
in a new place?
serial number.
There's a what does that mean? What does that even mean? There's a willingness for them to integrate in a new place. Whose willingness? The immigrants wanting to integrate?
The Greeks got it the worst when they got here. What are you talking about? They were looked down on so hard. There's a whole stereotype. There's a reason that the Italians and the Greeks kind of like clumped together in Melbourne. They weren't really welcomed anywhere else. There's a whole suburb that's just concrete because of how many Greek people live there. It's just how Melbourne is. It's just how Australia is. Like I don't know why people deny it. Like, just do better. Just don't be a cunt. It's pretty simple.
And this is coming from a guy who's a fascist.
All products. Trump autographed 10 of them. Sneakerheads usually crave this level of exclusivity.
They referenced the
People in
Protocols of
Trump's
Elder Zion. I mean, I
Philadelphia
wrote that
audience
book.
were holding
That's a great
signs
book.
exclaiming,
What
"Sneakerheads
about
love
that G.I.
Trump."
Joe video?
Some,
Did you see
yeah.
that, Jack?
G.I. Joe. What number?
No, it's not on there. It's not on there. I mean,
Oh.
it went viral today.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay. So, we
It's
all
'cause
thought this.
Tasmania fucking has nobody in it. Nobody wants to go to Tasmania.
Yeah, bro.
Cold and
Tasmania even
miserable.
accepts an elephant seal there. They haven't even killed that thing. Literally a dangerous animal. They're like, it's fine. It really makes the place a little more lively. All right, you ready? This is one of the funniest things I've heard somebody say.
My position is very, very simple. Go, kill the enemy, and come home. I'm a kid of the 80s, so I like G.I. Joe. I want our military to be G.I. Joe again. I think that's what most people want.
Oh my God.
Right? So, hearing that, right? So, when was our military actually G.I. Joe, for one? Secondly, sounds woke to me, brah. They even got queer-coded characters in that shit. Like the Native American, a little racist. He's got a tiny bald eagle on his shoulder. He's got the pants and the headband. It's a little racist, little stereotypical. But like, look, the gay Marine over there on the right, and then like the queer-coded, NB girl here, right? Wow, so ahead of its time, so diverse. It's almost like diversity did something for this show that was actually a toy advertisement in disguise.
Yeah.
What do you think diversity did for this show? Do you think it was a profit incentive? oh, the woke virus, it's coming soon. Now we have to have black people and women on our G.I. Joe team. Bro, the G.I. Joe movie was less diverse than the fucking cartoon. Like, okay, bro, yeah, we're gonna shoot laser beams out of our fucking fighter jets because bullets are illegal, but missiles totally fine. Missiles are totally fine. You can shoot and blow up planes with missiles. You just have to show them parachuting out that they didn't die. So then it's fine. Explosions, fine. Bullets, no. Laser beams, yes.
Most first-generation immigrants didn't learn English. There's so many people that I know who had grandparents who never learned English. Not once. Their children learned English, but they never did. They grew up bilingual. This is a common story in Australia between 1950 and 1980. This is very, very common. A lot of it generates from this because there was isolation from white Australian-born people and
The
immigrants.
Americans had. What do you mean? The military is a recruitment incentive? What do you mean? The military's woke now, bro.
And also, Tasmania might as well be a different country. If you grew up in Queensland, big fucking difference. Those motherfuckers are racist. Don't give a shit.
Wait, remember? So they just came out conclusive that protest wasn't saying gas the Jews. It was just, it's the Jews or something. Or where's the Jews? It was where's, they were saying, they weren't saying gas the Jews at that protest. They were actually yelling, where's
was
the
in
Jews?
Sydney.
It's not
It was in
racist at
Sydney.
all now. Because
It
they're
was in
saying,
Sydney.
they're just asking, why aren't Jews at our protest? They're not talking
Yeah.
about killing them or hunting them down. Like,
Yeah.
it's totally
Well,
better than gas.
there's another example, right? There's another example. Sydney, the fucking Cronulla riots. Literally a race riot. Like, Jesus Christ.
The majority of black footwear aficionados know sneakerheads spend $100 or more on.
What about the very occasional appearance of Nazis in Melbourne? Yeah, great.
Oh, come on. There's
shoes,
like 6
and
of
they
them.
typically buy
I know,
3
there's
or
only
more
like
pairs
6 of
each
them,
year.
but they're out there a lot. And there are a lot of people who are like, they don't really care.
According to a recent consumer report, they tend to be millennials, male, and disproportionately
I mean,
black.
in the
They're likeliest
episode
to
we're going to release
reside.
next, we show the whole Christian far right global connection. There's a lot of that in Australia, the Christian far right developing their ties there.
In large urban contexts, Trump sneakers debuted in America's 6th largest city, where black people comprise the single largest racial group. They're 40.1% of Philadelphians. Will we find lots of hot never surrenders in the predominantly black neighborhoods across the city of
Okay, I don't care.
brotherly love? Probably not.
I don't care.
enough.
I thought this was going to be way funnier.
CNN national correspondent Kristen Holmes is joining us
Trump.
now. Can you walk us through what Donald Trump has been saying?
Yeah, this
also
will be
heard,
funnier.
From some in his own party who have said, look, we need to
Why
start
did I
looking at
move?
Russia very differently. What,
Because you were covering
what is
Vosh.
he telling you? What are the people around him telling you about his reaction to this?
Give me some funny
So the
clips,
reaction is
bro.
not all that surprising when you talk about what he said.
Fine. We'll go funny. All right? I'll go to the bottom.
There's
go.
lots of stuff. It's not just the bottom. There's a lot of stuff in there. Matt Wall furious at Ice Spice farts. Do you see that one?
I'll get back to that. Which one?
Matt Walsh furious at Ice Spice fart song. Kyle Kalinske show.
What? Down the bottom?
Yeah.
All right, y'all, let's have some fun. So Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire took some time to stop discussing trans people because, that's his default is thinking about trans people 24/7, doing 78 and
Ethno-nationalist? Is that enough? Do you want more specific? I mean, it's pretty easy to define a Nazi.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us what fascism is?
Me or them?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
Come on, we're live. Go.
You know, I mean, I'm
We'll
also
do it live.
I'm babysitting a chinchilla.
A chinchilla.
And it depends on your definition of it,
Anti-trans.
right? So, like
Yeah.
the most purest base of fascism is obviously Mussoliniism, but that's like saying that, like, if you say like Marxism, you know,
Yeah.
like what does that even mean nowadays? So when you say a Marxist, it's not even because we're talking Marx being written at the time of Abraham Lincoln, you know, like they were friends, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a lot different of an ideology has evolved, just like how liberalism comes out of like the Leviathan and common law. I really need to get this chinchilla though.
Okay.
Segments per day. That's his thing. But he decided to take some time away from that to focus on really serious issues. So I know what you're thinking. Well,
Knocked off my fucking mic cover, bro. You just juked me. I came back and I knocked off the fucking mic cover. It's rolled behind my desk at this point. Okay, anyway. So, for example, a Democrat can't be fascist by definition. How? How is that? How? What definition? Fascists can support democracy. Modi is a democratically elected fascist. Erdogan is a democratically elected fascist. You could even say Orban is a democratically elected fascist. Fascism can totally exist in little frameworks. Hang on, I need to open a paint program at this point.
Okay.
Obviously, the most important issue right now is that there's a genocide in Gaza, that Israel has killed 14,000 children. 33,000 civilians. They barely go a day without bombing a school or a hospital or a UN building or Doctors Without Borders, as they just did yesterday. So he's going to focus on that, right?
Sorry,
It's a super important issue.
Plugged in.
What's that? Oh, no. Okay. He got really mad at the Ice Spice song about farting.
Epic.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for laser
Just
focusing
remembered I was thinking
on the
about
things
this,
that matter. 'Cause
earlier.
that's what politics is, right? That's what politics is.
Theory, bro.
So he's going to do a little segment here. Funny enough, I think he calls it like cancellation segment.
So I was like, oh, you know, this is the perfect
hold on,
opportunity to talk about.
weren't you the people who your whole political identity like 7 minutes ago was, we are against cancel culture. It's the worst thing ever. We're against cancel culture.
Kyle?
Well, turns out in many instances he's for it, as long as it's going after somebody who's nominally on the left or liberal or a Democrat or just somebody he disagrees with. Anything pop culture, because he's the curmudgeonly conservative man. So anyway, let's dive into it and we'll break it down as we go.
So I want you to know that I did try to avoid doing this daily cancellation. I tried my best to resist the low-hanging fruit. I mean, there's so many other worthy cancellees, so many others who are just as deserving of the honor. So why subject all of us to this? Why force the audience
to avoid this, but I just couldn't. It just made me so mad. The farting.
Must we do this?
The farting made me so mad.
Must we spend our time on this? Well, yes, we must. I'm sorry, but we must. The rapper Ice Spice has a new song out titled "Think You the Fart." And the fart is in parentheses, by the way. This is a parenthetical fart. It's important that I mention that so that you can fully appreciate all of the artistic.
I'm making a diagram.
Never said that it couldn't.
I'm making
a dictator is a different word. Fascist does not necessarily mean dictator, but it often is because it necessitates a central power. Just like communism. Communism is like, oh, there's no power involved, but there's always a dictator because they have to go through authoritarian socialism.
Subtleties of this song. And well, that is the only artistic subtlety, to be clear, but still kind of impressive for a musical artist who I'm willing to bet $10,000 cannot spell the word subtleties in the first place. But in any case, this new Ice Spice song came out just a few days ago. It's already a hit. Music video has nearly 9 million views on YouTube. It's been streamed over 15 million times on Spotify, which is the real test of a song's popularity these days. Overall, Ice Spice, who emerged on the music scene just 2 years ago or so, has garnered hundreds of millions of streams, hundreds of millions more views on YouTube. She's achieved widespread popularity, especially on TikTok. She's been featured in songs with Taylor Swift. She's been on the Barbie movie soundtrack. So she is, by every quantifiable measure, a bona fide musical
Okay,
superstar.
I finished my simple diagram to explain it. All right, based off of Hegelian dialectics. All right. So you have 3 structures of power and how power of relationships happen. Now, this is not made up of an entire system, but like the Hegelian dialectic, it's a multiple branches of a dialectical system. And so you address this with every relationship that you have on how the power trends, right? So nobody is going to be, it doesn't matter if you claim to be a communist and you'd say that you're like bottom up, right? Because it's like power to the people. That's like totally what communism is. You can claim that all you want. You can claim to be a communist all you want. But when you do dialectical analysis, how many times does it suddenly become horizontal? So how many times does it become top down, right? So these are all relationships that you have, even relationships to the economy, relationships to earth, relationships to the nature, all this stuff. So when we're talking about fascism, all we're talking about is someone who trends top down. That's all it is at the end of the day. So as far as like putting stuff, that's the issue with a left right. That's why you need a triangle, right? So I was watching Hassan earlier and I was like, bro, what is he talking about? It's actually on here where this spawned this idea in my head. But he's talking about liberal Zionism, saying like, what you have to understand is that they're still right wing as a liberal Zionist in the frame. And it's like, bro, no, they're not. They're literally not, right? Like they all they want, a liberal Zionist is somebody who wants a Palestinian state or that can be integrated, one state, two state, doesn't matter. They're just anti-apartheid people who don't want to be deported from their own country. Like that's and like he's like, they're not communist, and it's like, bro, who the fuck cares if they're communist or not? Like, what is their relationship to power?
Who gives
And
a
how
shit?
do they see power? Who the fuck cares about fucking communism or anything like that? As far as I care, as long as something is like being trending towards top down, you're taking power away from the people. If things trends towards a horizontal or bottom up, you're adding power to the people. So I really don't care about what anyone is as long as it's trending away from top down authority.
Fuck monarchy. Monarchy can
Bro,
die.
what
Behead
about
all
monarchy? Well, it existed way before fascism. No shit. Monarchy also ended before the fascist thing. But fascism has its roots in ending monarchy. It's literally from romantic nationalism. It has its roots in the French Revolution and the American Revolution even. And you'll hear commies say this bullshit all the time about how Hitler got the idea from America. Shut the fuck up. That's not what I'm talking about. It's romanticism. They literally, it's the invention of the idea that it's attaching to an offshoot of liberalism where they start idolizing and making figureheads out of things, where they are building, like Robespierre built statues to himself. He became a god, right? It was a romantic nationalist attitude. And those ideas evolved from the French Revolution to go in two different directions. One of those being more of a communist Marxist influence, and the other one being more of a syndicalist fascist type of influence. And that's not like saying that syndicalists are fascists. It's just that's what Mussolini was. Is he started as a syndicalist. He saw the romantic side of nationalism, and he became a fascist. He invented fascism. That's all it is at the end of the day. A simple definition of fascism is just romantic nationalism. All it is.
Yeah, we are defining it for you to show you that we are labeling it correctly. Autocrat is very specific to a power structure. Fascist
And
is
also,
an idea.
you
It's
can be an
ideology.
autocratic fascist just like you can be a democratic fascist.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Like Putin has like literally has fascists in his coalition. There's people who are more fascist than him. Navalny is more fascist than him. But at the end of the day, he still falls into that fascist spectrum. He backs fascist groups. He has an interest in making sure fascist power structures grow. You also like with India, like there's nothing saying that India is not like democratically electing Modi. He's literally just a populist, right? He's there because he's a populist. He's not an autocrat. I mean, you could say he's tyrannical in many ways. He's not good to minorities, things like that. But that's happened in plenty of democracies as well. It's not, fascism is not just a simple style of government. Just how communism, they say that it's a specific thing. They say that it's a specific goal and an ideology and all this thing. But at the end of the day, it's not. It's just a specific trend towards how solutions are solved at the end of the day. That's all these terms mean. It doesn't matter what these terms mean at the end of the day as well. Like communism can mean anything. Fascism can mean anything to most people, right? But at the end of the day, when you're looking at fascism, you're looking at romantic nationalism. Anything that can be defined in a fascist framework is going to be romantic nationalist. That said, there's communists who are romantic nationalist as well. they would be fascist. You can be both.
Yes.
It's like it's not
Yes.
exclusive. You can be a liberal fascist.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
because it's not like this says liberal down here where it says horizontal. It's
Mm.
not. It doesn't say anarchist. It says horizontal, right? So it as long as you're ending up with more dots in this top corner, you're going to trend towards romantic nationalism and
Yeah.
fascism. You can also be an autocrat. Like here's a good example: is Turkmenistan. Is that guy a fascist?
Mm.
Well, I don't know if there's a real racial component around his
Yeah.
tyranny, right? He definitely is like tyrannical, like he controls the state like Kim Jong-un
Yeah,
does.
for sure.
Is
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un a fascist? Well, there's no real racial component around it. He certainly isn't letting people into the country. Is it anti-immigration? Does that make him a fascist? No, he's an
Well,
autocrat.
Yeah, he would by definition be an autocrat, yeah. And then China, I always say is fascist.
Well, Xi is fascist.
Yeah,
Which
like
goes to show
China
you that.
under him is fascist, yes.
But it's like
So
even the
Xi's
guy
China
who's
is
running people
fascist.
over with tanks, we wouldn't call a
Mm.
fascist.
No. So it does change, and you can be both. Like this is not a simple topic. So, and like people see my Twitter and be like, "You only call people fascists because I only interact with fascists." Because
Yeah.
like I'm
So
I'm
this is another
literally
thing with
tracking
Daesh,
them.
right? So like nobody referred to Al Qaeda as fascist.
Yeah.
They started becoming fascist when it came to the Iraq War because it had to do with the Shia complex there,
Mm.
right? And everyone refers to Daesh as a fascist group, but not Al Qaeda. When they're basically the same thing, they're not that far
Yeah.
off. Nobody's calling the Taliban fascist.
Mm. Although at this point, I'm not sure you would.
What about Iran though?
Iran, I'm not sure. Theocratic fascism, maybe, and that's what this
like
guy
Matt
is.
Walsh.
That's what Matt Walsh is.
Oh,
Yeah.
good transition back to the thing.
But is she any good? Well, you might assume from the title of her latest song that the answer to that question is no.
Shocking. I'm
Yeah,
shocked.
no,
because
so
of,
like
Ice
this
Spice
is
or the
spot on right here, right? So like part of the whole reason why romanticization was invented was because after the French Revolution, there was it was like everything was a city identity. Right? Nobody really saw themselves as the French. So the idea was to make them into the French. Right? So like France as a state didn't exist until fascism had its roots there with romantic nationalism. Like fascism is purely responsible for nation states. The fascist ideas trended to create those nation states.
Just as a side note before we continue here. Hopefully this doesn't break it. If you want to like watch an in-depth video that's pretty good, this video here is really
Hey, go to the
fucking
part
good.
where he says it's romantic nationalism.
I'm not sure what that is.
No, it's literally labeled. Go to the chapters. Open the chapters. Look.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
It just says Italian German. What is?
I thought he had a. I can't see, so.
What's the conclusion? I think he says it's the ideology of blood and soil is what he comes back
yeah,
to.
he does say that, but I think I'd have to look at it.
Anyway, watch that video if you want to know more.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where it is. We talked about how romanticism basically bled into it.
Okay.
Spice or the fart song. I can't believe it.
Might want to dismiss her talents altogether without even giving her a chance. Based on what you know about rappers these days and about the music industry and about the sorts of musical artists who put words like and fart in the titles of their songs.
Yeah, well, it's important because this guy is a fuckwit and a fascist and should be fucking called out.
Oh,
for
you know
it.
what? I was
Nobody
thinking of
should
this
be
video
watching
on
it.
nationalism.
Ah, okay. Also good video. All his videos are good.
Let alone both words in one title. You might arrogantly and presumptuously disregard her from the outset. And I want you to know that if that's your attitude,
Here we
then
go.
it is absolutely correct. Her
This
music
part
is
right here.
Germany at the time was far from being the European power that we know now. The German people were scattered,
Audio
downtrodden,
way jacked, bro.
and economically behind. It was far from clear that there even was such a thing as a German state or a German nation. If anywhere, it seemed to be embodied most in the Holy Roman Empire. But that was a decentralized, unusually weak authority. A high-ranking imperial official put it this way in 1766. He asks, "What are the Germans?" And he answers himself. We have been for centuries
What
the
are the
puzzle of a
Germans?
political constitution, a prey of our neighbors, an object of their scorn, outstanding in the history of the world,
We are
disunited
Aryans?
among ourselves, weak from our divisions, strong enough to harm ourselves,
Even though that's the
powerless to save
Orions?
ourselves, insensitive
They're
to the
just
honor of our
wrangling the
name,
chinchilla.
indifferent to the glory
Huh?
of our laws,
Fuck, I keep knocking out
envious
my
of our
own
rulers,
headphones.
distrusting one another, inconsistent about principles, coercive about enforcing them, a great but also a despised people, a potentially happy but actually a very lamentable people. In the late 18th century, Germans found a way to cope with that lack of national strength and unity by essentially
Copium.
getting in touch with Germany. They traveled the countryside in search of
They
Germany's
touched their
metaphorical
fatherland.
interior. They looked for Germany's rhythm in bards and folk songs. They tried to capture the sensual power of its landscapes through poetry. They also philosophized about the German language, calling attention to its unique character, but then going even further, claiming that words aren't just things that describe the world, but allow you to feel the world from the inside. That way of thinking found its clearest expression in the Sturm und Drang movement, the storm and stress movement. But it wasn't nationalism yet. It was Germans creating a romanticized sense of country, or a romanticized sense of nationality. It was making Germany into something subjective, something interior. It was creating a deeper relationship between subject and object, a person and a place. It was something that would allow Germans to say, eventually, this is who I am. That feeling crystallized into nationalism for the first time after the French Revolution, specifically after the French invaded German lands.
Bro, do you think I'm literally retarded that I forget that monarchy exists? Like we even talk about Saudi Arabia. Like you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're literally saying this is what you think. You're wrong. You have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm literally showing you how under a king, like this is literally, you asked for the source. So I'm sitting here showing you a guy breaking down how the king, literally he said, how under the fucking monarchy, they still weren't seen as German. It was a decentralized thing under a fucking emperor under the Holy Roman Empire. These empires were decentralized. Like you're literally, your brain is rotted from romanticism. You literally think monarchy is something that it wasn't. You're wrong. Like you're just wrong. It was decentralized as fuck. Like the whole reason why the serf system had to exist was because that's how they had to maintain that power. Like they weren't
Damn,
there
they're
because
cooking
they
'em.
were proud to be fucking English serfs and shit. The serfs didn't give a fuck. They literally lived in poop huts, bro. You think they actually gave a fuck who governed them? That like it doesn't mean they had freedom either. Like, come on.
Clearest proponent was a man named Ernst Moritz Arndt. Arndt explicitly called for the unification of Germans into a nation. In doing that, Arndt...
You see what I mean when I say that romantic nationalism is the source of fascism, and it also gave us the concept of nation states, so therefore fascism can be in the foundation of states themselves.
Yes.
You understand why this concept exists and why I'm saying this? Because it's literally in the roots of what became Nazi Germany. There is no Nazi Germany without this period of creating a German identity. There was no German identity before this. It didn't exist. A French identity didn't exist. This whole patriot thing, patriot didn't mean American. The Americans after the revolution still considered themselves British ethnically. There was no concept of a nation state even though America is thought to be the thing that invented the nation state. When they didn't. They invented a confederacy that they stole from the people who were already living here, who already were governing in confederacies, and then they lied and said they got it from the Romans because they romanticized it. And this was even before the romantic thought was even taking place, right? Because romanticism has its roots in liberalism, and it can go back even further there. And then where does liberalism further come out of? It becomes when they actually sign the Magna Carta, right? Because people end up having enough wealth from the merchant class that they start to say, we want more actual freedom exercised, because it wasn't a problem exercising like any type of monarchy or monetary freedom under the monarchy until it got to the point where the merchants were actually having more power than the kings. Then they started cracking down on people because it became a threat to the king's power. As long as something wasn't a threat to the king's power, they really didn't give a shit what was going on in their fucking land that they controlled thousands and thousands of miles away that they would never see in their life. They just tax it. That's all it is. As long as they paid that tax, people could basically do whatever the fuck they want, even though that's not exactly true. It's not like it was a utopia and people were free.
Yeah. But
Articulated
that's
a
also
key
what
feature of romantic
borders, right? The whole idea of getting rid of borders breaks nationalism too. You
Mhm.
can't be proud about something that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So you break those borders, you break those stupid little lines on a map, and you kill fascism. It's no longer there. You just sort of forget about it and it just becomes a thing. Just like people forgot before the nation state existed. You know, it's just
More
the normal
centralized
thing
in
now.
other places, such as the Byzantine Empire. Yeah, bro. Sure. The Byzantine Empire. That was definitely, like, when I think of like places that had no merchant fucking wealth and didn't have a merchant society that could totally act independently with their wealth and power. Definitely not Byzantine, a fucking trade hub.
nationalism, which is that it leans into a sentiment that's felt, or it could be felt, by its nationals. That's often a sentiment that flies in the face of the so-called civilized world. The sentiment that Arndt leaned into was the shared hatred of the French. It was a sentiment held personally by
Yeah.
Arndt, as he recalled upon seeing the French occupy the Rhineland. Here I learned to hate them as enemies and destroyers of my people, and hardly do I see one more, and my cheeks flush hot with blood.
Whoa.
He then tapped into that hatred as a means of arousing and unifying Germany. For
Oh,
example,
look,
in his
hatred
poem,
forming
what is the
German identity. I wonder why.
Now that's
Fascism
this is
formed.
just an example of Germany, right? And then it's talking about nationalism mixes, okay?
nationalism, were things that tended to emerge.
So we understand
Oh
the
my
idea
lord.
of romanticism, okay? So now it mixes with nationalism.
Perspective back out. Nationalism, again, was a European invention.
Uh-huh.
There were
Wow, crazy.
nationalities and things that resembled nations, but the concrete conception of nations
95% of all
were
awful
things that
ideas have
tended
come
to
out of Europe.
emerge around the world upon contact with Europe. First in Latin America and around the rest of Europe, and then in Asia and Africa from the 20th century on. The inspiration.
Whoa, crazy. You mean states and countries didn't exist until the 20th century, and our concept of like history is totally flawed because we're still thinking about borders and nation states when we think about something like Byzantine Empire?
Taken from the West.
Like the monarchy in Saudi Arabia is like has more control over people than other monarchies did in history. Like it's not like you know, there was way more tyrannical monarchies, don't get me wrong, but like the fact that Saudi Arabia runs itself the way it does, like most monarchies did not have that type of control over the people.
Yeah. Technology
Like-
has changed the game.
Was often a conscious one.
Nationalism changed the game.
Yeah.
Monarchs didn't have that type of power before. If monarchs had the power of nationalism and romanticism, it'd be difficult to say if monarchy would have ended at the time it did.
Yeah.
Many societies around the world effectively realized that they had the Poland problem. They were disorganized and internally divided. And to fix that,
Yeah, but literally what's funny is when I said not like all monarchs, I was literally thinking Vlad the Impaler in my head when I was saying that. So yeah, 100%. That's like Vlad the Impaler was definitely worse than Saudi Arabia.
to bring strength, unity, and stability to their people, they said they must, to some extent, learn from the West. Until the first half of the 19th
What was
century,
that? Now we're getting into
nationalism,
China?
inspired by the French, was closely linked to liberal values. But
Oh,
as romantic
whoa, crazy. Remember when I said that?
nationalism became more popular, things began to change. Nationalisms around the world started to take on a hybrid character. The ideology of Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of China before Mao
Oh,
Zedong,
crazy. Now nationalism is evolving into different thing. Remember? Because like they, you know, Chiang Kai-shek is, you know, kind of one of those people we could call a fascist.
is
But
the-
somehow they developed out of fascism and into liberalism.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
But communism, it must be achieved through a bloody revolution. It totally can't evolve out of liberalism, even though it did.
Example of that. Chang called for the naming of and extermination of domestic enemies, namely communists. He called for the spiritual regeneration of his people for the sake of making a strong, unified, and safe China. A goal, he told Chinese, they should be ready to die for at any moment. That was also with the goal of eventually creating
Sounds like Xi
a
Jinping to
democratic,
me.
pluralistic China. Precise labeling of that kind of ideology isn't easy, and most just
And like
settle with
that's
calling
another
Chang a
thing is like
nationalist.
you know how
As nationalism spread,
Stalin was literally, or no, Lenin, he literally talks about like democracy, like the real democracy is when like capital can't manipulate the people and stuff. Like they try, like Luna Oy will make these arguments of how about Lenin actually loved democracy, he just couldn't
Yeah.
achieve it because he was trying to build true democracy, right?
Sure, yeah. That's why he looked down upon people
The
and
point is that
commanded people and
he
thought that
still
they were
claimed
dumb.
to have an end goal of democracy, which Chiang Kai-shek also did. So what I'm saying is this guy is basically Lenin.
it began to appear increasingly powerful, even unstoppable. Many of those making that realization were politicians.
I'm so glad I didn't have to go through and find all these book quotes myself, and he did it for me. Right?
Who began to
I'd be like Wikipediaing all day trying to find the quotes if I
lean
had
into
to.
nationalism as part of their image and platform. That, combined with developing
If you want to learn about like how politics are framework, you definitely need to start with Leviathan and Hegel, not Karl Marx. He's like 6 books in, you know.
technology and state apparatus made a new type of nationalism possible, and the last one we're going to talk about today. And that nationalism was fascism. Fascism, if we're trying to use the word accurately, is an extreme form of nationalism. The Italian fascisti were the first official fascists. They wanted to create a single-party fascist state
Hi,
and
everybody.
then subordinate
Actual
the entire
Nazi
Italian
here.
nation to that fascist state. That would all be done in the name of establishing and heightening the greatness of the Italian nation. As Mussolini
Wow, it's crazy. It's almost like I wasn't talking about Marx at all in that analogy. I was talking about like people who have modern day ideologies of what communism is and how they think they need to do all these revolutions and shit instead of just voting for somebody who has communist principles. It's almost like FDR literally like read Marxist theory before he like did his policies and stuff. Not saying that his policies were Marxist or based on Marx. I'm just saying that he read Karl Marx. Like, why wouldn't he have? That's all they had back then was fucking reading books.
Marx is outdated. It's that simple. It's just
Well,
an outdated.
it really is
literature.
too, because the whole idea of the capitalist collapse there happened. It happened in the Great Depression, and
yes.
what happened? Socialist policy was able to be implemented to counter that. And I was talking about this. Nobody was listening though because it was on Black Red Guard's post. But he said like basically like Israel will fall eventually. It's inevitable. And I'm like, Israel is already a failed state. But because they have a monopoly on violence, they're able to maintain themselves. And that's key there, is that when a state fails, it still has its monopoly on violence to withhold the power going to the people. So the state will stay in a failed state instead of passing to the people because of the military industrial complex and the fucking militarized police.
Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation. And to this myth, this greatness, which we want to translate into a total reality, we subordinate everything else. Mussolini
and like it's so weird, like America today, how they mythologically like think of Washington. They even like say that he had wooden teeth to make it like a folk.
They mythologize it, yeah.
It's like he didn't have no, he didn't. Like we know where his teeth came from. I literally went to Mount Vernon and they're like, here's the teeth he ripped out of slaves in war. This is what he ate. These are the slave teeth he wore when he ate turkey. These are the slave teeth he would wear when he was talking. He actually had different sets of teeth depending on what thing he was doing. Crazy.
Epic.
And then there's the whole like, oh, he chopped down a cherry tree and then told his dad because he couldn't tell a lie. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, stop. Just stop. He retired. The whole thing. Oh, he was noble. He retired after his second term out of nobility. Yeah, dude. It's definitely because he wasn't making a salary and needed to fucking go make money from his fucking slave. That's definitely because he was a good person. That's why the term limit and to become a monarch and shit. Yeah, dude.
Was somewhat inspired by Mazzini, but he rejected internationalism as a principle that could bind people together. As he put it, the unit of loyalty was too large, and he instead focused on his own country,
Boo!
which developed into a
Internationalism is way better. Boo!
passionate nationalism. As he put it to the Italian parliament in 1925, we all know that what motivates me is not a personal whim. It is not lust for power. It is not an ignoble passion, but only an unlimited and burning love for the fatherland. He became especially interested in the collectivizing potential.
Calling it
of
fatherland
national
is cringe.
consciousness. He wanted a shared national consciousness to be at the center of a movement so collectivist.
What's that?
it was
National
openly
collectivism?
anti-individualistic.
Whoa.
All individuals.
You mean the
were,
difference
in
between
theory,
communism and
to merge their
fascism
being
is
with
just nationalism or internationalism? Whoa.
These principles of anti-individualism. I think that's another one that gets slept on a lot when we talk about fascism, of anti-individualism, because there's so many other components to it. But I think this is a good one to point out, is the anti-individualism, because the whole thing of like people thinking that like liberalism is the third option between communism and fascism, when all of them can exist simultaneously. Like liberalism is just the component of being more individualistic. You can, if you're a more individualistic fascist, you're a liberal fascist. If you're individualist Baathist, you're a liberal Nazi.
fascist state. As Mussolini put it, fascism stresses the importance of the state and accepts
No,
the
it's not.
individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state. This is taking nationalism to
Remember
such
when
an
I said, "Oh, I'm not racist until you disagree with me," right? So this is how fascism can exist and be multiracial.
authoritarian degree that people essentially become subjects again. What the fascist state officially thinks and wants, its subjects also officially think and want. This higher personality, he said, becomes a nation. The state creates a nation. So fascists want to destroy the existing government and make a new state. Then that state creates a nation. And through that nation, the will of the people is realized.
Now it's becoming commie stuff. Now we're talking about totally
interesting.
destroying and revolutionary stuff.
To the nation, volition
Interesting.
is conferred.
It's almost like
and the people are made
fascism
one.
originated from
It makes
Marx
them,
as well.
as he said, aware of their moral unity.
Crazy.
So with fascism, the nation and
Well, it certainly came from Jacobins.
Syndicalism.
its subjects
Yeah.
belong to the fascist state. And there's no restrictions on what the fascist state can do to that nation and to its subjects. As you might expect, that allows the fascist state to aim to entirely transform its nation and its people according to its needs. As Mussolini put it,
Crazy. All right. So that's Ryan Chapman. All right.
Good video.
Great videos on theory, if you care about theory. Now we're not going to talk about theory anymore because theory is gay and I don't fucking care.
It is absolutely correct. Her music is indeed as hideous and mind-numbing as you imagine. This 45-second clip of her performing her latest track
like
at
the
Spotify
gayest
Best
shit
New Artist
I've
event.
ever heard.
It should be enough to prove the point. Here it is.
I can't.
Like, who
Unfortunately,
gives a
we're gonna have to skip
Shut
past this
up.
part because we'll get knocked on copyright. OD if we play that. But the lyrics are like,
say
think
later.
you're the shit. You not
Hey, did you all know
Thanks for
that
tuning in.
we have a new fundraiser going for the drone recon team in Ukraine? They need vehicle repairs. Here's a QR code that you can scan to go to the money jar that's collecting money for their vehicle repairs. This money is basically going to go directly to them. You don't have to worry about going through the government if you're scared of that for some reason, you know? And then after you're done donating there, if you have extra money, you can go to our Patreon. You can help us found our nonprofit. We're trying to raise money for our nonprofit to help journalists in countries that are at war or have limited rights on those freedoms of journalism and of the press. So we need money to start that nonprofit, to do the paperwork, things like that. And yeah, subscriptions help us save up to get to that goal.
the lyrics here, but let's keep going.
Dystopian future where average
I
IQ
love
scores
dick.
have plummeted well below
And
room temperature.
vagina.
And America.
Oh, he what he
And
says is,
so
you know,
it can't get gayer. As a non-binary who goes both ways, right? That's like default as gay as it gets, I think. I don't know.
Possible.
Theoretically, that sounds pretty gay to me. Obviously, you love theory. You shut your mouth, okay?
Idiocracy is basically a documentary, and this proves it.
Culture has become so crass and stupid that, for example, the biggest hit reality show in this universe is called Ow My Balls, and it features a guy getting hit in the balls by various objects.
That shit, that would do well.
He's talking about Idiocracy.
Maybe.
Matt Walsh. No, that's what it is. It's Ow My Balls. It's the show in Idiocracy that he's
it is too.
And he's like, he's going to hit the balls. He's watching it on the toilet.
Yeah, when he crashes into his place, yeah. I haven't seen that movie for years.
It's like really easy.
Underrated gem. Absolute gem of a movie. It's like Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Oh, but that's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. I have a network. Like I'm connected with like all these resistance groups, right? There's like one of the things that we talk about is there's this journalist. He wasn't even a journalist, right? So like he was studying to be a doctor, but his passion was journalism, and he lives in Pakistan. And his parents are against him becoming a journalist because it's dangerous in Pakistan, right? And this guy, I don't know, like he kind of basically fell off. You know, I don't know if he still posts. I haven't looked into it because I've been too busy working on other things. But like to have the money to hire this guy and actually give him resources to protect himself because he was such a good fucking journalist, and especially being that caliber in Pakistan where there is a lot of like populism and information narratives. Like everyone is lying in the like all governments lie, but Pakistan is on another level with how their government polls people. And then you also have like the insurgent groups also doing the propaganda in there. It's like people in Pakistan can have like a huge variety of opinions on various things. So to get somebody who can see through all that and shoot pretty straight is like amazing. So, you know, I just hope that he's doing well. But I just know that he wanted to basically leave medical school to become a journalist in fucking Pakistan. And I would love to have funded that and paid that guy to do that.
That'd be cool.
Lie. It is true that reality TV is like.
But specifically, they didn't want him to be a journalist because they didn't want him to get arrested or killed. Like it's like, can't you join the military instead, honey? Like, is that safer? What was his political background, at least? I'm not really sure. But like as far as like when he wrote about things, like his views on Yemen, like so neutral, being able to decipher all the relationships inside the Syrian civil war is another thing that's very difficult to do. To like know how like all the branches form and all that stuff. So you do a lot of stuff like that. He would take his time to like make infographics, right? And then like post those infographics with descriptions and stuff. And he was like use Canva to do it and stuff. I haven't looked at him in a long time, but he was awesome. He was really good. Ace is great too.
It is
Ace is literally not a journalist either. He's in medical school too.
Trashy as trashy can be. And everybody knows.
I just want that to be a secret.
Secret time.
It's always reality TV has always been like that, right? It's a way for the networks to save money, so they don't have like well-written shows with great actors. They're like, let's hire a bunch of schlubs from nowhere, throw them in a house together, and watch them. Our culture.
Shut up, Kyle.
I can't believe it.
The only thing that Idiocracy got wrong.
That still could be a journalist. That's the thing, you know, like one of the aspects of like what we're gonna do is like we were gonna like basically partner with like refurbishers for phones, right? And we're gonna like basically pay developers on GitHub to like make these secure phones that cost almost nothing, and then be able to send them to places like Afghanistan. And nobody will be able to get into the phone, and the phone only connects to our servers, right? So like everything they film instantly is going to our servers, and it's not even like staying on the phone to help them be secure and stuff. Like like there's all these journalists, they have their own fucking like private like box. I forgot what the boxes are called, but where you can drop anonymously, you know?
Yeah.
You know what those are called? I just remember I looked into like what it takes to make one, and they were like, if you are a tech support person, like literally you are the computer guy at the company, you should probably set aside an entire day to do this. And I was like, whoa, what? And like it is so complex. And I was like, I definitely can't learn how to do this. I have to hire somebody. Exactly. So like Afghanistan is a big inspiration behind this because like back in the day, Rawa, right? Like they filmed those executions in the soccer field that changed everything, and it was broadcasted on CNN. And then they interview the guy, right? And he says, "Oh, if you want the executions to stop, build us an execution grounds, and we won't do them at the stadium." And he's like, "Executions are a cause for celebration. Why shouldn't they be done at the stadium?" Right? Like, and a journalist went in just because of Rawa and got that interview and stuff. Like, these things need to happen again, and the fact that there is so little security, the digital security that the Taliban have been able to do is astonishing. Like, obviously more stuff is hitting the web than it did in those Rawa days, but like to have the protections in place to make sure these signals like don't get intercepted and stuff. And that's another thing, is getting the secure signals and stuff. But that's also, the phone part is just a small part of it as well, because there's already people who can still communicate online freely, right? Because like everyone's on Twitter, right? You can still get on Twitter through a VPN at your own risk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Predicted
exactly.
things would get that
Execution's
dumb
still happening. Real arrows without the internet. Yeah, they're just not doing them. They're literally, just because they're not doing them in the football stadium now doesn't mean they're not happening.
500 years. But instead, it took less than 20. In fact, a song called Think You the Fart sounds like it's taken directly out of the Idiocracy screenplay. We have reached our futuristic idiot dystopia, and we didn't even need a time machine to get there. Now, it goes without saying that the lyrics of this new Ice Spice song are so juvenile and witless that simply listening to them causes brain damage. Popular music has gotten so dumb that...
I mean, look, Matt, if people are watching your show, they're probably pretty brain damaged to begin with. So,
Wait, we're watching his show.
Yeah, but we're not watching.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't apply to us.
Actually, no, we're watching Kyle Kalinske watch him.
Oh,
so
that's
no,
worse.
he's
You got
the
to
brain
admit,
dead
that's
one.
worse, though.
Exposure to it causes actual concussion symptoms. We all now probably have CTE just from watching that clip. And I don't mean to belabor the point, but just to make it clear.
So
Here's some
now
of the
we're
lyrics of the
against,
song in case you couldn't understand what she was babbling about.
I love this. I hope everybody send this video to RM Brown, because he's about to read the Ice Spice lyrics, and we need a drop on the RM Brown YouTube channel of him reading these lyrics. It's too good.
I said 400 bands. I said 400 bands just to do my little dance. I look like a bum. I got the jacket. You just want to walk through and start shaking my hips. I'm a dip when I stack all my chips.
Walk through and start shaking my hips. That might be the one, RM.
Strip a dummy. I want the whole fit. I got a French N-word sending me tips. Thank you.
Everybody is
You're not
an
even the
expert
fart.
in America.
I be going hard.
Expert of
I'm breaking their
what?
hearts.
Picking
Be
their
quick,
fucking
but I'm quicker.
noses and
Be thick,
eating
but I'm quicker.
McDonald's. There's no fucking experts in America. The fuck are you talking about?
Bitches be quick, but I'm quicker. Bitches be thick, but I'm thicker. Matt Walsh saying the thicker line. We love it.
She should be rich, but I'm richer. Now,
it's funny when Ben Shapiro does
Why
Kyle's
is
trying
this
too
such
hard.
an inclination for the Daily Wire to read song lyrics? What the fuck is their problem?
Because black people.
Jesus fucking Christ.
based on these lyrics, you would assume that English is her second language, and she doesn't have a first language.
Jesus Christ,
Ice Spice has the intelligence and artistic sensibility of an earthworm. This song is the musical equivalent of an overflowing porta potty.
Someone's mad that she makes more money than him.
Okay. All right, Matt. You look like Al Borland. Okay.
I hate this, by the way. I hate this as well. I can't stand this.
Critique.
Can we watch something about turtles? Let's get Neil the Seal back in here.
This is like a very Marxist take, but libertarianism as the idea of a person being like a kind of innately anti-institutionalist, critical of government, free thinker, you know, with all the connotations that has, but not being a
Yes, they should go and touch grass.
Socialist? It's like something in a superposition, you know? There are too many internal antagonisms. Eventually,
Oh
the
my God,
superposition
bro.
will collapse, and you'll
No.
have one of
Don't say superposition. That's cringe.
two potential outcomes: either a fascist or
Also,
a
Vosh,
you know, like
yeah, it can't be in a superposition because you're observing it. You're just saying superposition because you think you're sounding smart by saying it. It's not. If you're an observer, it's officially not in superposition. You're observing it. Can't be superposition. Go fuck yourself.
sort of
You're thinking of
esoteric conspiracy
it's
theorists
slightly opaque.
that can sort of trend in a bunch of different directions, but that isn't necessarily like politically oriented, right? It goes in either of those directions. I guess you could become like a real libertarian, a socialist, but that doesn't seem to happen that often from a right libertarian perspective. I wish it would happen more often. That'd be nice. You know, when I went to the Libertarian Convention back in 2020, when I bought my nice shoes, when I went over, one of the reasons I went over is because I was talking with, you know, some of the organizers for the event. The American Libertarian Party has mostly been taken over by fascists, like the Mises group,
Caucus. Mises caucus, bro.
yeah.
Jesus
And they are like
Christ.
very much, they do the Millet thing where it's like, we're in favor
You
of free
really- you
economics,
forgot
and
the word
also we're
caucus.
anti-woke, and also we're going to use the police state opposition, so we're not actually anti-government. They do that bit. And all of the authentic libertarians.
What did I miss?
He forgot who the Mises. He couldn't remember caucus and the word Mises caucus.
Mises Caucus has blocked me on Twitter.
Has been
Vosh
kind of
loves
like
really
bleeding
strange porn.
out
Yeah,
of the
I know.
Libertarian Party, just
Did
you
you hear
know,
him say
either
this,
into
though?
the far right, which is their goal, or just
Did you see
into
this?
whatever else. You know, libertarianism has always been an inroad for that kind of thing. That guy you debated, yeah. Remember when I debated the guy from the Mises Caucus, and the first question I asked him was on revoking the Civil Rights Act, and he tried to worm around it for a bit before saying, "Yeah, I would,"
All right,
and it
y'all
all went
remember
downhill from
this
there.
shit, what he was
'Cause
saying
right in the
about this thing? This was weird. Like when you see something like this to be talking like this about it, weird to me, bro.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? Libertarianism even exists outside American politics. What's happening in Argentina? It is largely a consequence of American brain damage. It's an American movement.
What do you mean,
that has
having a
spread around the
surplus?
world? Though
This is so stupid. Okay. First of all, no, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. What about you're saying that they have American brain damage? They're American pilled. That's why they voted for Malai. He was running against the guy who caused the economic crisis, right? Literally anything besides what they were doing would have been the correct choice, right? So Milai is already in a surplus state because he barely has to actually do these libertarian policies. He just has to do a slight reshift of those policies that put Argentina into that state. Like, naturally, he would have been the correct choice, even though people don't identify with his more extreme values. Because the other choice was the person who's causing the crisis. It's not anything to do with being more libertarian. He is related to the Ayn Rand Institute and all those fucking people, right? But they're running candidates in all those countries. He won because he was presenting an alternative economic plan to a failed economy. That's it. It's that simple. People were poor. That's why they elected him. That's easy, bro. It's not fucking American brainwashing in Argentina. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's mostly an American thing and to some extent a Latin American thing. And the main reason it's a Latin American thing is because we kept killing their socialist leaders. So we would replace them with people who would, you know, liberalize their economy in response to a threat of nationalization. And as always, you know, they always ended up being authoritarians every fucking time. So we did this all over the place.
Yeah, the
Millet
thing
is an
is,
American offspring.
Destiny at least is able to branch out. Fosh's echo chamber just keeps getting smaller with people who tolerate things that he says, you know? What I don't care about your opinion on if it was lolly or not. I really don't give a shit. Because at the end of the day, we'll put Scott Ritter up here and laugh at him the same way. I just don't think Scott Ritter is that funny. It's more funny when people interview Scott Ritter.
Intellectually, he literally cites American economists, constantly. You should check out the book A Libertarian Walks into a Bear, How a Town Tries to Go Libertarian and became overrun by bears because no one wanted to run the infrastructure. I think I've actually heard about that, though I haven't read the book. Yeah, libertarianism can't exist in reality. It's literally like
It's funny. It's funny
ideology.
because like his explanation is like, yeah, I'm just really into big dicks and big horse dicks, and people are like, yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't make the situation better. It's still weird. Like some people are like, okay, here you are. You downloaded something you weren't really looking to see if it was a lolly, but the horse dicks, bro. Can we talk about the horse dick?
I mean, we know where it came from, so yeah, he got influenced by furries. That's his problem.
Libertarianism, and by libertarianism I mean right libertarianism.
Is lolly illegal where you are? I'm pretty sure it's not legal like here, though.
Everything is illegal in Australia.
I'm not about to Google, is lolly illegal? I'm not typing that in. Is child porn illegal here? That's not a Google. Although, what did I joke about doing a Google search on the other day? It was the goblin. I think it was the goblin thing. I was like, this is where the FBI comes all the time to terrorists and shit. This is when they come.
Mm-hmm.
Right libertarianism is a political impossibility. Unlike other ideologies like fascism, theocratic governance, ultranationalism, other bad ideologies, those can exist. Those are possible. Libertarianism isn't, which is why, given enough time, its proponents always collapse into either irrelevance or just being a fascist.
You know why he's making a mistake? Remember how earlier I said that, like, ultimately none of these theoretical frameworks mean anything because theory is gay and it doesn't actually exist?
Yeah.
He's making the mistake of realizing it for one thing, libertarianism, not realizing it for, like, everything else.
Yeah.
And that,
well,
like,
let's watch this one because I don't think we've had this guy covered on anything in our streams.
Oh God, this is a rough video.
This is actually in response to somebody who says that they love the Blaze. I like Glenn Beck and I like the Blaze. I have a number of friends who work there. Yeah, that's one of your big problems. But between this and the anti-Semitic stuff that's been on the platform in the last few months, it might be time for some spring cleaning. Holy crap! It's actually the American Psycho. Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Wait, I was joking about that the other day. It's actually cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Listen, when you guys were going after blacks and Muslims, I thought it would, and like, woke women and stuff.
There's no way his actual nudes haven't leaked, right? Like his actual nudes had to have leaked before his horse dick porn folder, right? Like, come on, how do you leak horse dick before your own dick?
Stuff. I thought it was great. When you guys were talking about how we need to gun down more immigrants on the border, I was all in it. But these anti-Semitic remarks are just starting to get under my skin. I can't lie. This is crazy. Everybody in this skit belongs in prison. Wait, what is this? Blaze Media podcaster. It's incredible how this guy actually has a job. And I'm not talking about just like has this job, just to be sure. I'm surprised he has a job.
Literally,
like he
just
holds
now?
any job
Or
whatsoever.
Or back in the day, he was like, "Here's my nudes on a Discord." I'm not looking it up, so I could care less.
Have you ever known somebody like that? How you're just genuinely surprised that they have a job, period. Not only like the job that they have or like a specific job that they've like, been a part of, that they can hold a job down and or have been holding it down for like a little while, long enough for you to be surprised. I'll say it's crazy to think these people will make more money than me in my life. It's definitely possible, but they could lose it all very quickly. They could really lose it all.
Bro, speak for yourself.
Just remember those.
Speak for yourself. I get more pure by the day. Degeneracy,
like those rappers, those media personalities who end up broke in a couple years. It's very possible. This is MAGA podcaster Alex Stein, who hosts a show on the MAGA
that
network Blaze
Whitney
Media, funded
Cummings
by
did
Glenn
that.
Beck.
She was like, somebody tried to threaten me to release my nudes, so she just posted her tits.
Whitney's great like that. I don't give a fuck.
He is going around harassing young women volunteering for Haley's campaign, asking them if they have OnlyFans. Oh yeah, they got to put this guy in jail. Is this the Skype logo? People use Skype? Is that true? In 2024, the year of our Lord, people are on Skype. Even
Shark,
my
get
grandma
to the
moved to
fucking
Zoom.
clip already,
You're either
bro.
committing illegal acts or you're committing very illegal acts if you're still using Skype. I'm just gonna say, I'm
a pimp on a blimp. So you do know she does know. She does know. All
Go-
the hoes
you-
know.
you
You have an
jumped too far
OnlyFans.
in, you know? We want to see
Oh,
it.
how do you know how old that lady is? MAGA, and by extension, the Republican Party. This is grotesque incel behavior. Wait, I gotta see this shit.
But you don't know why? Do you know who I am? I'm a pimp on a blimp. So you do know she does know. She does know. All the hoes know. You have an OnlyFans with your.
Oh, how do you know how old that lady is? Pardon me? Do you know how old that girl is? Bro, calmed. For one,
Vicky Haley.
I'm just saying, okay?
Vicky Haley.
If they were in a political movement that actually cared about women, I'm just
Does
gonna
he
say
say that?
this if anybody's watching who has any power. I don't agree that they should do this because I don't agree with political violence. But I'm going to say if they were in a movement that genuinely cared about women, this guy would have had his teeth knocked out of his mouth. I'm just telling you right now. After asking a question like that, like on the
Swallow
street, like,
your food. Holy shit. Okay, I'm back.
What's wrong with you? Walk up to a young girl. All the hoes know me. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Do you have OnlyFans? Yeah, okay, dog. You're done. You're done. Like what am I supposed to say besides you're done?
No, dude. This dude is
Somebody
insane.
needs to run up and do like a diamond cutter on
Yeah,
him.
no, this guy's nuts.
He's a fucking.
Somebody said, not me.
He's literally friends with Elijah Schaefer. What do you expect?
Not an RKO, diamond cutter.
Elijah
the original, the
Schaefer's
OG.
so full of shit.
Yeah, he
Even
needs to
Steven
catch
Crowder called him out.
Them only hands.
No, to Alex, leave that poor girl alone.
Nimrata, you know she allegedly
Oh
cheated
my
on her husband. Did you know that?
gosh.
But so did Trump, I guess, right? So we like cheated.
Wait, he's actually. Wait, did you see that? He's like, oh wait. He's like, hey, wait, listen. This, buddy, you gotta cool it. Hey, cool it with the anti-woman remarks. No, dude, stop harassing young girls in the street and asking if they have OnlyFans. No, stop. Everybody's gonna say we're weird on Twitter. Okay.
Did you know that? But so did Trump, I guess, right? So we like cheaters. Did you vote for Trump in 2020? No. Dude, look, hey, this is a guy that didn't let me. Look at this little pussy, guys. Look at this small little pussy with his little pussy haircut. Oh, I'm a little pussy boy. Can't go into
Dude,
the
the
event.
guy's a nutbag.
Oh my gosh.
This is a grown man.
Yeah.
You ever think about that? Like, this is the type of behavior I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't be surprising. I can't say even would, because I feel like I'd be downplaying young guys if I'd be saying this is the type of behavior that I would expect out of like a 16-year-old. Because I feel like even 16-year-olds. Because I remember when I worked at McDonald's, I worked with some 16-year-olds. Like they're just chilling most of the time. They don't do stuff like this. Now there was one 17-year-old who had to get fired.
All right, come on. That looks like it's paused. Pause. All right, here we go.
You are no longer a freeloader. Wombology, you stand on your own 2 feet. Stand on their own.
It's just so insane, dude. What are they scared of? Can I get a sticker?
Dude, people like you aren't let into places normal people exist. I don't even like him. Like they've been wrong.
Just play the fucking video.
Like the that's sad. He
Oh
did
my
this
God.
for like the
But you see, this is what makes it fair use.
he
His commentary.
accepted in a wall though. He went with Brazil and form now.
These are for people that are attending.
We are attending. You guys won't let us in.
Bro, and then he steals their property. Wait, and then he takes their property right off the table. Does this guy think he's a comedian? Do you ever think about how? Wait, just real quick. You ever think about how somebody thinks that they're doing comedy, and what they mean by comedy is that they're just being an asshole? You ever see that? How like
yes, this happens a
people
lot.
and just people so and it,
All right, back to the video.
For and then that boy is
that it?
True, he does love assaulting women.
We could just look up the video itself.
You ever
An asshole. I'll just say an asshole punches someone else.
do you have an OnlyFans? This is what we think about Nikki. Nikki sucks. Nikki Haley sucks. Nikki sucks. You know she sucks, right?
He's just not funny. That's the problem.
He's literally look. You got to keep watching how awkward this gets, though. He literally
You're
took
young.
a sticker and ripped it up in front
You
of her.
like her? She knows she's supposed to cheat on her husband. You ever heard?
Bro, you're a Trump voter. What? She cheats on her husband. How many wives has that man gone through, dog? What? He wants to his daughter. He's a rapist. She cheats on her husband. You vote for a rapist. Who was literally convicted last week of raping women. Okay. That's crazy.
Alex
Stein. Primetime Alex Stein. Lover 69. That's crazy. Who could have seen this coming? He does talk about assaulting AOC. Yeah, that is true. He does love assaulting women.
He certainly does.
Very strange behavior. I wouldn't flex that if I was him.
She almost belted him for it too.
Did he actually touched her? Or just yelled at her about the big
No,
booty
he
with
was just verbally harassing her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard that rumor?
I would like for you to please leave me alone.
Oh my god!
Wow, man.
Yeah, somebody.
So,
Epic,
so
bro.
cool, bro. So cool. Nazis.
Neo-Nazis tried marching in Nashville, a group called Blood Tribe. They were confronted and they very quickly bailed. An
There's
NBC
also
News
a video
report,
of them in
neo-Nazi
the back of the U-Haul arriving there, doing like a fascist pledge prayer.
Cringe.
Nazis march in Nashville, leave after being challenged.
So
The group left
Cowards.
in a U-Haul box truck that was driven out of the county, according to police, indicating that the demonstrators were outsiders.
Yes, we know this. They travel around. They're a clown group. That's all the same people. They're not everywhere. It's like 10 people. Fucking hell.
They were outsiders. Here is a video of these individuals being confronted.
Where's your faces? Where's your son faces? Cowards! Cowards! All of you! Cowards! Show me your
Yeah, Tennessee ain't the place, my guy.
faces! Where's your face, you cowards? Show me your face! Show me your faces, cowards! All of you! Cowards!
And if you can't tell what's happening, the neo-Nazis are shouting, "Deport every Mexican," whereas the guy confronting them is saying, "Show your faces, you."
Like all of the fucking Nazis on Twitter are like, oh look, they're saying that Biden, he wants Biden. It's like, yeah, Putin said the same thing. Why do you think, you fucking morons? Of course they're gonna say that.
You cowards.
Cowards! Where's your face? Where's your face? Show me your face. I don't even know who you are. This is my face.
So listen, couple things here.
You
Number
people
one,
poop in the street.
these folks should be
That's what
confronted
someone yelled at them. They're like, you people shit in the street.
when it can be done safely. They should be shown that they aren't welcome. And I do believe they aren't welcome in
Yeah,
the
with a
vast
12
majority
gauge.
of the places they might end up. Secondly, why don't they show their faces? There are those antagonists of these people who say they don't show their faces because they're cowards. These folks, when asked why they aren't showing their faces, will usually say something like,
Okay, David, we don't care anymore.
Now to new details about the former American ballerina detained in Russia, accused of treason as the White House prepares to impose new sanctions on Russia. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, is tracking it all from Ukraine. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Michael. As Ukraine is about to enter its third year of war with Russia, more disturbing news about Russian aggression, this time seizing another American citizen visiting Russia. This morning, an American amateur ballerina is being detained in Russia, charged with treason. ABC News has learned she is 33-year-old Ksenia Karolina, a dual U.S.-Russian citizen from Los Angeles who was part of the Baltimore Ballet in 2017. Her current employer saying she stopped showing up for work in mid-January. Russian authorities releasing this video Tuesday showing what is believed to be Karolina seen in custody with a hat covering her eyes, being handcuffed and appearing in court.
With respect to this most recent detention, we are aware of the case. We are seeking consular assistance that has not yet been granted.
While they would not confirm her identity, Russian authorities claim she proactively collected funds for organizations that support the Ukrainian armed forces since 2022, when Putin launched the war on Ukraine.
So she
The
collected
luxury
funds
spa
in Russia
reportedly a
or
worker
where?
Yeah,
saying
in
in his-
Russia.
Of the country.
In Russia.
No, but I think do we actually know that, or did she?
Yeah,
was
that's
she
what they said.
collecting? No, they said she was collecting funds. They didn't say it was in Russia. She could have been. She's a dual citizen, right? So if she participated in a Ukraine fundraiser in America and then went back to Russia as a dual citizen, that's why they nabbed her there, right? Well,
True.
the same thing to an Al Qaeda financier. More, but
Okay.
there was a time where that would happen. I mean, look at like the fucking have you seen the movie The Mauritanian yet?
No.
It's about one of the guys who was in Guantanamo.
No.
Like he literally just had one communication and they suspected him of helping transfer funds.
Okay.
So he got tortured for that. He got disappeared, tortured for that because did he know about 9/11? Did he know they were doing terrorist attacks, or was he just helping Shadeen, who he fought with? He was part of Al Qaeda at one point, right?
Oh, was he?
And fighting the Russians, right? Like Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
After that, right? So he was part of Al Qaeda. He left because it became because the way Afghanistan formed into being like a civil war with the Taliban and Muslims fighting Muslims. A lot of these guys left and went back to countries. That's when the Black Decade starts in Algeria, right? And all the people coming back from Afghanistan start this new radical party, and then more. They literally called them They called them like the Afghan fighters or something like that. Even though these guys were like Algerians who were just coming home.
Yeah.
So like all these people who were tied to this ended up getting swept up. It helped countries like Algeria and Morocco crack down on these people who may have just been a little bit more religious and a little bit more radical, but not necessarily terrorists or known to be financing terrorists. It's like giving money to the state of Israel, right? Look what Israel's doing. Are you not a terrorist if you do that?
Yeah, true.
Bullshit is what I'm
A
getting
statement
at.
to ABC.
If it was
She has
inside
been
Russia,
accused of
a little
treason
different.
for allegedly
Told you,
donating-
in the U.S., bro. A
Yeah.
Ukrainian charity in the U.S.
Literally
$51.80 to a Ukrainian charity in the
Insane.
U.S. She could now face up to 20 years in prison.
Insane.
I was crying half of the day today. I am very concerned.
Carolina's former mother-in-law telling ABC News that the dual citizen went to visit her family in Russia.
If we don't help her, we can say goodbye to her. If we do not protect her as an American citizen, nobody else will.
Carolina is the latest in a string of Americans detained by Russia, including Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and ex-Marine Paul Whelan. Back in the U.S., the White House also now vowing harsh new sanctions against Russia over the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
The sanctions set to target the Russian defense industry and sources of revenue as the White House looks to hold the Kremlin accountable for Navalny's death in prison. We have also learned this morning that a Russian
I mean, whether
pilot
it's
who
because of
defected here to
Navalny or they're
Ukraine
using
in
him
his
as a
helicopter-
condition, knowing that they need to hurt Russia economically right now because
Mhm.
funding isn't coming from us.
Yeah.
So if we're not going to fund them, the very least we could do is fuck with Russians' economy.
Yeah, exactly.
The
Exactly.
European one too. Like fuck if Europe gets hit with it too. Like fuck Russia's economy up.
Earlier,
Gavin
May
me harder,
has been
daddy.
found murdered in Spain, shot multiple times. His assailant still on the loose. George.
Okay, Martha, thanks very much. Hi, everyone.
Hi, George.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
The story of Republicans' favorite informant, the informant that started it all in terms of good reason to go on national television and lie about Joe Biden over and over and over and over again. This is the guy. He's now been indicted.
I do not
for
care what
feeding
this
false
guy has to
information.
say.
at the
There's a
end.
whole angle we haven't covered yet.
Okay.
Today is the impeachment update with the FBI
Mhm.
informant. There's a few stories about this, so
Okay.
definitely
And
something you need to
we're
cover.
learning about who he's connected to.
A new filing just a few hours ago released from federal prosecutors added a pretty
Kristen
shocking,
Psaki.
yet somewhat kind of predictable
She got a
twist
job
to
at
all of this.
MSNBC. What a
I don't know if
sellout.
you're ready for this. Russian
I'm just
spies.
sending videos
again.
we should definitely watch.
According
not
to the
necessarily
government in
next,
this document, Smirnov, quote, claims to have contacts with multiple foreign intelligence agencies and
Yeah.
had plans to leave the United States 2 days after he was
Crazy.
arrested last week for a months-long multi-country foreign trip. During this trip, the defendant claims to be meeting with foreign intelligence contacts. Prosecutors go on to describe one of these supposed foreign intelligence contacts, a mysterious figure described as Russian official 1. And wait for this.
Russian
Quote, it
official
says,
1.
Smirnov has reported numerous contacts with Russian official 1, who
If
has
you
been
wanna keep following
described by
up with this
Smirnov
story,
in a
there's
number of ways,
obviously other
including
stuff on the,
as the son of a
impeachment in the same block where this
Around
one
here?
was pulled from. Yeah, propaganda reporter breaks down Fox News coverage of Hunter Biden. GOP probe faces doubts as lawmakers grill Biden, like all that stuff. It's in that. It's right underneath the Russian woman too.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, it's
former
that- it's that whole
high-ranking
section.
Russian government official, someone who purportedly controls 2 groups of individuals tasked with carrying out assassination efforts in a third-party country. Pause for that for a moment. A Russian representative to another country, and as someone with ties to a particular Russian intelligence service.
I mean, the most archetypical.
Do not care.
I mean, they should just react to it like us.
I won't
Yeah,
play this whole
exactly.
thing for you. The audio is just terrible. But
Great.
Jim Jordan gets confronted on this, and his response is essentially, "Nah, it's all still good. We still believe it all. It's all reasonable."
In a bribery scheme now that Alexander Smirnov is proven to have made it up and it was based off Russian intelligence.
Doesn't change the 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden
It does, though, because you've got a lot of these facts from this guy.
was put on the board of Burisma, gets paid $1 million a year. Fact number
$1 million
I
a
didn't see
year.
this.
That is not even
Bro,
close to true. Sir.
send more of you.
Let's see
Do
if
you-
Manu
like,
Raju had a
again,
chance to.
did you not see like the Ukraine fundraisers going across the screen this whole time? Like, is your awareness of like where you are that bad? Cringe. Oh, satire. Thank God, bro. Thank God. Oh my God. I really hope you mean that what you just said was satire. Now I look like an idiot.
To interject here, all the normal things we've heard from Jim Jordan so many times.
Said that 1023 is the most corroborating piece
How
of
would the
information
U.S.
you have.
behave?
but
if
it doesn't change
Bro,
those fundamental
there's IRGC inside America. Like, what do you mean on the southern border? Like, there's definitely more enemy agents inside America than there is like American agents inside China. Like, China doesn't really do military exercises underneath the southern border, but Iran does. Hezbollah's there. Fucking IRGC has a main base in fucking Venezuela. Wagner works with the fucking cartel and trains with the cartel down there. Then there's Cuba, who's always been there. Like, America isn't bombing these countries, believe it or not, even though that these like people exist there. Is this literally the same like as yesterday? Libya has an open slave market. No, they don't. No, they don't. Like they had an open slave market for like a few years. And as far as US bringing democracy there, the intervention was led by France, a NATO member, right? So like if it's a NATO mission, America is always going to contribute the most. It doesn't mean they lead a mission. It was a French incentivized mission, just like Vietnam pulled American in, right? So when we talk about them bringing democracy there was not even like an actual fucking presence inside Libya. The only thing, they wouldn't have interfered if Gaddafi wasn't saying that he was going to commit a genocide the next day. And also, the main people in Libya is Turkey and Russia because of economic zones, EEZs, bro. Like, this is basic Mediterranean politics that, like, it takes very, very little knowledge to know about. Like, all you need to know to understand that region is EEZs.
I love
USA
Also,
would behave like Mexico is our ally.
It's such an
We
insane
literally
thing to say,
tried
like,
to invade Cuba and it failed. We couldn't even do it directly. Like,
also, Ukraine
America doesn't
is
have the
its own
commitment to
country.
do that shit. They're not going to do
Yeah.
that shit.
Ukraine is its own country and wants its own determination, and Russia has no right to tell it what it
Like
can or
who
can't do.
Who cares? Who cares about America?
Yeah, it's literally
Like,
not
fuck
in the
America.
conversation.
Like, we don't give a fuck about America, bro. Like, where do you think you are? Fuck America. We don't care. Libya was created. Yeah, bro. They invaded because of the gold and the oil. Yep. Okay, that's why it happened. It definitely wasn't because like a war was happening there to begin with. The people were just really interested and incentivized about gold standard. You know, the people with no money.
You know that NATO.
Who cares? Who the fuck cares?
Right,
Who
this one,
cares if US starts wars? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit.
Like you're
I literally
aware
helped
that
rebels in the Iraq war kill Americans, bro. I don't give a fuck about America.
like you're aware that Ukraine doesn't have an army at Russia's border and NATO isn't pressuring Russia, and people joining NATO from countries that are bordering Russia ask NATO was forced to take in Poland, which opened the door to all these other countries. So maybe you should get your fucking information straight.
Bro, you're acting like you're talking to a real person. It's like it's literally repeating the same thing that the other one did. Oh wait,
by
the other
love
one
it, I mean
think
hate
was
it, but
Twitch, though.
Yeah, it was.
I love that they're able to run a part of the job expedition. And I have more to say on that after watching.
Never
Putin was
happened.
refused in NATO. Nobody cares. Okay, nobody here who's watching us cares or has any value with what you're saying. Nobody cares. Everyone here already knows what happened. You're not helping anyone. You're not getting a narrative through here. It's not going to work. Our audience is already very invested in Ukraine. We're literally streaming a fundraiser for Ukraine. If you think that you're going to like affect people with your bullshit here about how Putin was refused in NATO, you're not going to. You're wasting your time. Leave. Fuck off.
Analysis on this from MSNBC.
But the 1023 is an interesting part of it.
Damn, they're
because
cooking
it speaks
them.
to the congressional component. If you remember, there was a big fight in Congress about whether or not a 1023 from a confidential human source about the Bidens should be released from the FBI.
Oh, damn.
That happens in
Damn,
spring of last year. This is ongoing. And then at some point, it's released. Then he speaks with the FBI again on multiple occasions. And as you said, there's further discussions about, well, this is what the Bidens were up to. There was even information about what Hunter Biden was up to at a hotel in Ukraine. Problem with that, prosecutors say Hunter Biden's never been there. So it raises questions as to whether or not the Russians took a look at the fact that information they're feeding this guy can go direct to Congress. And they're smart enough to realize, hey, you know what? We don't even need to try to push this through the FBI. We can just tell this guy whatever, Information's going to go.
What?
Man, the subtitles are fucked. They're like not working.
Yeah.
I think it's like they're putting subtitles on top of subtitles. It's all fucked up.
Or in a report, and then it might just find its way to Congress, and there's no legal vetting here. There's nothing here that says whether or not what this guy's.
Do you understand how insane that point is?
And we're done with this guy.
More now on our breaking news tonight as the former FBI informant who is charged with lying about the Biden family's dealings in Ukraine now says it was Russian intelligence officials who gave him those fake stories.
Why would you say that? Why would you be like, oh, it's actually the Russians that told me this?
The center of the GOP's impeachment efforts into President Biden and has been amplified relentlessly by right-wing media, essentially doing Putin's work for him. Here tonight is CNN senior media reporter Oliver Darcy. And Oliver, just to give people a sense of what this is sound like and what this looks like for people who watch these channels or
blow up
visit
that
these sites,
dam.
this is what this has been like for the last few months.
There are now real and growing concerns that your president, the president of our country, is compromised. How real of a bribery Joe Biden bribery scandal allegation is this?
Well, every
This
day
is
this
actually a
bribery
really
scandal
fucking good point,
becomes
right?
more credible.
They literally have nukes. They don't need land buffers. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
We already know the president took bribes from Burisma.
This is about the big guy himself, Joe Biden, a corrupt career politician who is now very credibly accused of public corruption on a scale this country has never seen before.
The most corroborating evidence we have is that
right?
1023.
Yeah, but literally,
highly
so it's like,
credible,
okay, I'll leave
confidential
your little bubble. Peace. Yeah, bro, me, the bubble. My bubble, where I literally sit here and tell everyone that they're wrong on every side of the aisle.
source, according to U.S. Attorney Scott Brady.
Interviewing people in
I
Al
guess to their
Qaeda.
credit, the FBI was treating this
do,
person
bro.
as a confidential human source that they've been relying on, but clearly we've
They
seen
literally
what has
said
happened
that
now
I-
that they've looked into his claims.
Yeah, I mean, most
with
media and
fucking,
organizations were
rebel
skeptical of
groups
these
to
claims.
rock, right? Like because we
Yeah.
have freedom of speech, and I openly supported them
Mhm.
and helped them with website
Yeah.
stuff and distribution and all that stuff
Mhm.
to recruit and stuff, right? Like I did that as a child. Imagine hearing like I literally helped people kill Americans and then be like, "You live in a bubble, American puppet." Okay, bro. Like, what have you done? What have you done? Gone into a fucking YouTube chat and repeated narratives you got from other people? I actually have talked to fucking Al Qaeda. I've talked to Russians. I've talked to right sector. I haven't talked to anyone in Azov, but like, come on. I've talked to Taliban. I've talked to the resistance in Afghanistan. I've talked to TTP in Afghanistan. I've talked to Baloch in TTP in Pakistan and Baloch in Pakistan. I haven't talked to them in Iran. You know, there are some points here where you could say I'm in a bubble because I don't know their perspective exactly. You know, but I can kind of figure it out by using my brain and logic and knowing that like people talk and words don't mean things. You know, it's kind of like Jordan Peterson, but his brain doesn't break halfway through the analysis of words. How are the
Claims given
resistance in
what they are.
Afghanistan doing? There is no resistance in Afghanistan, to be simple. It's the first thing that the Taliban did. Do I have vids from the Taliban? No. Like they're online, you know, like you talk to them on Twitter. They won't get off of it. That's what I'm talking about. Like you can just talk to people online and like they're there. The Taliban are really easy to find. They're easier to find than the others. Yeah, so like the rebel group, it's hard to say how much of them actually existed to begin with. But like the idea that someone is going to rise up to be able to fight the Taliban, it's just not going to happen. It would be like somebody like now we could easily say if we flood arms into Iran, especially during a protest movement, like a resistance group would form to take down the government of Iran. It would be fairly easy for them to do. Afghanistan has not been under the Taliban's tyranny for long enough where they're going to have that common uprising factor. And because of the first thing that the Taliban did is disarm the public and like basically do gun grabs wherever they could. The thing is that the Taliban are kind of in a situation that everyone who has come to rule Afghanistan is, and that's they run the roads and the cities, right? So as there's tons of resistance groups inside Afghanistan, ISIS being one of them. So there's lots of resistance networks that overlap and things like that. But as far as like one solid force that could actually oppose the Taliban, it's not there yet. And even in even in Panjshir, right? Like we've seen like I've posted videos on when I see them, like I did an entire investigative report on a massacre that the Taliban committed on camera, where they marched people up in the mountains and shot them on camera, like pointing out like different like things in that video. And it's not necessarily we even know that these people are rebels who they're executing on camera. I've seen a video of them being supplied like with a helicopter, but I think somebody said something about Turkmenistan. This is true too. There is a lot of refugees in Turkmenistan, and there is something going on in Turkmenistan that's like supporting a rebel movement. But like I said, it's still not something that we could see that could oppose the Taliban. The Taliban need to fail as a state, and like this is one of the things that I always say is that we should have never like ousted the Taliban if they were just going to come back in anyway, because we know how America works. We know that we're going to give up halfway through. That's what we always do. So even though Omar was refusing to negotiate because of Pakistan's generals convincing him that Pakistan was going to fight on their side, Omar was pragmatic enough that he would have set the country in a direction where it would have gone through a little bit more reforms. Like think of Saudi Arabia now. Like Saudi Arabia, would I want to live there and like basically not be free? No, of course not. I would not want to live in Saudi Arabia. But if Afghanistan was more like Saudi Arabia, that would generally be a good thing. You know, it's what's keeping the currency from collapsing. I didn't know they still had a currency, honestly, at this point. But like they are what we all know what's keeping that from collapsing. It's fucking US cash injections. Like, and that's another thing too, is like the theory that you can like that this was the China theory. It's like when we met Deng Xiaoping, we're like, hey, if we just introduce, because they have it with the Soviet Union as well. They're like, as long as we introduce capitalism, it will take over like a virus and the country will become free. No, it won't. That was a really dumb idea. That did not work out. So I don't know. They still
vice president took a $5 million bribe along with his son. And so they treated them with skepticism. Fox News, on the other hand, aired this propaganda, left and right. If you were watching Fox News, you were being inundated with these claims. And if you talk to Republicans and they say, Biden is head of this Biden crime family,
Chinese
this crime
invader
syndicate. And you wonder why that is. It's because they're being inundated by people like Sean Hannity, who repeated these claims in almost 100 segments just last year with this information. And so if you want to understand why so much of the Republican Party supported, for instance, impeaching the former president last year, I think it was like 78% of Republicans supported that. You have to understand where they're getting their information.
Yelling,
it's coming from people like Hannity who are lying. And now, of course, now that this is falling apart in public, they're really nowhere to be found. They're either ignoring this, or you see people
they're literally hiding from the report.
Saying that
their witness fell apart and now they won't show their faces.
Gets arrested, and
that's what it really seems like.
I was thinking about this earlier, like how they're going to spin this narrative. They're going to be like somehow that they wouldn't even let them investigate or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, why won't you let them do the impeachment and the investigation if you have nothing to hide? Like, honestly, the best thing that could have happened for Biden was for them to go forward and find nothing. And like,
yeah,
not really, because they would have continued the narrative like Benghazi to the election.
Yes. It wouldn't have mattered whether it was true or not.
They're not coming out and reporting on the fact that this filing says
Bro,
he's basically.
remember when I told you to fundraise to fucking spell check the title and it says Moonland up there? We didn't even write out moon landing and you missed that. How did we not realize that until just now, bro? Come on.
That's funny.
Spell check the title. Okay. Literally towards the end of stream. Moonland. Okay.
broke, it was not mentioned by people like Hannity, who have relentlessly amplified this claim. And now they're sort of acknowledging it, but acknowledging it in a way that, again, stokes further conspiracy theories.
Oliver Darcy, thank you.
Crazy.
Reaction now from two friends of the source, Democratic strategist Paul Begala and former Trump White House communications director.
I was planning on making this one more
Paul,
Hunter Biden cock updates, but there were so many other things that were going on. That's funny.
Yeah.
Probably reading through this filing, thinking, "Are we really doing this again?"
Yeah, Russia is
okay. I'm done with this one.
Russia wants to hurt America.
Quick, change the channel. Let's see what other idiots have to say. The last people I want to hear about, honestly, is CNN at this point, because it's like, who cares? They're gonna point out that it's all been bullshit all along. Crazy. I want to hear the cope.
This morning I had the honor of meeting
Biden gaffes.
What?
Navalny's wife and daughter. As to state the obvious, he was a man of incredible courage, and it's amazing how his wife and daughter are emulating that. And we're going to be announcing the sanctions.
What did he say? Where was the gaff? I didn't hear. I can't hear him.
Responsible for his death tomorrow.
Calls the different name, wrong name.
One thing
I don't know. I can't hear, bro. There's no subtitles now. The subtitles broke. We took them off, and now there is none, and so I can't hear them.
You're not letting up.
It's just that he called the widow Yolanda, not Yulia. That's it. Wow.
So yeah, so this is the informant, right? The informant was rearrested. So we got an article right here. So ex-FBI informant charged with lying about the Bidens is rearrested as prosecutors fight to keep him behind bars. Oh, they're silencing the opposition. They're using the justice system to silence people. Okay.
About the identities of these criminals in question. I also completely disregard from Quentin Lucas and any other official in Kansas City that it's because they're minors, because that didn't really matter so much when it came to Kyle Rittenhouse, who was 17 years old.
Wow, it's almost like Kyle Rittenhouse was like filmed on camera with his full face visible.
Yes.
And was doxxed.
Big difference. Yeah.
They knew that he wasn't even arrested before they knew who he was. He didn't have that protection that these people did because they didn't get their faces on camera. Crazy. Yeah, let's fucking virtue signal with literal somebody who killed people, whether it was self-defense or not. He killed people. May not have been murder.
His own life.
Yeah.
Against a white kid toucher and a white woman beater.
This week, it was announced that two men had finally been charged with murder in the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. There was a shooting during that parade. Of course, it made headlines. Everyone was worried about the perpetrators never getting caught. But two of those perpetrators
got nothing.
have been caught, have been charged.
Have you seen his turkey game?
No.
You think you're gonna love this.
I'm excited.
Oh, I gotta find it. You know me.
Unfortunately, allegedly killed a woman and injured more than 20 other people last week. But some conservatives are pretty furious that two juveniles that were arrested in connection to the shooting last week still have not been identified. Now, we'll come back to that outrage. You heard some of it in the clip we showed you in the very beginning of this. But first, let's get to an update on the new suspects. The defendants were named by prosecutors as Dominique Miller of Kansas City and Lindell Mays of Raytown. They each face charges of second-degree murder, armed criminal action, and unlawful use of a weapon, according to
that's about what I expected them to get. That makes sense.
Wow, it turns out it's really hard to find the original video here. Probably because
the
it's
Jackson
about killing journalists.
County Prosecutor's Office. It's believed that the shooting started after one of them got into some sort of verbal argument with someone he had no prior connection to. That is what they believe at the moment. Mays was the first person seen taking out his handgun. Miller is 18 years old. Mays is 23 years old, so they're both adults. And ballistic tests have revealed that a bullet from Miller's gun killed the 43-year-old victim here. She was a DJ and radio host by the name of Elizabeth Galvan, and she was at the parade on Wednesday with her family, and tragically, she lost her life as a result of this shooting. Now, both Miller and Mays were shot and remain hospitalized. They each are charged with second-degree felony murder, 2 counts of armed criminal action, and unlawful use of a weapon. They are each being held on a $1 million bond, and if convicted, could be sentenced to life in prison. Now, separately, entirely separately, 2 days after the shooting, there were 2 minors who had been charged with resisting arrest and gun-related offenses. Their ages and names, to Dan Alosha's point in the very beginning, have not been shared publicly, which is standard protocol when these suspects are minors. Now, police have not clarified yet whether there is a connection between the 2 who were charged with murder and the teenagers, but the fact that these 2 minors haven't had their names released.
This is definitely a re-upload, and the audio is fucking atrocious on it. But the audio might have been this bad originally. But it's really low quality as well. But I don't think this is going to matter. I think you're still going to find it just as funny. Okay.
The Kyle Rittenhouse turkey shoe. That's right, Kyle. When I saw how these fake news turkeys operated, I had to start.
What is happening?
Owners will get to play as Kyle Rittenhouse using a highly specialized laser gun to strike down any turkey that spreads lies, propaganda, or liberal bias.
Each player will battle the fake news through a series of levels that are filled with dangerous turkeys. Everyone will get to see what Kyle has to go through each and every day.
Did you see that was the Capitol there, that where he was shooting journalists because the turkeys are supposed to be journalists?
Hey, I think you're love it. So when's the game coming out, and how can people buy it?
It's a free browser game. Let me try Twitter.
Oh my God.
See if the full thing there is there.
Is what's causing a lot of backlash from conservatives. Last week, Ann Coulter, for instance, was among those who speculated that race was the main reason why these individuals were not identified, that the identities were being kept private. And during an appearance on Bill Maher's show, here's what she said. If it were a white man shooting, we'd know who did it. That's how we know it's not a white man. I can tell you that much. The longer they go without telling you, it's not a white man.
For all I know,
now Jesse Waters.
This thing is completely banned from YouTube, and we should not be showing it because I could not find any legit sources on YouTube. So we're gonna have to deploy our strategy of covering most of it, right? Because all we really care about, we've seen how shitty the game is. All we really care about is the audio here, right? Because it's fucking cringe and funny. So there's definitely no journalist killing behind us, okay, guys? No promotion of violence here. We're making fun of cringe, okay, YouTube? Not violence here. Probably copyright music. We don't care about that. Don't care about that. Let's get to the cut. Here we go.
Oh, good. It has MSNBC labeled on it too. Oh, that's cool.
The media is nothing but a bunch of turkeys with nothing better to do than push their lying agenda and destroy innocent people's lives. So go to RittenhouseGame.com and pre-order the game now.
Just pause it just in case this is copyright music, because who knows with these people.
And help me fund the lawsuit to stop these fake news.
Oh, we're funding a lawsuit. Boom, we got him.
Fake news turkey shoot.
Do you hear that?
Oh
they got a
God.
jingle.
Oh my God.
Okay. So there's that. I'm not gonna I just did not switch tabs before closing a video on Twitter. That was the risky part of what I just did, huh?
There's also weighed in on this, so let's hear what he had to say.
Kansas City says the suspects are minors, so they
You
can't
are
speak
garbage,
about it.
okay?
Well,
You're
except the
garbage.
Kansas City mayor's speaking. He's defending the suspects. Watch.
I disagree strongly with
how he would describe that situation. I certainly do think this was criminal activity. It was lawlessness, and I think that that's troubling. But
So why
thugs
this shit
is a dog whistle in the most classic sense, and I have seen this dog whistle time and
Dude,
again.
Jono was owed his
One
taxes
dead,
over.
22 injured, and the
Honestly,
mayor
I
is doing
think
PR.
like H3 did this, but then they were more specific. But like, I'm pretty sure like the only news on my computer, they're like, I have them buried inside like 3 folders and like a compressed thing, and they're just my dick, right? Because like if you have anything other than just like the news you're gonna send out saved on your computer, I think that's kind of problematic. You shouldn't be downloading porn this day and age, and you shouldn't save people's nudes. So I'm not judging you if you do. If you really want to do it, just don't tell anyone about it, okay,
Yeah,
pal?
just keep it
Just
secret.
like you shouldn't tell people that you watch horse porn.
Yeah, exactly.
Animated
Secret
horse
time.
porn, it's technically fine if it's animated. If it was real horses, though, that's bestiality and wrong.
But Vosh says it's perfectly fine. We found the origin story.
But that's the thing, is if Lolly is still child porn, right, and it's just as bad, what about the horse dicks? Is that not still bestiality then? Why is the logic only being applied to child porn that's drawn and not like so I'm saying it here. No more anime horse dicks.
For the shooters. And the mayor just told us more about the suspects than the police have. They're minorities. We don't know that for a fact, but if they were white, I don't think the black mayor would be mad that they were called thugs. Journalists aren't even pursuing the story. These alleged Super Bowl parade shooters get better treatment in the media than the Covington kid.
And then you have Kyle Rittenhouse, who weighed in on the matter as well. Just a reminder, when he shot and killed 2 people during a
God damn it.
Black Lives Matter protest in Wisconsin. He was 17 at the time, and we did find out what his identity was immediately. He says, I am trying to comprehend why the government was quick to reveal my name after I defended myself.
Oh my God, the government revealed your name, bro. We did
Now
that.
let's get to the reality, because it turns out that there are different laws depending on which state you're in. And it's critical to note that the media isn't publicizing the names of the teenagers.
This doesn't matter, Anna, because the government did not disclose his name. His name was already public, so they stopped. They, like, if they can protect the minor's identity, they're going to. But if the media doxes them, like that one, remember how I showed, like, I was like, oh, they blurred his face because he's a minor? And I was like, well, it doesn't matter. We're about to show his face anyway because I want to show the audio of his mom crying, right?
Yes.
And that kid, what, didn't he shoot somebody? He shot a tourist in the leg. We found his identity out right away.
Yeah.
Because it has a lot to do with laws in Missouri, not editorial decisions. So defendants aged 17 and under in Missouri are typically adjudicated through the juvenile system, which is far more private than the system for adults. Names of the accused are not released, nor are police documents such as probable cause statements. And a press release from the local family court division announced that the 2 minors were being detained at the juvenile detention center on gun-related and resisting arrest charges. And they also added that it is anticipated that additional charges are expected in the future as the investigation by the Kansas City Police Department
he's got to watch the
Pursuant
documentary
to
on the
Missouri
manhunt.
law, hearings
and,
are
like,
not open to
how
the
he runs
public
over
as
his own
this
brother.
alleged offense involves juveniles. This is the extent of the information that the Office of the Juvenile Officer can release at this time. Now, the teens could eventually be tried as adults and then have their names and identities revealed. But first, a judicial process to decide how they should be treated has to be undertaken, which can take days or weeks. Now, in contrast, the identity.
I'm done.
bro, I just, this picture and caption are so fucking funny. It's praying to the camera with the comma behind it. Fucking in. This is the ex-president
That's
of
hilarious.
Afghanistan.
That's very funny.
Is that fucking epic?
That is very funny.
You idiot. You fucking idiot.
Governor.
Oh, this was so good.
I'm
You're gonna love
dying
this one.
to vote for you.
Mhm.
I mean that
Yes, it
sincerely.
was.
I
It was the
want to give
president.
all
El
my
Presidente,
energy
as we like to
and
call him.
all my heart behind your campaign, but I was upset when you made the reference that you didn't think America had racism. And
Oh
my
no.
question is, I was
Oh no.
disappointed, number one, obviously, but I want to give you a chance. Did you say that because you felt like you needed to say that to the audience? Because I can say, I'm dying to vote for you, and that hurt me. So I would love for you to clarify that, please.
So first of all, I never said that there was not racism in America. There absolutely is racism in
You
America.
said it's
said
never
that
been a
America
racist
was
country,
not a
Nikki.
racist country. And the whole
No,
point
you
of
said
that
it's
is,
never been.
and Charles, you'll
You said
appreciate a
it's
racist
never
She
been a
said
racist
that.
country.
She said that. Listen
Never
to what
been.
she says.
Bullshit,
absolutely is
though.
racism
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying she says that, so she's not lying in this
in
instance.
America. I said that America was not a racist country. And the whole point of that is, and Charles, you'll appreciate this.
Oh,
When
bro,
I
don't
grew up,
tokenize him to
the
his face
only
like that.
Indian family in a small rural southern town. We weren't white enough to be white. We weren't black enough to be
Oh,
black.
this
They
is
didn't
a
know who
rhetoric.
we were, what we
We've
were,
heard
why
this
we were
before.
there. If my mom
Boo.
had told me that
Boo,
we
get new
lived in a
material.
racist country,
Boo.
I would have grown up never thinking I could be governor, never thinking I could be ambassador, never
Okay, so
thinking I
because
could
your
run for
mother lied to you about
But my mom
racism, you're now governor. That's really what you're saying. If my mother told me that I had the deck stacked against me, I would never be governor. We had a black president. Shut the fuck up. Obama was able to rise to president knowing that he had the deck stacked against him. Shut the fuck up, Nikki.
always said, your
Fucking
job
trying to
is
keep
not
your
to
South
show them how
Carolina
you're
Confederate
different.
flag
Your job
voters.
is to show them how you're similar. And it's amazing how that lesson on the
Uh-oh,
playground played
Jack,
throughout my life,
you
whether it
walked
was the
away
corporate
when
world
somebody
as
said
governor, as
something.
ambassador, that once
What's
I was
this?
ever presented with a
I
challenge,
bet Nikki Haley will
if I
become
first talked
president.
about
Jack,
the
what do you
things we
think?
had in common, people would let
We talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier that
Yeah, it really
if
depends.
she actually won the primary, she would beat Biden, right? We know
Mhm.
that. So the fact that the Republicans are not optically aware enough to know that they have to vote for Nikki Haley to win.
Yes.
For their
Yeah.
like if they vote for Nikki Haley, they'll get so many seats. They'll get
Mhm.
so many seats. They'll have so much advantages. Everything that they actually want, these hard right policies, they would get with Nikki Haley because
Yeah.
she is electable. Right?
Yeah, it really is.
And like the fact is that if you have someone like Trump in your office, you lose seats. You
Mhm.
lose seats because he makes the whole party look bad. Sure, he might be more populist within that party, but the thing is, we were saying is that if Trump wasn't even in the picture, and Nikki Haley was like at this stage, say she was running
Mhm.
against Ron DeSantis or something, just the whole reason she has to shape her rhetoric the way it is into like the MAGA accepting kind of shape she has. Like, imagine if she didn't have to do that. Imagine how much more like she could spin policy if she wasn't like catering to the MAGA agenda still.
Yeah, yeah.
Like she would destroy the Democrats.
Mhm.
She has everything. Like she has the identity stuff
Yeah.
to fucking nail them there. Like she has like the southern aspect to get like those like
Mhm.
Republican votes, you know?
Yep.
She has the we shouldn't call migrants illegal type thing where it
Yep.
makes her look better to Latin American people. Like she's a Zionist.
Mhm.
Like where are the like unelectable traits there for her? She
Yeah.
worked in the UN. She
Mhm.
got she was there when Jerusalem was recognized as the capital of Israel. That's evangelical points there.
Yep.
Working in the UN gets you fucking foreign policy points. Like where are the
Mhm.
disadvantages? I'm not saying that I like her or anything because I mean, it's not that I'm a fan of Biden. I mean, he was good on Serbia, but I'm just saying electorally, she has so much more going for her than Biden does. She is definitely the most electable candidate of this cycle.
Oh,
Way
for
more
sure.
electable than Kamala Harris, too.
Mhm.
I think more electable than Gavin Newsom as well. I think Gretchen Whitmer, she would have trouble against if it was her and Gretchen Whitmer, but it's not.
Interesting.
So
Imagine if the race was 2 women. That'd be wild.
I think Gretchen Whitmer and Nikki Haley would be a really interesting race to see. Far more interesting than Trump and Biden, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Let their guard down, and then we could go towards a solution.
But Governor,
we
I think
have
most people
racism
heard
in
you
our
say
country. Our job should be,
Governor. I think most people heard you
our
say
job should
that
be
you did
that
not
we
believe that
stomp out
America has
racism.
never been a racist country. That's the problem. That we heard you say.
That's
that,
not
that
what
is
I
what
said.
We heard. Okay. That's
no,
what we
so
heard.
I never said. I
The
said
delay's killing it.
that America is not a racist country. The premise of America was never to be a racist country, and that our number one goal should be to make today better than yesterday. We need to stomp out racism wherever it exists. But if you go and tell kids that they live in a racist country, then you're automatically
It was literally
telling
founded
brown
by
and black
people
kids that
who
they'll never be
believed
good
in
enough.
phrenology. Like, come on. Like, I think it's played up a lot, like the whole aspect of how racist it was. Like, obviously it would be horrifically racist if these people existed today in the construct of today. But like,
yeah. Do you know how popular they'd be too? Fucking hell.
No way. People who are pro-slavery and had slaves to
100%.
maintain their wealth. Come on.
100%.
Benjamin Franklin might do well today.
I don't want our kids to think that. I want them to know that, yes, there is racism. Yes, it is wrong wherever we see it. But that doesn't mean that the country is against you. That means that we need you even more than ever so we can stomp it
It's a
out
good line.
wherever we see it.
Okay, I really don't want to split hairs, but the exact quote that you said was, America has never been a racist country. I think that's the problem that people objected to. We're not.
I just
we're
love
not,
the aspect of Nikki
disputing
Haley
that what
explaining
you're
this
saying
shit
about
to
America.
black people. Like, you know, like optically, it's really funny.
Yeah.
Because not a racist country. Some people would argue.
Even though
that.
this is all like
But we're saying that
performative,
the comment you made
Yeah,
that
yeah.
particular day was that America has never been a racist country, and I think that's what caught people off surprise, caught people off guard, and surprised
And I
many
don't think
people.
that.
There's too
And
much
I don't think the premise of
already too much
America
listening.
was to be a racist country. I think that they said
Yeah.
that, you know,
Yeah.
every man was created
Capital
equal
risk
with
and
life,
shit too.
liberty, and the pursuit of
But
happiness.
the thing is
And
that like
getting
even like the moderates in the Republican Party, they're done. They're leaving, all of them.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the Republican Party is done. Like he's like him winning would definitely destroy it. So, you know, who knows? Maybe the
Get to the place that
accelerationists are right. They're not.
needed to be was America was a work in progress. But I don't think that the basis of America
Work
was
in
that
progress.
we were a racist
Mhm.
country. I think the goal was
Running a
always to have
business is a
freedom.
work in progress. No,
we
it's not.
stumbled
It's
along the
already
way, and
done.
we've got some
America
parts of
is
history that were
already a
not
state.
pretty,
Shut the fuck
but
up.
we
It's
got
not a work in
past that.
progress, right? It's like saying in a business is a work in progress because you
Yeah.
change your fucking goals. Because
Mhm.
like your fucking quota, you know, your weekly or monthly quota, you know, has to
Yeah.
be altered because of how fucking
Mhm.
supply and demand works. Shut the fuck up. It's not a work in progress because you can change shit. Democracy is not a work in progress. It's a decided system that has functioned in this country. Trump literally said something that was so funny. He said something along the lines of like, you know, borders didn't always exist. I'm great. I'm like, I'm the best on the border at, you know, that in this like era, you know, like I don't know what's happening here 1,000 years ago. I'm like, bro, how old do you think America is?
I don't think that our founders wanted us to have a racist country. I don't believe that that's the basis that America.
Yeah, I don't think
that's what
they
I was
were
saying.
writing
I
it
don't think
into
the
there,
premise
going
of
like
America
we're creating. That's where Oregon goes wrong, you know.
Yeah.
They weren't writing it in there that we're creating a white Protestant identity. You're correct. They did not write that in the Constitution. So
Yeah.
like this framing is technically correct, but that's not what you meant.
was ever to be a racist country. I think it's always to be the best country with the most freedom that allows anybody to be whatever they want to be without
The
government
country with the
getting in their way
most
or
freedom.
anybody else
It was
getting in
founded to be the country with the most freedom. It was literally founded in the aspect of making sure poor people had no say. What are you talking about? They literally were like, no taxation without representation, and then said poor people can't vote. Like, what are you talking about? It was not founded in
You're
those
making news
aspects.
again today. You make news every day, Governor Haley, but today you're making news because you agreed with the Alabama Supreme Court that ruled that embryos are people.
Do you know? Hang
And
on.
today you
Hey,
said,
time
yes,
out.
you
Time out.
believe
Time
that
out. Time out. Do you know about this? Do you know about this?
No.
Okay. So why do you think they ruled that embryos are babies? Take a wild guess.
To justify their abortion ban?
No. Obviously, that's part of it, but a case happened, right? So it's a case, a criminal case, right? And that case ended in a conviction, which when those cases end, they write it into law. Like, that's like, right? So what do you think happened that they counted embryos as living things? Not just one
I'm
embryo.
assuming that they're trying to charge a doctor with performing an abortion.
It's not abortion related, actually.
What the fuck?
It's embryo related. So
That's weird.
Somebody broke into an in vitro clinic and knocked over a tray that had embryos on
Oh
it.
my god. Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
They weren't a doctor. Right? So they might have breaking in because they were trying to get their shit back, or who knows. I don't know
That's
that much about the
insane.
case. I just know that they charged them saying that those embryos, right? Because you have to think about, these embryos were actually grown ready to be implanted into people who were expecting to raise those babies to term, right? These were planned pregnancies. These weren't accidental things or anything like that, right?
True.
So these were planned pregnancies where people have paid to get the therapy for the in vitro therapy, right? So I think it's pretty complicated, but to rule that they were people to like get the murder charge, I think that's a little bit
ridiculous.
a
Yeah.
little bit, yeah. Like, they should definitely face criminal charges because they, for one, breaking and entering is alone, right? You can do that, and
Negligence too.
yeah, maybe a negligent thing, but you couldn't say criminal negligence. Maybe you could say.
Maybe.
But it's more complex than just abortion is murder.
Yeah.
This case.
I think that troubled many people.
But it will
women who
affect
are going
abortion
through
now.
IVF treatments.
Yes.
We're hearing reports already about fertility clinics that are shutting down because they're worried. What do you say to women that are now concerned about that?
So this is
and your
actually what the main
position?
argument of the case was. That if you murder a pregnant woman, you get charged with 2 lives, right? So that's what the actual case was. It wasn't about abortion. It was comparing that. So if you murder a woman and kill the embryo inside her, that's what the case was. So this is 100% correct. The courts already did decide this, and that's what led them to this decision.
Yeah.
In that particular issue.
Well, first of all, I didn't say that I agreed with the Alabama ruling. What the question that I was asked is, do I believe an embryo is a baby? I do think that if you look in the definition, an embryo is considered an unborn baby. And so, yes, I believe from
Why did you
my
stutter
stance
over it?
that is. The difference is, and this is what I say about abortion as well, we need to treat these issues with the utmost respect. I had trouble having both of my children. I am very aware of what it means to go through artificial insemination, all of those things related to in vitro. I know what that is. And I also know the importance between.
Fun fact: Australian invention. IVF is an Australian invention.
Okay, bro.
A doctor and the parents is very important to have those conversations. This case was based on and should be based on the rights of those parents for their embryos. And to make sure
that's what I agree here too. What she's saying, I do essentially agree with this, right? Like, it's the right of the parent. Like it's, even though they're not in their body, right? Like it's like I do kind of agree with what she's saying. Weird flex.
The doctors on how those are handled. Nothing more than that. And I will continue to say these issues keep coming up.
I can't see because it's behind my speaker.
Everybody
It helps
wants to
put 'em up.
divide people.
The irony of this is so going to read because I need to zoom in. That didn't help. Oh my god, nothing is working. Okay. Everything is going wrong for me right now. Why can't I fucking see anything? The irony of
I don't
the
know.
zero critics. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what people said would happen when this abortion shit went through. And guess what? It's happening. And now women are going to be left without care.
On these issues. This is not the time where you divide people, you bring people together. Our goal is to always do what the parents want with their embryo. It is.
All right, we get the point. Last video. Maybe we'll
Last
do a
video?
funny one. Maybe we'll do a funny one.
Is this?
and
Is that all
after
the
this-
stuff I sent you? Stuff is? Did you
On the
click all of
question
that?
Yeah,
on
this
if the
this is the last of it. Maybe I'll find a funny video and maybe we'll do.
Well, yeah.
a
Well,
funny
there's
one.
also there is something that's funny that's not funny that I also wanted to look at.
Okay.
If this is the thing that I think it is, let me check it real quick. This
Mhm.
this will probably be funny though. What you're playing now.
Okay.
country is heading in the right or wrong direction, on the right or wrong track. Overwhelmingly, our people say it's on the wrong track, according to the Real Clear Politics average, by a 42-point margin. Folks say America is heading in the wrong direction. And who can blame Americans for their accurate diagnosis?
Okay, this is
Government
this story.
caused inflation,
This story that
eats
I'm
away
sending
at
you
their
is
budget.
really sad. So
Okay.
we'll definitely bring up something funny after this story, but I think this
Mhm.
is an important
Government-
one to look at.
Okay.
'Cause, I like doing local stuff too.
Mhm.
And we did a little bit of
Caused
Europe.
illegal
Let me see
Yeah.
if there's anything
immigration
else I would
has
have
made
about
a
Europe today.
terrorist attack inevitable in our country. Our
Uh-huh.
legal system is politically compromised, and
There's this one
totalitarians are
too.
making their moves to make individual freedom and self-rule a thing of the past in the United States.
Shut up.
But we do have an advantage over these people if
Uh-huh.
we'll just use it.
Uh-huh.
Taking your country back, not just a slogan, but a duty. That's
The
the truth we discuss
duty.
in today's preamble. As the anti-American freaks try to normalize transvestite story hours
Oh
for
my
your
God.
kids in
Christ,
public
bro.
spaces in GovEd schools, they claim it's harmless and loving. It's another left-wing lie is what it is. According to a report
Hi,
published by
everybody.
Fox 11 News
Actual
in Green Bay,
Nazi here.
Wisconsin, an anti-Catholic drag queen was recently arrested on charges of child pornography and sexual exploitation of a minor. Oh, but it gets worse. Adam
Okay.
Westbrook also worked as a human resources director for the Outagamie County in Wisconsin. Police say Westbrook's arrest is part of a much larger investigation where the safety of children is a concern, meaning he may be the tip of an iceberg of a network of
Oh my God,
illegality and
no.
abuse of children. Westbrook is an example of some of the very same people Democrats have been serving up our children to, like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Oh,
Protect
so now
our
we're back to
children.
eating
Vote
children.
against Democrats and any Republican who says they can work with folks who would push such depravity. Speaking of depravity, GovEd schools in my home state of Texas are apparently breaking the law again. This time, it's in a place called Denton. An independent school district administrator, Lindsay Lujan, emailed district employees encouraging them to vote in the Republican primary election for Republicans who oppose education freedom and parental school choice.
Lol.
Lujan included a statement allegedly from the superintendent of a Southeast Texas school district.
Okay, so the
that
very
read,
bottom is
quote,
like
if
funny
Texas
stuff.
educators do not come together,
But there's also a
a vote
Ukraine
on the
story in
candidate
there.
that will support public schools, we're in big trouble. We're in trouble. We cannot wait. Billions of dollars sitting there holding us hostage for vouchers, districts adopting deficit budgets across the state.
When? When did that happen? Specifics, please.
While politics are being played, end quote. This statement was attributed to Brian Bowman, superintendent of Diboll ISD. Now, in case you're wondering if it's legal in Texas for government employees to use taxpayer-funded resources to politic, it's not. In a previous election, when GovEd did the same thing, I asked Attorney General Ken Paxton what
This is what
punishment
I was
these
thinking the whole
government
time. Blue eyed?
employees would receive for breaking the law. He told me all he could do was
You
send a
guys literally
cease and
do use the
desist
term.
letter.
When? When did I use it?
Probably in the news story.
No. Me. When did I use it? When do I say things like gender affirming care and stuff? Like I don't talk about those types of issues.
Like the only time we've mentioned it was in the story, which was talking about schools removing counseling, which is
We've literally never
under
talked about
that.
gender affirming care.
Yeah, it was only the
Literally
story that
never
I just
happened.
covered.
Yeah, but it's still he's not this person isn't coming because they saw the LTEC story that you did.
True.
They're coming here out of Twitch because we're watching a story about transing and they're upset about it. So saying that we're part of the LGBT agenda trying to trans kids.
Yeah.
And it's like when did we talk about gender affirming care? You don't even know who we are. Like shut up.
Oh my god, you need to stop watching the Daily Wire.
It seems the
Or
politicians
keep
in
watching
Austin
it. Goodbye.
passed a law making it illegal to
Go
use
watch the Daily
government
Wire.
resources to politic, but they also made sure there was no punishment for doing so. That's why left-wingers who have shown repeatedly that they don't
Left-wingers.
obey the law are free to harm Texans over and over and over again because they know there will be no consequences. It's this willingness of some Republicans to make their own voters victims to Democrats' abuse that has the conservative movement fed up with a GOP leadership that would do such a thing.
Okay, I'm over this.
Okay, go ahead. You're
fucking
fed up
hate
with the
this guy.
GOP leadership.
I fucking hate
News
this
in
guy.
Texas tonight, where authorities announced they have located the body of a missing 11-year-old girl in a river. Audrey
Hang
Cunningham.
on. Let's
was
read
last
this
seen
comment
leaving
before we get
home
to the
with captured
depressing
school-
story here. Howdy from Texas. We are also pointing as aggressive as a disabled fest. You know, the thing about Texas that's funny is people don't realize this, but like all the people turning like that go red and vote Republican in Texas weren't born there so it's like people who actually lived in Texas, they tend to be way more Democrat than they are Republican. Not saying, and I'm just saying more to be moderate, even if they are Republican, right?
Yeah, just towards moderate, yeah.
It's crazy.
School
You
bus
would think with all the immigration they were letting in, they would turn blue. Nope, it seems like people are coming from another part in the country to keep it red, I guess.
Yeah.
If that's how things work. Anyway.
I sadly announced that Audrey's body was located at the Trinity River on the U.S. Highway 59.
6 days of searching, praying, hoping ends with a grim discovery. Authorities say cell phone analysis as well as video and social media helped them to pinpoint
source
her
intelligence.
location.
Jesus
The
Christ.
spot was also one of several given to authorities by Don Stephen McDougal.
Based on all of
Who?
the evidence that law enforcement has collected,
The murderer.
they are in the process of preparing the appropriate arrest warrants for Don Stephen McDougal. At this time, we believe the appropriate arrest warrant is going to be for capital murder in the death of Audrey
What is
Cunningham.
capital murder?
It just depends on the state. They might not have
okay.
first-degree murder.
Okay.
He is currently still in jail under an unrelated felony charge.
Audrey was last seen in this Livingston, Texas neighborhood about 70 miles northeast of Houston at about 7 a.m. Thursday, state police say. But she never.
Okay, so although legal
Aren't most of the
definition,
pedophiles coming out of the right wing in the churches? Kind of curious.
yeah, let's not look at the Catholic Church, bro.
Yeah.
We literally don't care.
Never got on the bus.
What were we saying?
So we're like, oh my God, the biggest minority in America. Let's definitely go after them. The people who don't fucking exist, in general. That they
Yeah.
just want to be like elevated to this status where like you know that survey where they're like like how many people are gay and they're like 50% of the country or something.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
anyway. So although legal definitions vary, capital murder in the United States, like why are we still arguing about trans shit when we're doing a story about 11-year-old girl being
Yeah.
murdered? Like, bro, you're fucking weird. Like we're talking about like children being murdered here and you're still stuck on like trans issues that we said we already don't care about. Like, shut up. Although legal definitions vary, capital murder in the United States usually means murder involving one or more of the following factors. The victim is a police officer, blah, 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 public safety firefighter, killed during the commission of another violent felony, such as armed robbery, kidnapping, or arson. So I think because this is kidnapping related, it might be because of that. The victim is tortured, raped, or sexually assaulted, particularly if
Could
the
be
victim
that.
is a child. Multiple murders were committed. Murder for hire. Terrorism.
Okay.
The victim is
Okay.
murdered based on race, national origin, or other associated group.
Interesting.
The victim is witness to a crime.
Ooh.
So it says here, capital murder is used in 8 states. However, 27 states and the United States federal government currently allow capital punishment. So I think capital murder is like when it's the death penalty is involved as well.
Okay.
So okay, so each has its own terminology for an offense punishable by death. In most states, first-degree murder is used. Others may use the term aggravated murder.
Okay.
The term capital murder is Alabama, Arkansas, California, Kansas, Mississippi, New Hampshire, Texas. The state of Georgia uses the term malicious murder. Not all offenses parallel between states. In some, first-degree murder is a very broad term defined by a number of circumstances. Only some are eligible for execution. So, yeah. Basically, this means that this guy potentially could get the death penalty if it's in one of those states.
Yeah.
It's Texas. Texas totally has it. So,
Yep.
they'll probably give it to him.
Yeah, I think they will.
It probably will never
made it to
happen,
school
though.
that day.
No.
McDougal lives on the Cunningham family's property. The Polk County Sheriff says they believe McDougal was the last person to see her and says he admits to leaving the house with her Thursday morning around 7 a.m.
And they would have made it to the bus stop, which is relatively just a little under a mile in the
So,
same
like, think about
community.
this, the issue here,
It's
right?
real close.
So this has to be so rural, right? So rural, or you have a picture like this, like the only thing that really low income people can afford is probably trailers, right? So like I knew a guy who basically had a house servant because the guy was basically he was wanted for like drinking DWI type stuff. Like he was hiding from warrants, right? So he was put into a position where he basically became a servant in this other guy's house, like did all the dishes and yard work and stuff for the place to stay, right? That's literally slavery. So those types of conditions. So he lived on the property, right? So he's probably doing something for them to get that property. He may not have paid rent, right? So he was a trusted person, like was able to leave with the child. He technically could have had access to the child at any time. But on the way to the bus stop, because it's so rural that they have to walk a mile, a child who normally would walk this unattended, an 11-year-old unattended walking to a bus stop every day for a mile.
Yeah.
Think about how this situation was created, and how and you know, it's a specific circumstances to led to this kid dying.
Yeah. There's not really anything you can do about it, though, is there?
Pay to have buses go to the actual kid's property to pick them up, like they do in this county. I mean,
yeah. I mean that is the solution. I feel like that's
give
more
11-year-olds guns. That's the thing. The 11-year-old would have trusted this adult. They knew each other. They lived on the same property technically. So
yeah.
That's bus stop? No other witnesses saw her at the bus stop. Sheriff Lyons says when Audrey was reported missing and the community started searching, McDougal joined in, appearing to help.
He just happened in her search.
What is
a piece of shit?
Well, I mean, to me, it simply tells me is that he's trying to give the appearances that he has no.
I mean, he lived on the property. I don't know why he wouldn't.
And that I am part of the concerned party.
But the reason why I wanted to cover this specific murder is because of the conditions of it too.
Yeah,
I think it's both a compelling and also an interesting story.
Believe that?
No, I don't.
Sheriff Lyons took CNN to the area where authorities recovered a key clue in Audrey's disappearance. He says authorities located the girl's bright red Hello Kitty backpack near this dam Friday.
Just a little west of us here.
Was it in the water?
No, it was along the riverbank. There was enough in it to lead us to believe strongly that it is Audrey's backpack.
That it was hers. What about signs of struggle or blood or any other DNA?
No, ma'am. There was no signs of struggle there.
11-year-old Audrey has touched the hearts of many, including law enforcement in this community. Have you cried over this?
Several nights, several days. Yeah. It's I have kids of my own.
And like this is true. Like there's the one where they literally have him on camera that they say they found a body. He'd be like just put it in the dumpster outside. Like there's that weird one where he's like acting like he was friends and stuff. But like this type of thing, they did recover the body, but when this story is being written, they were like still in the process of recovering it. But anyway, like this guy in this case, I think that it would have been plausible for him to help because he would have already known the girl. Like, why wouldn't it would be weirder if he
Yeah.
didn't help,
Yes.
you
yeah.
know, in this situation. Plus, we also need a trial. The guy could be totally innocent.
Yeah.
And I talked to Audrey's mom this evening, and she says that reality has not sunk in. That's how she described it. She says that she's still
You're not really
processing
emotional about this. Stop
reality
sounding
or
like that.
living without her daughter, and that she's going to need time, that she's going to need a minute. But when I talked to her yesterday, she described her daughter as a beautiful little girl, and what she asked the public for were prayers and positive energy.
Cringe.
And Anderson, like every journalist covering the story, I also have to tell you a little bit.
A little bit about the suspect, and then it cut off, or did you skip?
No, I think she's gonna fucking tell her about herself.
No, she said she was going to talk to the suspect. It was at the end there.
And we have scoured court records to try to find his attorney if he has one. We have not been successful.
So basically, what she said is they don't know anything about him, basically, I think.
What she asked the public for were prayers and positive energy. And Anderson, like every journalist covering the story, I also have to tell you a little bit about the suspect. We have exhausted efforts to try to get comment from his family, and we have scoured court records to try to find his attorney if he has one. We have not been successful.
There you go. Ukraine.
Nazi symbol on the helmet.
Snow falls softly
This is literally an
on
Azov
new
story, though.
recruits for the Ukrainian
Oh, is it?
Army 3rd
Yeah,
Assault
yeah.
Brigade.
They're training with airsoft, though.
Drill
Interesting.
sergeants
Yeah.
push them through their paces with urgent basic training for the trenches, urban warfare, and assault maneuvers. Every woman and man counts now for a battle that seems to have returned to the dire days at the start.
This is not
28-year-old
preparing them for what
Serhiy
they're going
came
to
back-
face. This is terrifying.
What?
From
That this is the
Lithuania to
training that they're
serve-
doing?
Yeah, that this is the terrifying. This is the training, and they're about to send them into a basically a meat grinder.
2 weeks ago, despite his health.
What's wrong with you?
It's asthma. But right now, we need to take our best man, and no matter what, I will serve my country until the victory.
The brigade says it's training professional fighters, not cannon fodder like Russia. Their soldiers helped evacuate survivors of the battle for Avdiivka, where Russia has now raised its flag. But many of their wounded were left behind. Just watch this video call between a severely injured soldier, Ivan, and his panic-stricken sister, Katerina.
Ті ушли, всі відступили, нам сказали, що машина нас забере. Ми дві ноги перебиті, в спині осколки, я не можу взагалі нічого. А ти сам там чи що?
I think leaving them to have them captured could potentially be better.
I mean,
Which is
they were
probably what they're
retreating,
thinking.
you know, like
Yeah.
you're still it's still like it's not like it's a you should never
Like,
leave
it's
anyone
a hard
behind in
situation
general.
no matter what.
You should never
Yeah,
leave
like-
anyone in behind in general, but they
Yeah.
probably couldn't. They couldn't fucking send people out there to get them.
Yeah.
Like if it costs more to like, it's like Saving Private Ryan, where they
Yeah.
just to send one guy home, they like lose like an entire team.
Yeah.
Ні, нас 6 чоловік.
Ivan and his comrades never made it. Ukraine says there was a deal Russia would evacuate them and exchange prisoners. Instead, Russia released video of them dead.
There you go.
The
That
brigade
makes sense.
says they were shot.
Yep. So war crimes, more war crimes from Russia. Great. Execution of injured people. Great. Awesome. Cool. Great. Glad people support Russia.
These are desperate times in Ukraine's fight to survive. They need to replenish the ranks of the dead and injured. And even here at the Superhumans facility in the western city of Lviv, therapists and prosthetic specialists work around the clock, giving these war amputees a second chance and even a return to the front lines. 25-year-old Anastasia Savka is an army.
So dark. It's be like the dude has no legs, and they're talking about getting him back to the front line.
Yeah.
Is this the girl
She steps
who got like
sniper.
butchered? Oh my
on
god!
a
This
landmine in November near the
there's this
Zaporizhia
one
front.
video
And she
of
tells
this
me they
girl
are scattered there like snowdrops in spring, like
where it
daisies
was
in
somebody
summer.
posted it. I shared it, but basically it was like their corpse was literally like smoldering, but it was a girl. Like it showed, it's like the pictures are the same person. It doesn't, you can't even like
Crazy.
recognize it because they got blown up.
We couldn't get out for a long time because we were under very heavy fire, she tells me. To be honest, we were ready to die there. The attacks were so close, and we were thinking this was the end. Olga Rudneva is CEO of this center, which is supported by a Ukrainian businessman and the American philanthropist Howard Buffett. 80% of the patients are military, many of them multiple amputees.
Jesus Christ.
And
Fuck,
that's
man.
because, Olga says, the wounded cannot get out of the battle zone during the so-called golden hour to save their limbs.
People are evacuated for 10 hours by comrades very often because Russians are shelling our medics. So by the time they arrive at
Yeah,
stabilization,
I mean
we have to
we stream like basically every other day, and we're
Yeah,
about to
pretty
wrap
much.
up anyway. So
cut
one
them
of Warren
high
Buffett's
because of
kids,
the
yes.
tourniquets. So that's why we have multiple amputations.
Not only are they outmanned, they are also outgunned. The gridlock in Congress over military aid
One
is showing up
RPG,
at the
one
front,
Taliban.
and time is not their friend. We reach Sergeant Mikola, who's also serving now on the Zaporizhia front
And it's the
line.
same way too. People will defend what's going on in Palestine, and also talk about the war crimes in Ukraine. And we
Yeah,
saw.
it's insane.
I saw this firsthand for so many years in Syria. Like the things that would happen there, and then they would be like, "Well, they're Al Qaeda." It's like, bro, it's a child.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about? Their brains are
Psychopath.
spilling out on the street.
Do you have enough weapons? Do you have
Hankies
enough
exist. Fuck,
people?
I
Do you have
remember now.
enough ammunition?
Of course we don't, he says. There is a catastrophic shortage of people, the same with weapons. There aren't enough shells for artillery and tanks, or the tanks and artillery themselves. On a brief hiatus in
They
the
just
rear,
shoot the
they've had to
mortar
buy their own
indoors.
mortar, small caliber just for self-defense. Problem is, no ammunition. Anastasia practices perfecting her balance, her endurance, regaining the strength to shoulder her weapons, and she wants to go back to the front.
What a bad bitch.
I
Fucking
think
hell.
anything is possible, she
Like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back out there.
Yeah, she lost both her legs, right?
Crazy. No, I think only 1 foot. I think.
I thought it was.
But whatever happens, we all need to fight this together because the enemy
Yeah,
is
it just looks like one.
I wasn't sure if the other
advancing.
one that was like at the ankle or something.
No one wants their children to still be fighting the war they and their parents have been fighting
Well, it's
ever
probably
since
gonna be
Putin's
that way.
first invasion a decade ago.
Now here in
How many
Ukraine,
balls
it
did
is
she
not
have?
just
Yeah,
the
the
soldiers
landmine
under
didn't get
fire.
the landmine didn't blow her balls off.
Yeah, exactly. She's landmine proof now. She can just get a
Yeah,
new
dude,
prosthetic.
it's crazy because like just like being somebody who was there, who like I mean, it's not like it's not like kind of sympathy for some of these hardline guys on either side, you know. But like, it's wild. It's wild how fucked people's like morality was around that. And like now, like I love like even Drake did a video on horseshoe theory doing that flag where it's like the left-right spectrum and it's like Israel and Ukraine and then Russia and Palestine, and it shows like if you're left you support these, and then it comes around to the horseshoe to where you hate Jews and that's why you support Palestine on the far right.
It is, of course, civilians, including journalists, some 26 of whom have been killed since Russia's invasion of Crimea back in 2014. It's happening in many of the global wars, but perhaps the toll in Gaza is the most appalling right now. At least 88 reporters and media workers have been killed in Israel's offensive on the enclave.
All right, I think we know all this. Let's go funny.
Is there
to
any
end.
more Ukraine stuff though? Doesn't matter. We moved on. We've moved on.
No, that's the only Ukraine one.
No. I meant in that video. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So this is gonna be an old video, an old reaction video.
He's like, bro,
but
I am
all right.
not getting paid
That's all right. We'll be fine.
enough for this. Like, that's look at his face. It's
Was
just like,
that
dude, come
sobering
on.
for you? Honestly, I'm still really fucked up from Syria, not because of what I saw, but because at the end of the day, I was really there for the money, right? Like nobody else was like willing to like go there, and like because it was so dangerous, and ISIS was there, right? So like I could make premium money documenting it, and like I told myself that I was helping. Like if I show the atrocities, shit would change, and the fact that like nothing changed and it didn't help at all, like that is what really fucks with me. And like my own like trying to convince myself that I wasn't doing like the wrong thing by profiting off people's deaths there. It's like one of the main things that has like turned me into like the way I am right now. And so like what really shocked me is I was really detached from it. It's when I came like home, I first learned about stuff like I didn't know who Jordan Peterson was. So that stuff was like really, really funny for a while. And then I came like back around and started looking at left-wing movements and like how everyone was like the defense of Assad and stuff. It's just wild.
God damn it. Just, This is pretty funny, only because the sentence structure, this father confronts Lego, is not a sentence that I thought I would ever have the profound privilege of reading.
That's the thing. This is the narrative, though. Like you would film like a bombed building, and it would be like America did this. America bombed Syria. They would show Syria destroyed, and then people would say America did this.
It was Russia.
Yeah, they're just too ignorant to look, though, half the time.
Yeah.
Guess what? 2023. This is the state of conservative culture war commentary.
Well,
where thank God.
One of the main reasons I left was because of I had already done like some stuff there, but then like the election started with Trump, and I was just like, I cannot fucking be in this country anymore. Like I need to get the fuck out of here. And for some reason, I decided to go back to Syria, which was like, you know, somehow a relief compared to fucking Megaverse.
God, this brave father has confronted Lego.
Well, like
big Lego.
That's the thing is, it's like as far as like feeling like that's the whole reason why I'm starting a nonprofit to assist journalists who are already there now, right? Like people who are actually going through it, who actually like live in Syria, instead of like sending like these foreign fucking like like rich ass posh journalists who work for Vice, you know, like. She's a good journalist.
On Lego confronted. Okay, let's see how this brave father confronted Lego for promoting the LGBTQ agenda to children.
Oh my God, it's Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And then gets thrown, and then just gets subsequently owned by store security. This father got owned by Lego
when he shows it. No.
Security.
It's like
thrown, and then just gets subsequently owned
April 12th last year.
See,
by store security.
I remember
his father got
happened.
owned by Lego security. Okay, I love that.
The Lego group supports what?
Yeah, the Lego group pretty proud and supports the LGBTQ community.
But the question is, why are you all in here with those pins on? Do you think children care about what man sucks at home and what girl eats vaginas at home?
Oh, gross, dude. This is.
It's funny. This guy sounds exactly like the people that were in the chat before. Crazy.
It's not a good national movement, guys. Don't highlight this, bro. You know what this is like? If I was, let's say, operating at the DNC, okay, if I was a Democratic Party operative or something, and I constantly brought up like the most unhinged takes from like septum piercing having.
No, instead you bring up all the most unhinged takes from China because you're an agent for China.
Anarchists that think that like showers are promoting an unjustified, like basic hygiene is promoting an unjustifiable hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like, and I basically tried to make that the National Democratic Party policy. Okay, like this is literally Charlie Kirk doing the equivalent of that, but for the right wing.
And we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatality. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having product, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road.
Man,
so we need to be very clear that you're not...
Maybe someday we'll be able to pay for it. But really, Germany isn't the country we're looking at. We're more looking at like Somalia, get some fucking cameras into Somalia.
Yeah.
But, Germany, let me tell you, that's where you set up media operations.
Yeah.
So as far as like a European branch, if we put one in Europe, it's definitely going to be there.
Yeah.
To get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
There's no better representation that we are devolving as a society than seeing reactionary arguments get dumber and dumber over the course of the years that I've been alive and have been an active political commentator online. This is the most easily dismissed
That's rich.
argument. The most effective counter to it is, okay, let's regulate guns in the same way that we regulate vehicles. Driver's licenses are required for all vehicles. They have greatly reduced vehicular accidents. Let's do that for guns. He would never.
How does registration of cars reduce accidents, you fucking numbskull? Are you fucking dumb?
Agree to that. That's number one. Number two, transportation with vehicles serves a profoundly important purpose. Guns do not carry that level of importance. They do not.
Who
no matter
cares?
Which way you cut it. You can't light your cigarette with
Guess
a gun.
what?
Even though Charlie
You
Kirk
know what
should-
else? Guess what? Guess what? We could also build more trains to reduce car deaths. Right?
Crazy.
Just like how there's other policies that we can implement that will reduce gun deaths.
Yes. Without banning guns, too. It's crazy.
Try and do that, in my opinion. You can't ride your gun to work, even though, a lot of these people, these homosexuals, love riding their guns. Okay.
God.
They should just try and do it. Light your cigarette with a gun. Have fun. See where that takes you. If you love guns so much,
I'll
light
fucking
your
cook
cigarette
some
with a gun.
bacon on a gun barrel.
I do that.
Watch me.
That's so gross, man. You walked into a Lego store to yell at a person making like $12 an hour if they're lucky about how women are eating pussy at home and men are sucking home. That is so wild. There's like kids around, dude. Like, why? Why is it that the first? It's so
like these people.
Oh, hang on. I missed a lot of. Hang on. I missed a lot of shit that's been going on here. We got a whole story for it. I bet he's doing it for. That, bro, that's so much. Yeah, right. Especially in Germany. Like, even Obama wrote in his fucking book that he experimented with communists because he was interested in a long-legged socialist, right? Like, that's how they get you. That's the real trap of the woman, Jesse Peterson taught me about the woman trap.
It's so odd and so unhinged that like normies will not respond to this positively. Normies will look at this and go, what the fuck are you doing? What? It's so insane, dude. Register him as a sex offender 100%. Like, what's mind-boggling to me about this public obscenity that this dude is like in promoting here, in front of children, by the way, is that no normal person thinks like this. No one goes, oh, that's a LGBT pin? Well, immediately my mind goes to sucking and like, is that what you think when you look at like a photo of a straight couple? You're like, damn, her ass cheeks are getting blown to smithereens at night. Like, is that what you think? What's wrong with you? You don't think that unless you're a pervert. You know what I mean?
It's so
weird.
A lot of Hassan. Most of it to prep for stream to find the silly stuff. But
someone has to do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not sitting through Hassan. I would rather die.
Yeah, it helps me prime the algorithm to keep it stupid. You can give it like Fox News and Hassan. I watch a lot of that.
Do you think they care about that?
It's time to leave, man.
Do you think they care?
I don't think they think about that personally.
Right. So why would they think about it when they see your feet? Yes, they do.
Oh my god.
No, they don't. Yes, they do. I'm thinking about it right now. I can't stop thinking about it. As a matter of fact, it's like, bro, that's a you thing. Please leave. You're scaring the children. What the?
What a psycho.
Right. Did y'all mind leaving?
Yeah. If you call security, tell security that
He said that's called grooming, bro. There's a child right there. You're a freakazoid, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, you don't look good. If you're this person, you don't look good. You are the Karens of 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
On your shirt.
Come on, guys. It's time to leave.
You know what's amazing? Most children don't know. He's been educated by me.
Oh my
I think
God.
he's grooming. It's borderline pedophilia and
Oh
child
my
abuse
God.
for these weirdos to come in here and wear that. And at the same time, kids buy from the store. When does it stop? I'm sick and tired. Huh? Yeah, but
he's like, bro, I am not getting paid enough for this. Like, that's look at his face. It's just like, dude, come on. God damn it. Just, I get paid $10 an hour, man. What the is this
I
shit?
came here to buy something. When does it stop? At some point, we need to stop pushing this mess on children.
Oh my God.
I'll leave, and I won't spend
Bye.
any money at
Bye.
If
I'm
you're in
sure
here
they'll
right
miss your
now-
money. I'm
if
sure
you're in
they'll
here right
care.
now and
Bye.
you care
Bye.
about value, this store
Bye.
is intentionally promoting LGBTQ behavior on children. Spend your money in a place that doesn't do that to kids.
Too simple.
Thank you.
Sometimes like
dude, I wanted them to beat his ass. That would have been awesome. Yeah, no,
Why are you
everybody
gay?
likes the guy who was like foaming out of the mouth, screaming about
Yeah.
children's
Bigoted
genitals at the
fucking
Lego
losers.
store. Everybody thinks that should definitely be the national campaign strategy. Oh my God, bro, they go off of this. Hillary Clinton could become president. I don't want to write that into the. I don't want to put that in writing. Liberals, you deserve to watch every moment of this. You deserve this kind of torture.
See, he's got me here. He's right. Fuck them. They deserve it.
Russia do this? Did Russia put this up? Did Russia pay for this?
What the fuck is this?
Okay, here's the thing.
Listen to it until you're.
I don't. I completely missed Gamergate. I didn't know it was a thing, and what's even I talked about this before. What's even funnier than this is I knew Zoe Quinn before all that shit went down. Like, I came back and saw some interview with her, and I'm like, wait, Zoe Quinn? And then I'm hearing all this shit about how she was harassed and stuff. Still didn't connect it to Gamergate. It was like way later, like maybe 2 years ago, that I actually figured out that it was all about her.
That's hilarious.
Because she fucking, I talked about this before as well, but she implanted an RFID in because I was doing a lot of body modification stuff, and it had an article in Kotaku. People like tagged me in it, so I instantly like reached out to talk to her about her implant and stuff.
That's
So
fair.
yeah,
That's an interesting
Jack
thing to
does.
do.
Jack remembers it.
Oh, I know. I was all about that. That was like my early internet. That was, yeah. It's that time, yeah. That was interesting.
So there is this Lauren Southern thing said, watch this Nazi cry. It's an hour, but I want to see like when does she cry, right? Because I just really want to see the part where she cries.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull this up and see if I can find where she cries here and what she ends up crying. Not Lauren Southern. Sorry. The one that's sculpted out of pudding. That Lauren.
I still am. Fuck those people. Fucking cringe lib dickheads. Fuck those people. But I was never on board with the like
all right,
harassment
honestly, this
campaign.
guy,
I was more like on the ethics of journalism side of things, where that was like early Gamergate.
This is
before it
peak
got
goals
harassy.
right here, right? Where I can literally play a video game and just play news in the background. Like, we're big enough that nobody cares the news is the background, and I can just like mainly focus on the game and comment occasionally on the news. That's the dream right there. But seriously,
do
what a
that.
clickbait title. It's an hour, right? Called Watch This Nazi Cry with Laura Loomer in the thumbnail. But where is she? Still not here. So he's just watching like this one channel.
I guess
Non-binary state rep.
we could do this way better.
What,
Like this
play Final
format, we
Fantasy
we
while
could
you
do
watch
this
a really
format way
other
fucking
show?
better. Or just like anything, just like do what we're doing here, but play the game and just comment on the news.
Well, that's the thing. Wait, no. Eventually, I'm probably going to do that when I actually, because like I did like when I played through Disco Elysium, right? Well, that's a game you really have to like have audio on for. Is it right at the beginning? Was that her? No. All he is watching this one show. He's like watching his one show. Oh, there's bananas. Not Lauren Southern, not Lauren Southern. Is this just like a clickbait title? Are we not going to see her cry? Alex Jones. There she is. Sorry, let's see if she cries here.
Running my campaign.
Because this is like really not worth it. I'll put on something else, but I do want to see her
regularly. And this is her losing her election gloriously and literally crying. I just eat up these Nazi tears.
We are losing our country because of big tech election interference. And I am pleading with the Republican Party to please start taking this issue seriously. Please, because the American people deserve representation. And that's why I ran for Congress in 2020. It's why I ran for Congress in 2022.
Like, she didn't even lose to a Democrat. She lost an election to another Republican, and
That's
she's
hilarious.
claiming that there's voter fraud. What, the Republican in your primary race committed voter fraud against you? Please. Anyway, I just love those tears, man. That's just fantastic. Love everything about.
That's it? Okay. I'm definitely gonna grab something else. Bro.
Let me talk, fucking Jesus Christ.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna complain about that video, so
fucking I was more on the side of like against the people who are trying to force their idea of what games should be onto games. I just hated that idea. I'm just like, let people make the fucking game that they want and let people buy the game that they want to buy. And the worst part is that these people weren't even
that gave us live service. Good strategy, Jack.
Yeah, well,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around.
That's a whole different thing. But like the problem is that the people who were at the front of trying to be like, oh, we need more women in video games, were never offering real female characters. They weren't offering actual characters. They were offering a Mary Sue because they wanted to mimic the shit storytelling of bad games that had male characters. And then a company will come and bring a game like Horizon Zero Dawn out with a female character that's written perfectly, and nobody talks about it until the fucking second one starts coming out, and they're like, "Oh, this game's actually really fucking good."
They were outraged because they made her ugly and they gave her fuzz on her face. You remember that? They were outraged by the peach fuzz because they think women don't have like hair on their face of any kind.
They were also outraged by the fact that they took a single screenshot out of the entire game where the character modeling is fucking fantastic. But the other problem is that people who were pushing it were like people like Anita Sarkeesian, who is not a person who plays video games, nor is she someone anybody should fucking listen to. She is a grifter. She was one of the first grifters from that period.
Here we go.
So it's like the whole thing is so ridiculous. And then like, fuck off. And then the harassment stuff started happening. And I'm like, oh, this is cringe. And I sort of moved away from
fuck
those
off, stop
people
laughing.
I moved away from those people and sort of let them do their thing and did my own thing.
So, Jack, I think you'd be interested in this hour-and-a-half video where Vosh explains why.
No, I want to go.
Hey, no.
No.
I don't want to watch it. I'm saying you, in your own time, would be interested in this video about why it's sexist to take the boobs off of Lara Croft by Vosh.
It's fucking absurd.
Okay.
It's been kind of
last
tough.
clip. Here we go.
He was asked why he didn't ask a question about Navalny. And he was basically like, because anybody in U.S. media would have already asked that. And yeah, Putin is a killer, but killers kill, leaders kill. It is what it is. And then like the very next day,
imagine an hour-and-a-half video just talking about how it's sexist that Lara Croft doesn't have huge tits anymore.
Hey, no. Terrible timing. And it also is the day after Tucker released all these like fluff pieces on Russia where he's like, look at how clean the subway is. Look at how low the prices are in the grocery store. Don't look at the fact that it's a much higher percentage of the average Russian's wage than it is compared to America. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. But look at how low.
Like, I don't care if it's like I don't care how fan servicey or whatever a game is, as long as it's not live service. We need to kill live service games. That's the real enemy. They're just trying to distract us with this, splitting sides, Republican and Democrats, when we should be against the system of live service games.
Yeah, but my main point with that, right, is that all people need to do is stop trying to write women in video games like men. all you have to do is write a female character.
They have a
Not
problem with
fucking
that
hard.
in like movies as well.
Yeah, it is a problem in media in general. They
There's this
try
really
and
good
write women
movie.
like men.
There's this really good movie called Winter's Bone with Jennifer Lawrence, where she's playing like a child trying to take care of a family, and like her dad like literally assaults her because she tries to find him to get accountability and stuff, and he's like a meth kingpin, and so he like beats the shit out of her, and like it's like one of those things where it's like, oh wow, this is a really dynamic character, and then you watch the Hunger Games and you're like, oh wow, this is a really undynamic character.
Oh, the prices are.
It's really not that hard. Just write a female character.
Well, then, like the thing is like the Mortal Kombat. I could care less, you know. Like I want the bouncy boobies.
Yep.
Lady, I want bouncy booby lady. Like it's sexist to take the tits off of them, in my opinion.
In Mortal Kombat,
no,
it's
like
half the game.
No, well, the story in Mortal Kombat I also like, but like I'm not like comparing it to like Death Stranding or Horizon Zero Dawn or God of War. Like what about the themes of fatherhood in God of War? Is that taken seriously in other mediums, right? Most games where being a dad is implemented into the game, it's like Michael in Grand Theft Auto, you know?
Yeah.
Like no, like Michael doesn't like the story in Grand Theft Auto doesn't really matter. You play it because it's a fun game to go with the shooty cops.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have a theory about this. If you know what the Hays Code is, I have a theory that we're in a current sort of era Hays Code, and we're going to see a renaissance of film and video games within 10 years.
Listen, I don't care that Street Fighter is sexist because it gave us Cammy, and then trans people cosplayed that. So it was all worth it to see big dinky Cammy in that little leotard, bro.
Also, Chun-Li and Street Fighter is like the origin of muscle mummies.
I love Cammy. I love playing as Cammy. She's like Jack. She's the fastest character, but like she takes the most damage. She also does like the least damage, but like she fucking she like has like basically a slide kick that like flies across the screen that you can like combo into anything. So you just fucking like hit it like out of nowhere and constantly fucking kick them in the face. And you're just moving around too fast to be grabbed by Zangief.
It's embarrassing. Like the whole thing was embarrassing. Well, guess what?
My favorite character is female and super weak. The main reason I like her is because I like when trans people cosplay her. Okay, it's a chaser thing. Jack doesn't even know what that word means. Jack, do you know what a chaser is?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny because I look at Transport and like you scroll down right to like go to the related videos, and the comment is always a chaser.
There's a gay nightclub in Melbourne called Puff Duff. The actual venue is called Chasers. So it's
Russia.
It's pretty deep in Australian culture.
Now we get this story. Police called to investigate alleged LGBTQ plus propaganda at Russian My Little Pony convention. Organizers say police in Moscow were called to investigate alleged LGBTQ.
What is a chaser? A chaser is just somebody who fetishizes trans people. So a classic chaser message would be like, hey, I'm totally straight, but I want to get railed by a chick with a dick. And they send that to them on Tinder when they match, you know? Like that's a classic chaser line where they're like fetishizing the penis that the person has. Oh, you were kidding. I thought you were making fun of me. But when you said like, oh, the character I like in Street Fighter is weak and female, like I thought you were mocking me.
Q plus propaganda at a fan event dedicated to the cartoon series My Little Pony. Police in Moscow were called to investigate alleged LGBTQ plus propaganda at a fan event dedicated to the cartoon series My Little Pony. Organizers said Sunday. The convention was closed by organizers early Saturday after officers arrived at the venue in the Russian capital, despite police being unable to find evidence of illegal activity. Quote, the police received a complaint claiming that our event promoted non-traditional relationships and related symbols.
A horse stick folder. They're going to go back and be like, "No, did you hear that he admitted to being a chaser?"
Content for minors and general horror and darkness. Yeah, that's always how I describe a My Little Pony convention. It promotes horror and darkness.
Yes, horror is beyond my comprehension.
And adult content for minors.
The bronies. I know.
Organizers wrote on Russian social media
The
site
Russian
VK
bronies.
Okay, but honestly, I know that Russia's like the title is like, yeah, they banned My Little Pony for being gay, but honestly, if we talk about My Little Pony conventions that were happening in Russia, they might have needed to investigate that for something. I don't know if just LGBT stuff, but there might have been something else going on there.
Yeah, the Russian
Two
bronies.
police checks did not uphold these complaints. They said police initially asked them to shutter the event a few hours earlier than originally
that's
planned.
got to be like the
But that
gayest
organizers
shit
decided
I've
to close the
ever
convention
heard,
earlier
ever.
still after hearing unconfirmed reports of more officers heading toward the venue. Both organizers and volunteers were able to leave without incident, they said. The convention, which features an animated horse with a mane styled in the colors of the Russian flag as its logo, catered to My Little Pony subset of adult fans and planned to feature live music performances as well as stalls selling merchandise. How
Poggers!
horrible. Although aimed at children and focused on the magical power of friendship, My Little Pony has previously prompted anxiety in Russia, with some fearing that the show could run afoul of the country's anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. Russian movie database Kinopoisk changed its ratings for the animated series to an adult-only 18 plus in December 2023. Local news outlet reported not long after a Russian court declared
straight to jail.
the global
Gulag.
LGBTQ plus movement to be an
Slavery.
extremist
Crop those
organization.
trees.
Although no reason was given for the change, viewers speculated that the decision could be linked to the
Look, bro, they still got a mouth.
character Rainbow Dash, whose multicolored mane and tail are similar to the LGBTQ plus pride flag. The show also released an episode that featured a same-sex couple in 2019.
Why are you
The Russian Supreme Court banned what the government called the LGBTQ plus movement in Russia in November 2023, labeling it an extremist organization. The ruling was part of a crackdown on LGBTQ plus people in the increasing.
Like, if the situation comes to itself, where I meet somebody who has it, like normally people don't really get it because it's like you know,
invasive?
like no, it's like just like the fact that like it's very it's like swapping out an organ in your body for a different organ. It's not it's like so like people. Like if it's the aspect of being like uncomfortable with being able to accept that you can be a woman and still have a penis, you know? Like and I'm not saying that's always the case. There's reasons for like getting bottom surgery if people want it. I don't really care. I'm just saying.
At the end of the day, it's nobody else's fucking choice. Who gives a shit?
Exactly. Like I don't spend that much time thinking about like what people have underneath. But I'm just saying, like, from my experience, what I've been told is that like they don't really care that they have a dick if they're a girl. You know, and like so like if it happens, like if I get to the point where somebody has had bottom surgery, you know, like then maybe I'll have an opinion on it.
Conservative country where traditional family values have become a cornerstone of President Vladimir Putin's 24-year rule. Russian laws prohibit public displays of symbols of extremist organizations, and at least 3 people who displayed rainbow-colored items have received jail times or fines since the ruling.
Damn, bro,
so they have the
that's gotta
convention.
be like the gayest shit I've
We've
ever
heard about
ever.
illegal gay activities and general horror and darkness.
Bigoted fucking
and then
losers.
They were told, you got to shut this event a couple hours early. And then they were on their way to come back after they left.
Bro, we heard
and
the article.
The organizers had to shut down the thing completely.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
Yeah, not the week to do the fluff piece where you act like, oh my goodness, this country so clean. So
again, no, I don't remember. Well, like I remember 10 years ago when I was in college, and because I was close to the body modification industry, already super trans. Like because they're already in like body modification and altering the body and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like it was like already something that like was. I'm talking with Jack. Okay. Anyway, so like 10 years ago, it was like super common, right? So and then like I don't know, I heard things And like I'll come back and then I'll be like, wait, that didn't happen. Then I'll look it up and then I'll be laughing. Like the Bill Maher college thing where like people shut down the college. You remember that one? I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember looking it up and how stupid it was.
The one thing that makes me laugh is how conflicted conservatives are with Blair White. Like they call they say her to her face and then not behind her back. It's so scummy. And then they can't it's even funnier when they admit that she's kind of hot.
What's funny to me is do you know about the mirror conspiracy? Did I show you that?
No.
There's no way I'd find it now. But I literally pointed out that she literally moved an entire full body mirror for the second shot.
No, you
she
did
has
show
in
me
her
this.
picture.
Yes, you did show me this.
Like I just looked at the background. I was like, bro, she moved an entire mirror like down the stairs and then back up the stairs in two different shots.
It was with the gun, right?
Yeah, she was just in a bikini with a gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. They really embrace freedom.
Uh-huh.
Does this look like freedom to you? Banning My Little Pony.
Honestly, this sounds like a good policy from Russia.
Hi, everybody.
I can agree with Russia.
This world's lost its
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both
like
pretty
if
good
we're
options.
going to crack down on free speech, I think that's where it should be, if anything.
This world has lost its goddamn mind.
Yes, the world lost its mind, not Russia specifically, bro.
I hate to say it, but I've become a skeptic of the idea that the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice.
Justice.
Now I just think it's fucking chaos and mayhem, and
What
the
do
arc
you
of history doesn't.
Bro, it's a My Little Pony convention. Fucking philosopher over here. Fuck.
Direction. Sometimes it goes in a bad direction. But right now, it certainly feels like it's going in a bad direction in many places around the world, including in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Banning anything affiliated with rainbow colors because it's so gay. Oh my god.
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
What are we gonna do, man? What are we gonna do with these people? Look, it's goofy and it's silly.
The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
Yeah, my heart goes out to everybody in that country.
Gavin me harder, daddy.
You know, because it's unacceptable. Never mind if you're actually gay and trying to live your life. You know,
my brother,
that's hard
this
enough.
is haram.
But now it's on some Salem witch hunt trial.
We're already
shit,
ahead of them.
where
We're
it's
ahead
like,
of everybody.
I see rainbow colors, therefore you got to shut the convention.
People just need to realize.
Jesus Christ. No fun for anybody.
Yeah.
That's apparently the reality.
Every
hey,
stream
y'all, do me a
we do
favor and
marginally
like and
better.
subscribe.
Every stream we do, the numbers are like marginally better. It goes up and up. You know, it's just a consistency thing. Eventually we'll peak and overtake them. What do we think of this being a closing soundbite, though?
Oh my God, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.